What is up, good people? Why is that microphone not doing what I want it to do? Sound, recording, property. Ooh, shoot. Properties. Now it should work. Hopefully. Rock on. Hello, B. What's up, bro? Elsie, how are you? What is the volume on this? There we go. Oh no. Oops. Shit, wrong button. Sup, bitch?
You fat bastard.
That's me.
You're fucking alive.
Yeah, man.
Jesus Christ. I thought you fucking ate yourself to death.
No.
No.
That's next week.
Oh, that,
I've got it jotted down. I mean,
like fucking ZZ Top, dude. Chow, 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 chow. This burger's fine. I eat them all the time.
what the hell? Oh, there we go.
Where you been, you fat bastard? Busy,
at,
huh?
at the
Yeah.
camp, fucking doing some jobs.
Oh,
on
he was doing a
customers'
break.
cottages
he was,
up there.
Yeah, he was doing your breakback mountain shit up there at the camp, huh?
Yeah, I was. Isn't it Brokeback Mountain, not Breakback Mountain?
I mean, you're so fucking fat, you're gonna fucking break the back.
Yeah, of the mountain. Oh, Nova's here.
Oh, fuck's sakes.
He put the explanation FG, which says fuck snowflake.
Yeah, that's not very nice. Elsie,
No.
how are you, dear? Sorry to hear about your little one. That's very sad.
Gary is just jealous he wasn't invited.
Nobody fucking ever
true,
invites me. Nobody ever invites me. Invited to what?
The Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah. I'm glad I missed that one. So is
How come
Nova still?
Nightbot's not working? What the hell's going on here?
Because you fuck shit up like all the time, kid. Nothing changes with you.
I haven't been on the computer in a while.
So is Nova still in love or?
Looking through love and all the wrong places. Log in. YouTube. Yes. Go. Right. Well, now the hunk of crap should work. Try again. Over.
Yeah, so we were discussing vaginas last night on 90s live stream. It didn't really go over that well. You think people would be more interested in vaginas, but I don't know.
You would think.
Maybe it was the way I was phrasing it. They don't open unless there's a diamond ring involved or a bottle of vodka. I don't know, but try to teach people, right, Tank?
You can
Like
try till you're blue.
Remember the videos I did? You know, all women are nuts. Pussy makes you stupid. You know, try to help these young people.
Yeah. What in the hell?
And my neighbor, right? I'm gonna do the front brakes on his girlfriend's car tomorrow, but I'm gonna show him how to do it. You know, so that way, if he ever has to do it again, he'll know how to do it. You know. Well, they got into one hell of a fucking fight, dude. So tomorrow, while I'm showing him how to do it, I'm gonna say, look, you're a young guy, and I'm gonna tell you something right now that I hope you carry with your whole life. All women are nuts. All of them. There are no fucking exceptions to the rule. I can't wait to see what he's gonna say. Wow, they're still together, huh? You haven't fucked it up yet, Nova? Jesus Christ! I figured I gave you fucking what I give him 6 weeks. You gave him 4, right?
Give or take. Why is the Nightbot not working? What a hunk of crap. Hey, MC Joker.
What do you need a fucking Nightbot for?
Because fucking Nova was trying to say fuck Snowflake and it's not working.
Oh, why he can't just come up here and say "fuck you, Snowflake"?
He's probably on
Is
a
he?
leash.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I forgot. He's in a relationship now.
Yeah.
He's whipped, so he can't socialize.
He's got to ask old lady for permission, and then he's got to trade something for it. It's a bargaining ship, you know.
Yeah.
7 months and 5 days.
Wow.
Shit. What channel am I on? Tank Boy News. Okay. And this is logged in. What the fudgicle? Commands, custom.
Yeah, I don't know about you in Canada, man, but boy, we had a fucking so much rain here. I was about ready to build a fucking ark. Oh, it was fucking bad there for a while, dude. Every fucking day, every fucking weekend. Oh yeah, using a fucking story at work. I've heard that one before.
Well, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Nightbot. I don't want to fuck with it. Nightbot's on strike, I guess.
You can't fucking blame them. It's not like you fucking, what are you paying them with that shitty fucking Canadian money?
No, I pressed the OK to add Nightbot ads to my streams and videos. It's optional. I said okay.
Maybe he's on strike because of the COVID. Could be, right? Did you get your COVID
shot? Some at work can't come up.
Hey, did you get your COVID shot?
Ah, fuck that shit.
Yeah, fucking right. Exactly, buddy.
Too many people coming forward with bad side effects.
Oh yeah.
I got enough fucking issues. I don't need any more.
Yeah, we'll fucking tell.
Fuck.
Dude, my old drummer, he got the 2 shots, and this guy, dude, I don't care what song you pick, he knows it. He has to go outside at when they take a break after every set and re-listen to the music. He can't remember it now since he got the shots.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. There's a lot of people. Their hearts are swelling up, blood clots, fucking all kinds of fuck. Like some people, they already had the shots and then they fucking died after they got them. Yeah, Fuck that shit. You know, when they start saying we'll give you $100 to get the shot, or you know, we're gonna make it mandatory. You know, if you want to go into a bar or a restaurant, or they, you know, in my state they have $1 million lottery. You can win $1 million if you get the shot. Come on, dude. There's something behind that.
Definitely. All these
Yeah,
different
same here,
ad
Elsie. Same
promotional
here.
things.
Yeah. Your employer, well, you have to have the shot. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You can't. They can't make you get a shot because you work there. You can wear a mask and be tested. You know. They let these employers, like in the United States, I don't know how it is where you are in Canada or where Elsie is, but I mean the employer, you know, they can tell you, okay, well, if you know if you're too fat, you have to lose weight or whatever, which you know doesn't apply to you because you don't work
Hey,
for
Flathead.
anybody but yourself. Yeah,
Hey,
it's
fuck
fucking
you.
crazy. It's fucking crazy, man.
Wait, maybe Nightbot's not a mod anymore.
Oh, I'd fucking leave you too. I mean, you
What?
did so, dude. You talked a lot of shit about him. I wouldn't come back if I was him. Yeah, now they got this Delta variant, right? So, oh, you gotta get a booster shot now. Go fuck yourself. You know, it's like the flu. It's like the flu, man. Your employer, nobody tells you, oh, did you have a flu shot? And you can't come into our establishment. You know.
Moderators, here we go. No, it says Nightbot's a fucking mod. What in the hell's going on here? Alright, remove.
You're gonna do all that just so Nova can say "fuck you, Gary."
Well, Beat was trying to get his channel thinger too as well.
Oh fuck, Beat's still alive?
Yeah?
Wow, good for you, buddy. That Joker, he's not on strike. He just said "fuck Tank." You know, Tank said some fucking hurtful shit last time, and I don't blame him. I wouldn't come back either. Yeah, Flathead's right. You know, heart inflammation, and that's in young men. That's like guys in their 20s, dude. Fuck that shit. I always say what doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
I would agree. I gotta go back in. What a hunk of
Well,
crap.
it's nice to see your fucking streams haven't changed. They're as fucking boring as ever.
Yeah, I like to keep it classy, you know? What the hell just happened? There we go. Okay. Add. Save.
You know, talking to your computer doesn't help things, you know.
Yeah, I know. Well, I think Nightbot's on strike. I don't know.
Hey, Flathead, I fucking drink whiskey and smoke weed. That keeps most fucking, not just the COVID away, but most people.
Hey, Raccoon.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Oh, fuck's sakes. They'll let anybody in here.
Yeah, I'm doing all right, bro. You?
I'm pretty good, man. What that fucking drunk penguin doing up there?
I'm not drunk, so.
I stopped asking.
That damn, he's on the liver transplant list, man. You gotta cut him a break.
I live just fine.
I
The rest of me is falling apart.
I gotta bust your balls, man. This shit put me with ugly girls, man. What's the deal, man? You hate
I
me
don't
that
know.
bad?
Look, you pick them, dude. You know,
No, you draw them,
dude,
you
you get
create
drunk.
them.
You get drunk. You get a couple of fingers in them. Think you're gonna walk away, and fucking, oh no. They're like,
Damn.
oh, that last old lady went over fucking
Oh
big.
man, where'd you find that trailer queen? These are nightmare women
I,
you just designed for me.
I
I
let you.
mean, you know,
I love it
it's
when she said. I love it when she said, "I let you play with my sandbags and scratch around in my litter box."
they looked almost as big as Shandy sandbags.
You see her fucking the saggy legs under her nightie, man, all the wrinkles and shit.
I was telling a buddy of mine, I was showing it to him, man. Some guys I ride motorcycle with. They falling out laughing and shit. I said, next one will be so fucking old she'll have liver spots all over her. And look like the Wicked Witch of the West, man.
Oh, you know me so well.
Got to have a big wart on the nose and shit, you know.
But come on, it makes people laugh, and that's what's important, you know.
Hell yeah, it's hilarious.
So you've been rocking out on your new amp, or
Nah, I had to send it back, dude.
why?
I don't know if a cap or a resistor lost value, but
There we go.
it was playing good, and I heard a couple pops. I was like, "What is that?" And on the preamp side, it started arcing out a 12. What was it YAU or something like that? I can't remember the tube. It's similar to 12AX7, but I put another tube in it, just checked it out, see if I had a bad tube, and it blew it out. So I called them back. They said they were going to send it right back to Fender because it's a hand wired unit, and they're sending me a brand new one in the box.
Yeah.
And a full set of tubes too, man.
When I bought
nice.
on my half stack, I have a Randall head, right? It's it's a hybrid. It's got one tube and the rest is solid state.
Yeah.
And the first two I got, the the skin that they put around it, the coat, whatever it is, the cloth or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
the shit was bubbling off the fucking thing. That's how hot it was getting.
Yeah.
So I sent it back, and then I sent the second one back, and the third one was fine. They said there was some flawed thing or whatever with the tube that they were using, you know. But I'll tell you what, that fucking head, dude, that fucking thing sounds nice.
Oh yeah.
It sounds
But
real nice.
like I said, if you ever catch one in a music store or something, sit down and play with that little 5 watt, man. You will be impressed with this. Just
Well, I
pure.
seen some YouTube videos. I wasn't impressed. I don't know, maybe it was the mic they were using to record it, you know.
Yeah. You got to play one, and what is nice about it, you just plug a Strat in there, and no sound gizmos, no pedals, no nothing, just guitar plugged into the amp, and it has just a good fat tone to it. You got to play it, play one, and you'll see the sound. When you hear that sound, you'll be sold.
Yeah, 5 watts though. I mean, that doesn't seem like a lot of power.
You don't need a lot of power. Do you? For this thing is perfect. Like take it in your bedroom, put it on a dresser or something, and just playing.
Yeah.
And for recording, you don't have to compress it as much because the break in the tubes, you get that pretty break in them, and you're not using but 5 watts, so the sound don't distort as bad as, just say, like a 50 watt does, where you get it up to that sweet spot. It's pretty fucking loud. Well, everybody got their own preference, but hopefully I got a flute, and I don't know. We'll see. Second one.
When you're supposed to get the second one?
I guess they shipped it out today because I shipped the other one back. I called him up or emailed him Saturday.
That coming from China? Or?
Fuck no, these are made in California, brother.
I'm fucking with you, dude.
I don't buy Chinese, man. Yeah, I even, man, for my tubes, I'll go Russian before I buy a Chinese tube.
Yeah. So, what are you, snorting coke, or you got a fucking cold?
No, that was a drink, man. No, I ain't got no coke, brother. I hadn't seen coke in like 30 years, dude.
Yeah, okay, yeah, all right.
I can't afford that shit, brother. I have I have an expensive guitar.
Just
habit,
because you close your eyes
habit.
when you do it doesn't make any difference.
Right, yeah, right. Now, let me ask you something. Now, guys, don't. Now, you know how everything's going up with the inflation, food, and clothes, and shit.
Yeah.
I don't think drugs. I don't think the price of drugs should go up. I think they should say, if anything, they should go down because people are on hard times, so now they need the drugs, right?
Well, I'm thinking that Joe Biden's got an intimate knowledge of illegal drugs, with his son and stuff, that they should have like a cost of living for drug prices. Like for your Social Security, disability and stuff, you get your cola. Yeah. I think you should have a cola for drugs, and the Fed should reimburse us.
I mean, they're supposed to, from what I understand, they're supposed to reschedule pot like it's level 3 or something. But, when they do that, that means that now you can actually have a prescription, which is cheaper, which your Medicare will pay for, so you'll get free weed. I'm hoping. That's my dream. I'm hoping. Like all my drugs that I have to take, they're all free. I don't have to pay a co-pay and everything,
I don't either.
Right, you either, right. So I think it'd be great that, if they reschedule it like till like a level 3, that, then boom, the insurance companies have to fucking pay for it.
Well, they passed a law here. It went in effect in July, this beginning of this or last month. They decriminalized marijuana as long as it's 2 ounces or less. It's just a tickable offense, and they confiscate your weed.
Tickleable?
Tickable.
Tickable.
They can give you a ticket because you carry.
Ticket.
Yeah. So
instead of an arrestable offense, it's just a warning with a ticket.
Right. They did that. They did that in a few states around my state, and then my state just legalized it. Said, "Fuck it, just legalize it," And these other states, I don't know why they're fucking, doing it like that. Why? I understand why they want to give you tickets, man. They want to get money from you, But they should just fucking legalize it like Mass did, and Colorado and others,
Yeah.
Just legalize it for recreational use. What the fuck,
You played music before. You'd rather play in front of stone people or drums?
Both. I like playing in front of both of them.
Drunk people get too rowdy.
Yeah.
I went to a bar one time, and this guy I knew, and he was kind of an asshole when I was growing up, learning how to play guitar. My friend and myself, and he used to fucking try to put us down and shit.
Yeah.
So I walk into this bar. This is many years later. And he's got this giant brandy glass up on the stage, and it was Veterans Day, so all these Vietnam vets were in there. And this one big guy walks up to him. He says, "You play one more fucked up song, and I'm gonna shove you in that fucking glass, right?" So I'm at the bar having a beer, and he comes up to me and he says, "Hey, can you play a few songs, man?" So I start off with some Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Something happened, and dude, they started filling up that fucking brandy glass, right? And they
Yeah.
got knocked, and they were smoking weed. At the end of the fucking night, you know, he grabs his guitar and he grabs that fucking brandy glass, and he's trying to maneuver out of the bar. That Vietnam veteran grabbed his fucking, he grabbed him by the shoulder and says, "Where you going?" He goes, "I'm going home." He goes, "Now with that glass you ain't." He goes, "That money's going to him. He's the one that entertained us." So he's like, "Hey, dude, can you give me some of it at least?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I threw him $100. I think it was like $500 in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love playing for drunk people, high people, veterans, especially veterans. They really appreciate what you do. Because you bring those memories back to them, the good memories, not the bad ones.
Cool.
Yeah, there you go, Elsie. Get that acoustic bass, baby. Don't fucking Scott get 2 more fucking jobs. You deserve it. Come on. Yeah, I love my new Alvarez, man.
Cool.
6-string I just bought.
Yeah.
It's funny because I got the Alvarez 12-string, which is a blonde guitar. My new Alvarez is a blonde guitar, and my grand piano is a blonde fucking grand piano. I never really thought about it. My buddy comes over, we're fucking getting high, and he's like, "Dude, what's up with the blondes? You don't like fucking blondes." I said, I never noticed it. I was listening to the sound though.
Yeah.
And they're put together so well.
I want me my next guitar. I want a cream telly.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Telecaster.
Yeah, I want I'll probably buy that for Christmas. A telly.
Gonna buy yourself a present. But that means you're gonna have to lay off the coke for a while, dude.
That's true, man.
You gotta lay off the coke.
I got to stay out of the fucking trailer parks, man. That's where all my money goes. Messing with them hoes.
No fucking doubt, man. I seen the women you've been getting a couple of fingers in.
Mm-hmm.
They're coming back and they ain't taking no for an answer.
What was the other one had? Boner Shed?
Yeah, the boner garage.
Boner Garage.
And I have another one of her. I haven't worked on it or anything, but I'll get around to it. Because summertime, I don't really like this stuff in summertime.
I'm just waiting for the Broomhilda one, just the fucking gross farting flies flying around.
They did. Yeah, the thing is, like YouTube, they're so fucking picky about what you can put on there. Like, get this old hag with her legs open, flies buzzing around, and fucking litter box, You can't do that shit because then they're gonna fucking strike you, Even though it's adult only, you know what I mean? It's like, come on, it's adult only. I said it for adult only. Big D, what's up, buddy?
You gonna do one on me, man, with some old gal with a set of Depends on for the easy access, You ain't gotta bust open her button on her jeans or anything. You can just slide it on in.
The thing is, a lot of people don't realize is like when I'm looking for like the body that I want to put your head on or whatever what I want to do, you got to go through some fucking pretty hideous shit, man. They've been nice where I woke up in a cold fucking sweat, and it's like, what the fuck, So you pay the price for being funny, I can tell you that.
They wondered what the people I show you your little things on me about. They go, "What the fuck did you do to him? Get him after you?" I said, "I have no idea."
I became his friend. Well, maybe you don't want to be that guy's friend, right? One of my friend, he says, one of my favorites, that you do about raccoon is when Ed is looking down the hole. Raccoon man, you down there? He goes do that laugh every time I fucking watch.
Oh, I'll watch it again and again, man, and just die laughing. Because the camera angle's perfect. You're looking up out of a black hole and you can just catch part of her face and shit.
Yeah. Well, then I found the body, you know,
Yeah.
that I put on there so that, you know, it's more of a body and her head, so it looks more realistic.
Well,
But
next time you do Edna, to get her authentic for like Louisiana, put a set of white Cajun Reeboks and white rubber boots and shrimpers wear. Have you ever seen them?
What's that?
You know how fishermen wear those rubber boots?
Oh yeah, the waiters, yeah.
Okay. Down.
Waders.
No. Just the boots, rubber boots. They're slip-ons, and the guys down in the Gulf back in the day when they wore them white because like black and shit get hot as hell out there in that sun.
Yeah.
So they'd get white ones, and we called them Cajun Reeboks. You know, making fun of the Reebok tennis shoe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you'll see them old coon-ass women. They'll be walking around the yard feeding their chickens and shit, and they'll have those white Reeboks on.
You're really asking for it, aren't you, dude?
I'm giving you ideas, little clues to make
Don't
it
worry,
authentic.
everybody else. Yeah, that's the thing. You all give me ideas. But like I said, it's summertime here. You know, like not where you live, but we get snow here. Like, dang, you know. Then you're stuck in the fucking house. That's when I like to make videos. You know. Oh man,
Hey,
uncontrollable. What's up, buddy? Haven't seen him in ages either.
No, haven't seen him in a while.
Hey, Raccoon, Chip really fucking sent fucking Joey and fucking Gunther to the fucking moon last night, huh?
I didn't catch all of it, but I caught it on D.
Yeah. I caught it on D's also, and she was even fucking yelling in the background and shit. And I'm like, oh yeah, Chip's fucking lighting them both up. I'm like, I love that guy.
He had Melissa said even.
Yeah. She was fucking lit too. And he's like, I loved it when he says that Melissa would fucking beat Mama in a contest, and Chip says, "Yeah, eating fried chicken." Yeah, I was like, "Oh my god!"
And you hear Mama back there raising hell.
Oh man. But yeah, you could hear Gunther. Gunther was like fucking lit, man. You know, she was fucking pissed because very rarely I've ever heard that woman talk. But she
What
was
is it? Chip and fucking Joey. It's a death match. You know, somebody's got to die. It's like Grampy and Von Helton.
Yeah.
Neither one's going to walk away. Somebody's got to die in this situation.
Yeah.
It's pure hatred to the end.
I loved it when Chip said, "Yeah, come on over, bring Melissa away. Yeah, she can go in the house and talk to Mama, do girl talk, and you and I will sit out here and grill and drink real whiskey, you know." Like, you know.
Yeah.
And then Madman was saying something, and Chip's like, "Adults are talking right now, dude. Okay, adults are talking." You know,
Right. This is the adult table. Go back to the children's
man,
table.
it was fucking funny, dude. Yeah,
And
I
love
Big D because Big D he plays that shit in the morning. You know, you're having a coffee.
Yeah.
You get to watch it. You know?
What's up, Tank? Gary.
What's up, buddy?
Raccoon, what's going on,
Hey,
fellas? How's my snowflake been?
Those were the days, huh, buddy?
Those were the days. Sure was.
Yep.
Lots of fun, man.
Yeah, a few people told me, you know, you should post your videos again, Gary. I go, I have 810 videos. You know, I'd be fucking 70 by the time they all got fucking up.
Yeah, that's true.
And now YouTube, they're even more strict because I used to do Joey's mom, and I did like maybe fucking 8 of those. And I did one, and they gave me a community strike.
Wow.
For bullying. I go, and I sent the message to him. I said, "What? Anybody named Joe can fucking hit me with that? You know, It's not a Joe in particular. It's just Joey's mom." And it's like, They don't know who the fuck I'm talking about. Joey knows who I'm talking about, but YouTube doesn't.
Well, what did they say?
They said they took the video down and gave me a community strike for bullying.
Well, have you guys tried out the TrueTube yet? Have you made your accounts over there?
TrueTube? No, I never even heard of it.
Yeah, that's the one
Friends and
that
Code.
Friends and Code built.
Is it like YouTube?
Something like
It's
it, but different.
yeah. It's I mean it's not a YouTube, but it is a place to post your videos and have them seen and not be struck like YouTube does.
Oh, they don't strike you and shit?
No, I mean if it's something
you really have to be a fucking dick in order for them to strike you, right?
yeah, I mean you have to really like threaten somebody's life or
Post the illegal shit.
right, Tank, that's it. It's just TRUTUBE.com.
Oh, I'll have
Put
to
it
check
in
it out, man.
private chat for Uncontrollable, if you don't mind,
Okay.
please.
Okay, sure will.
Yeah, because fucking YouTube's they're pathetic now, man. You can't even fucking 18 or over. Okay, so you select 18 or over and you're still getting a fucking strike.
Yeah, it's just
Well,
ridiculous anymore.
how am I bullying an adult? Okay, I mean, how can you bully an adult fucking human being? You know, I just can't see it. From where I grew up, you're a fucking man now. Man up, you know.
Yeah, it's really gotten ridiculous. I don't know what their intentions are, whether it's
Censorship.
just I mean just allow them only what they want to allow. It's just gotten ridiculous. I mean, it's so sensitive now. I even had to change everything about my channel. It's in private chat there for you, Gary, the link.
Oh, thanks, man.
And
yeah, for you to change your shit, what do you do that's so offensive, you know?
I know, right? Well, my worry was that people, how they do, Tank and Raccoon both know that they'll run from panel to panel and they'll bring the drama from one panel to another. If a panel shuts down and they're still fighting and feuding, they'll jump over to the next panel that's live and just
Or if there's a
continue
good
on.
conversation going on and people are getting along and having a good time, they got to come over and fuck with it.
Absolutely, Tank. That's what they'll do. They'll derail your stream, right? Because they have nowhere else to go. So what I did, and I got kind of a lot of heat for it, is I built a channel. It's the Keyboard Badass channel. And I basically told them that if you come to my chat or my StreamYard and start trouble, start attacking, I will put you a link to the Keyboard Badass channel, which will be unlisted, and you and whomever or your team, however many you got, how many the other ones got, you all can go over there and fight. But it's not going to happen anymore on my channel.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good idea.
And then they gave me shit and said I was starting up a drama channel. I said, no, you're misunderstanding. Listen to me very carefully. This is specifically for when you bring your bullshit onto my channel and you start fighting and disrupting, a good time. I'm going to set you over there, give you that option to go over there and fight, right? Now, if you don't want to go over there and fight, I'm going to suggest you leave, take your bullshit elsewhere. If you don't leave, then I'm going to ban you. I get it. You're going to come back with your stock accounts, but I'm done with the bullshit. I'll ban your stock accounts until cows come home, and I know you'll create a million of them, but at the end of the day, it's got to stop, folks.
Just dividing people is all it's doing.
Well, I mean,
we're all divided enough.
Absolutely, Tank. You've seen it. It goes just crazy, and they do it just to be disruptive, and you can't have a good time and just enjoy hanging out and have a little conversation. And I don't mind. You guys know I don't mind a little banter. But when you take it in the gutter and it turns into a cesspool of foul language, how come we can't debate without the C words and the N words and,
Yeah.
just the foul
Um,
mouth.
Raccoon Man, I hope you listen to this, okay? If you're on uncontrollables, you drunken little fucking furball, okay? Don't start no fucking shit with me.
I was just thinking about all these people that get drunk and live stream and embarrass themselves, and the next day they're hungover and they're thinking about all the crazy shit
I've been
they
there.
said.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have been there once or twice.
And
Yeah,
they do the regret stream the next day.
yeah.
That's too funny. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just got to the point where I intended on just meeting some cool people and learning some things and hearing about people and their day and um, how they're doing, and maybe they had something interesting that happened that would make for some good conversation. Um, but my God, was I totally wrong about what I was about to step into. And I had stepped away from this quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm only here for the laugh. So if people want to fucking fight with each other, I'm like, you know what? No fight. It gets boring though.
It does.
It does. It gets boring. It's like the same shit all the time. Like, I mean, I love to watch Joey and Chip go at it, but there's a time when I say, enough of that.
Yeah.
It's like
It's a repeat.
Yeah, it's a repeat. Yeah.
it's like headbanging music. About 5 minutes of it, and I've got a fucking migraine.
It's like listening to fucking raccoon talk for more than 5 minutes. It gives me a fucking migraine.
Man, talk about picking on him.
Man, the hatred that guy's got.
I know. What'd you do to him, Raccoon?
I've never met him. I've never offended him.
I think he slept with his neighbor.
No, I tried to raise money for his liver transplant fund, me and Grampy Lobster, and he's hated me ever since,
His liver transplant. What, did Emo get his liver?
No, them penguins, they're hard alcoholics. They drink that fucking vodka and shit.
Fucking cold up north, man. It's fucking cold. You stand in the snow for 6 months with an egg on your fucking foot waiting for that bitch to come back from the fucking sea. Fuck you. I got a right to be fucking better.
You know what? I had more fun yesterday, for example. I sat and I watched this guy. He does live streams about reverse scamming, where these people that scam people out of money.
Oh, yeah. I've seen some of those. They're funny.
And he does live streams. And he has 1 million subscribers.
Shit.
He's doing something productive. I mean, he's helping people. It's enjoyable. It's funny to watch.
Oh, there you go.
He turns out on their cameras and he sees them, and then he deletes their computer, locks it up, and they can't have access to it.
And you watch. Somebody's going to say, oh, that's not funny. And they're going to fucking try to get his channel taken down. There's always these people who are just, they're not happy with themselves. So, everybody else has to be fucking miserable.
Yeah. But, something like that is enjoyable. It seems like he's doing something it's funny. He's helping people as he goes along. And, why just watch this cesspool of foul mouth infighting amongst the same people every day, when you can go and watch so much more,
It's
on
usually
YouTube.
the same drama too.
It is, Tank. It is. Same crap, different day.
It the day before, the week before, the month before, 5 minutes before. They just keep going.
They wear it out.
A lot of people used to tell me, Gary, I get a cigarette and a coffee in the morning, see what kind of video you put out,
Mm-hmm.
And during the COVID, people were like, thank you, Gary. You made our family and friends laugh. We're all stuck in the fucking house, but at least we're laughing our balls off, And I was like, well, those are nice compliments,
Yeah.
I made the videos to make myself laugh first. And then I found out other people liked them. I was like, well, okay.
And a lot of people don't even understand how much time that you put into and how much thought goes into making videos
Yeah.
like that.
Well, I'm very impressionable, so it doesn't take long for me to fuck. Like with Raccoon Man, I met him. I think I knew him maybe a week, and I did a video about him, you know.
You got him, huh?
Some people they click. Like I've had people beg me, Gary, do a video of me, do one of me.
I'll be right back.
But
I'm
it
just
doesn't.
having a drink.
It doesn't work that way, though. You know, you have to have something about you that clicks. You know, in my mind.
Right.
So that's what I'm going to do. And you know,
He
Raccoon
already,
Man,
he already, when we first started talking and shit, he already was planning this shit of what he was doing, how he was going to destruct my image.
oh yeah,
And,
absolutely.
Yeah,
it was already in the works, and I mean, after about 2 or 3 weeks watching the shit, I said, "Man, you got to make me famous." And he had an evil grin, a laugh. He said, "Oh, you have no idea, bro. I got you."
you make me famous.
Oh yeah, Eddie Hicks. I don't know if you remember Eddie Hicks, Controllable. You remember her? She used to yell at Golden Eyes all the time for stealing her man.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
She
Oh
remember
yeah.
she was in a wrestling outfit and she was at Walmart and shit. And I said, "Oh, that's perfect for fucking Raccoon Man." You know, Edna was the
Hey,
first
Guido.
one. She was the first one. He got a couple of fingers in, thought he was going to walk away. And I try to find. I do. I got one, the Bona Garage chick. What's that? Luann.
Luann.
Right. And then we got fucking Agnes, the old
That was
broad.
Agnes, the last one.
Yeah, that was Agnes, I believe. Yeah.
When you said Agnes, yeah, because when you said it, the first thing I thought about was the mama in Bewitched. Her name was Agnes Moorehead, and I was like, yeah, I
That's
wonder if
funny.
Gary's using her.
Yeah, I put that link in the private chat in case you guys aren't aware of this guy that does those videos. I think for entertainment purposes, to sit back and watch him, give these people who are hacking into people's accounts and stealing money and taking advantage of people. It's quite funny when he turns the tables on them.
Like when I first started doing them, I mean, I was doing chip and stuff, but a lot of people didn't know. But I was like, when you're on YouTube, you scroll down on the right, and they'll tell you there's different people alive, and I'd go in there, and I'd listen to a few people, then I'd do a fucking video about them and post it in their fucking shit. They'd be like, "Who the fuck's this guy? Why is he fucking coming at me?" Just to fuck with people, to see how it would go over, But it went over pretty well. I had these 5 black women, and they used to talk about girl stuff. And oh yeah, I fucking did one. They were not happy with me.
They weren't happy.
No sense of humor. I mean, it wasn't rude or racist or anything like that. It was this old black woman, and she's like, "I just disgusted at the way you girls would be acting right now. I'll be on the YouTube and look at that dress, look at that skirt, look at you showing your tits all over the place, right?"
I think Black Jesus is one of your better ones.
Oh, Black Jesus. God,
Black
that was
Jesus,
classic.
man, getting on to Joe Cool. Man, you gotta leave them white women alone, Joe.
Yeah,
leave them alone.
This is Gary the Penguin, his pirate outfit.
I don't want to be a penguin. I don't want to be a pirate. Yeah, that fucking thing you use, man. You got some fucking good ones. They're still making more too, right?
Oh yeah, every day.
Yeah.
You can make your own.
Oh no shit, huh?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it even has its own tutorial for how to do it. Just whatever.
That's good. That's good for ugly people because some of these people on here, man, he's like, fuck. I don't know if you ever seen what Raccoon really looks like, but that guy is fucking hideous.
Oh shit, the microphone's way over there. Hey, I could be.
That could be. What's going on, buddy?
Guido, what's up, Guido? But yeah, like you said, dude, that drama shit. We got another fucking penguin. Now, Uncontrollable. Have you seen the one I did about Breaking News with Salty Rant?
No, what happened with
Yeah, you
that?
got to see it. You got Phil the Penguin reporting in front of fucking Salty's house.
No way.
Yeah, and now I got another one set up. I got to work on it a little bit, where he's outside the cemetery where Salty used to work. You know.
Well, I'm a little, kind of upset that, you didn't let me know you had a new channel.
Oh, I thought you knew, man.
No.
No, nothing personal.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for sure that
I
you would
haven't
have at
seen you in a
least.
while either, so there's no way I could have told you anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't done, well, there for about almost 2.5 months. I did no streams whatsoever.
Yeah.
Um, and then I came back and I've done a couple, maybe three. Yeah, three, I think, since then.
Yeah.
But even coming back is still the same old, same old. So I was like, I don't know, man.
That's why I like to take, like, I met Raccoon,
Uh,
I meet other people, and I do videos of them. So it never gets boring because there's always something new, you know? So, like, they don't know what I'm going to do next, you know?
uh-huh.
Oh, I don't even know what I'm going to do next, but, I mean, but it's, it always seems to come out good, in a way. It always seems to come out funny, which is a good thing, I think.
Right.
And I've been looking up other shit, doing like tracking and stuff, and I'm saying, you know what, that could be fun, but I got to figure out how to make the face talk while it's tracking whatever it's tracking, somebody dancing or whatever,
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Well,
there are those apps. I mean, Teresa Richard did one. I don't know if you've seen it too, about Salty Rant and Tammy. Dude, I almost pissed my fucking pants. I was laughing so hard. They're on motorcycles. I don't know what
uh-huh.
program she used, but was that fucking funny, man?
Who did this one?
Teresa Richards.
She did one about Salty on a motorcycle.
Salty and Tammy Lili.
Oh my God.
I think there's somebody else in it too. I don't remember. I think there's one other person. I don't know who it is, but was it fucking funny, dude? It was so fucking funny.
Thanks, Tank. Well, yeah, I had got Gary's channel, but I don't know about you guys, but man, I don't get notifications much.
What, from Gary Snowflake?
What?
No, you said you're not getting notifications.
I'm not getting notifications from the Twisted Penguin when you post a video or.
Oh, on
You have
Twisted
to turn
Penguin?
on the notifications and go to all.
Yeah, I got his channel up because I was going to watch that one there.
There's
And
three options with the bell.
Yeah, I've got the bell and turned to all, but I don't know what it is, man. If I'm not on and actually keep refreshing my browser for some reason, and I'm using, Google browser, it just doesn't give me any notifications that any of you guys are on. I, by happen chance, hit the refresh and saw you on.
I think
Go into your studio thing and turn on all your notifications.
I think I could do it.
I think it's fucking Google and YouTube just making it fucking hard for everybody to do anything like they used to,
Yeah.
All the censorship now, man. It's like, come on, throw a fucking pair of tits or a set of balls, for fuck's sakes. You have adults on here, But they act like fucking children. It's like, oh, you hurt my feelings, so I'm gonna fucking strike you. It's like, fucking grow up, man. You act like a fucking retard, and you expect nobody to fucking say anything about it. I'm not saying you have to bash the guy to death and get him off of YouTube, But I'm saying,
the last stream I did, Gary, I was telling everybody that I think they'd even the title was The End, and I told everybody I wished them all well, and just as I was like thanking everybody for coming and hanging with me for all the times that I had done the streams, and somebody typed in my chat, "We're watching you." I'm like, okay. So I had to kind of prolong the stream to let them know that, I'm glad that you feel like you need to watch me, but I mean, I think I'm fine. I don't need somebody watching me unless it's for nefarious reasons that you think you can get something on me. And I've been,
Nefarious. I always love that word, man.
I mean, okay. I mean, I'm
Did they
retired.
mean
I've
it in a
been.
negative way or a positive way?
It seemed that way, right? It
Yeah.
seemed like they figured that they could dig up something on me, and you
Yeah.
know, I mean,
But
for
you took it
God's
the wrong
sake,
way. They were actually glad that you were there.
I don't know, man, but I
I
had to
don't know.
address it. Yeah, I don't know. I had to address it before I shut it down. I'm like, look, I've been very open with everybody on here. Um, I'm 61 years old, for God's sakes. What are you going to do to me?
Right,
You
exactly,
know,
right. What are you gonna do that Father Time hasn't already fucking stolen from me, right?
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, I'm at
Yeah.
the end. I'm at the end game anyway.
Right,
You
yeah.
know, so I guess if you're going to hunt me down and come to my house and
Yeah,
try to,
I don't like that shit, man. I don't like that fucking doxing bullshit. I don't
uh-huh,
fucking. If you dox people, don't even talk to me. I want nothing to do with you. If they
yeah,
doxed you first, fine. Okay, I find that acceptable. But if you're out there and that's your purpose to dox people, do shit like that, fuck up their lives. No, no, no.
well, I
Yeah,
think,
that's coming. That's coming sweet from you, Penguin. Man, you doxed my location, my fucking
No, I
Cypress
doxed your
Creek
fucking
hole. You know.
relationships with all these women you got a couple of fingers in.
Yeah, but
Finger
you
them and
don't need
leave
to
them.
give
That's
my
your fucking
hideout
motto,
to
dude.
them. You
Finger
don't
them
need.
and leave them. That's your motto. I know what
Hey,
you're up to.
don't give my hideout though. I mean that.
So somewhere there's a piece of trailer trash, an unsuspecting piece of trailer trash that has no idea about you and your reputation.
ah,
How true you are.
did you see my new man cave I built, Gary?
No.
What? Yeah, while I
Built
was off,
yourself a man. Hey, how's your wife doing? Okay.
she's doing wonderful. Thank you,
Oh, awesome.
man. She
Awesome.
is.
Awesome.
She's getting a lot better, and
That's
I'm
good.
so proud of her.
But yeah, let's get
She
back to that man cave.
Oh yeah, man. It's a spare room that my mother-in-law. We took care of her for she's 15 years,
Yeah.
and her room. It was kind of tough after she passed away. That
Yeah.
to kind of uh, take her things right and pack
Yeah.
them up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we left the room basically, as was for quite a number of years. And finally, I was out there in the little nook area off of the kitchen, and as you guys seen in the background, and I got to the point where it was the TV going and everything, the noise. And when I was doing these streams, I thought, that's kind of a pain in the butt for everybody to have to listen to all that background noise.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I told the wife, I said, look, maybe it's time that we kind of box things up, and I can actually, turn this into my little world.
Right. Right.
Um, and so, yeah, we did just that.
So
And
how many years did it take to convince her that your happiness is on the line here?
no, she was all for it. She knows that I've sacrificed,
Yeah.
my own personal space for a lot of years. And yeah, she was fine. She was fine. She got right in there, man. I mean, me and her put the floors down, and she did
Oh,
the
cool.
painting, and um, she
Now,
did
does
she
she
did a
help
lot of it.
you? Did she help you put all the pinups up and
Yeah, right. Too
Oh, I don't
funny.
know. This one's a little risque. Just to have company over. You know how Bob is.
Well, I just decided that, I wanted something where I could have a little space to myself and get away and crank up some music and,
Oh yeah, man.
uh, you know,
I
shit. I
get it.
put I put a 2000 watt system in here. It's a 12 by 12 room with a 12-inch subwoofer, and I can literally make the walls move.
A lot of 12 going on there.
Yeah. Yeah, 7.2 surround sound with the 12-inch subwoofer and a 12 by 12 room. That's a lot.
A little bit.
I even
Yeah.
I even built my desk to pay homage to all you uncontrollables.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yep,
It's
sure
just a
did.
series of words that say fuck a
So,
wall.
so really what you're doing is you're fucking begging. You want a Gary Snowflake clock to hang on the wall in that fucking man cave, don't you?
I know, right?
You should send them the new design.
Yeah, exactly right.
Oh,
Chip Bolin's the only one on the fucking YouTube that's got a fucking Gary Snowflake clock.
Chip's got one.
Yep. Yeah, he's the only one that has one. He has the actual first Gary Snowflake clock.
Wow.
And I told people, I go, look, I did 100 and something videos of Fallen. Okay, so if anybody deserved the fucking clock, it was him. I mean, Schemo, he got the fucking picture, and what did he do? He destroyed it, tore it up into pieces, smashed it against the wall. Very unappreciative.
Couldn't rip the fucking paper thing, so he cut it.
There you go, Gary. There's the back section of the man cave.
Got to get a bigger TV in there. Watch some football.
Yeah, well, that one's behind me. That one actually can be used as a screen as well. Like here, I'll show you. Like I turn that on.
Wait, you have hair?
Yeah.
I always thought you were bald.
Well, come on, man. That's pretty bald. Yeah, I got a lot of.
That's fucking rude, Tech. What the fuck? You don't fucking look. You know? But you know the thing about fucking Schemo, right? When he smashed that fucking Gary Snowflake picture in the frame, right? It's like that costs fucking money. I can't rob old ladies like he fucking does, you know. This is fucking money that you have hanging around, you know,
And
for
then
a
he
rainy
throws in
day.
the gift certificate things.
Yeah, gift certificate.
What a fuck.
I like the rifle in the background.
Yeah, so there the screen's extended. So like I can take and see, I can move us.
Hey, Tank, take our names off of there so I can get a picture of Uncontrollable in his new man cave.
I can move us over on that screen.
No, you still got his name there, Tank.
Yeah, I know. Just give me a second.
Get all your shit off of there. We don't need to fucking see that
Listen,
shit.
why don't you shut up?
No.
Where the fuck is the... Well, I haven't been in here in a while. All the way down. There.
There we go.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
I wouldn't want to be on a fucking submarine with destroyers above me with this fucking kid on board. I tell you right now. I
Hold
think
on,
it's this switch. I don't know.
Gotta get rid of the doohickey.
That's a shiny button. We'll push that.
There. Shut up.
Got it.
Got it?
There you go.
But
yeah, that's I'm gonna try. Let me see, Gary.
And the thing is, everybody says, "Oh, I don't want Gary getting my picture. He's going to do something mean." That's not fucking necessarily true.
No. And even if you do, it's usually funny. It's
Yeah,
not
going to be
mean.
mean.
It's
It's going to be funny, right? Yeah.
Right. Something funny. Let's see here. I'll pull up that video for you, Gary. Oh no. Wait a minute. Whoops. That's not it. There it is right there.
You he still had to have his live, he's got his fucking counter going,
Mm.
That's something I can't take off.
What?
I've never seen anyone else with one of those.
The live counter thing at the top.
Yeah.
Everyone has that.
Uncontrollable's got one.
What are you
What,
talking
the countdown?
Snowflake death clock. That was fucking hilarious.
Fuck. I thought you were
Oh,
talking
that
about
pissed him off, didn't it?
Oh my god! And fuck your fucking clock. I was like, oh man. But see how they get mad. I mean, these are grown people. You see how they act like children, though. It's like, oh, you hurt my feelings. You said something. You said something about me. Come on, grow the fuck up, man. People have been talking about you behind your back your whole life. You finally get somebody that says it to your face.
Right.
Yeah,
he was
they get
not
so
happy.
mad, and it's like, what are you getting mad for, man? Well, because they said something about me. People fucking say shit about
He was pissed about that. I said the death clock still runs. It will run until the 14 years evaporates.
I'm hoping I make it, man.
Man.
He was supposed to kill himself before July 11th of this year. He said that July 11th of last year, by this date next year, I will not be here. I will have killed myself. And he's been missing. He's been missing though. So did he really kill himself, or is he playing us again? I think he's either in prison or in a nut house. Because people say he's back working at the carnival with his husband. But we would have seen something by now. Yeah, we would have seen something somewhere, some platform, And I've seen nothing. Where's Schemo these days? I just can't find that little toad. I searched YouTube over and I couldn't find Schemo. He joined a carnival and he was gone.
That's
I was
funny.
hoping he was going to come back soon so I was going to talk with him, put a new 6 strings up.
He was gone.
He was gone.
That's funny shit right there.
Again, see, that's funny, but Schemo would think that was mean because it's about him.
Right.
And it kind of puts him in the negative light. No, not really. He's missing. I can put him on a milk carton. That's not funny. Oh, it is funny, but have you seen me? Michael's looking for me. He's worried, sick. I'm lost again.
Hey, Gary, I'll put this in private chat. This is the new man cave. And I'm not quite done yet. I'm building a second PC. And I'm close to being done with that. And then all of my wiring will be tucked up under the desk area. And in that picture, I didn't have my closet doors up yet. There was a few things I hadn't done. That was kind of preliminary of just about done.
Looks like a fucking strip joint.
Right?
Man cave with lights and all.
That's right. You got to have the ambiance, man.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
cool and some backlighting, and the sound system was cranking there, and the lights I could do all kinds of different things with the lighting, but it was actually set to.
They did a nice job, man. Definitely different. Definitely different, that's for sure.
Well, for a 61-year-old.
I like the table. Looks like women crossing their legs.
What's that? Oh, yeah, with the legs.
The legs of the table that you have your monitor on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like women crossing their legs.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you meet them in the supermarket and they're like, I think this guy's cute, and they cross their legs like that, something's up.
Right. Well, you see in the very beginning there where it had the desktop. That desktop was hand painted by my wife, and and then we custom did that, and then I had to cut glass custom cut for the tabletop to fit this area because
it
3 months.
Nice. I like the design that you cut it out and you get the lights all around it and shit. That's pretty cool, man. No, see, I couldn't use something like that because I smoke a lot of weed and I drink a little bit, so I'd be like, I feel like I'm on fucking Star Trek.
Oh, what do you mean with the lighting?
Yeah, that would fuck me up. Now,
Well, I could turn all that off. I don't have to have that.
Is that bunny that you fucking killed when you were a kid that's on the fucking shelf next to the speaker?
The bunny?
Yeah, there's a little bunny rabbit there. A stuffed
Uh,
animal. Yeah.
oh yeah, next to the speaker.
Yeah. That's not a stuffed animal. That's a fucking dead rabbit. What are you doing over there, man?
That's I used to have a bunny
Knock
rabbit.
off Norman Bates.
You see, this is what I'm saying. When people talk to me, they say things to me or they show me things. That's what makes a video, you know. Make that.
I
make that rabbit talk. Get me.
I had a bunny rabbit for a long time, and he roamed the house just as free and potty trained, and he was pretty cool, man. My wife found him outside, and
but you won't let Tank come over.
oh wait a minute,
It's not fair at all.
It's not fair at all.
Tank can come over anytime he wants. Just ask the animal here.
Hey, what do you got for clowns, dude?
What?
Like clown, the thing you're doing right now? Do you got any clown ones, like evil clowns and anything like that?
Evil? Oh man, do I have clowns?
Yeah. It's fucking Joey Wolf. He's got the little clown mask now. I wanted to do something, but
The insane clown posse look.
yeah, some fucking shit like that. Yeah, it's got like 3 different fucking clown fucking channels now.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Well, I got Bugs Bunny here. And let's see here. You want clown? Yeah, I got some creepy clowns, some cool clowns.
Yeah, you want
like this one?
A creepy one. You want a creepy?
How about that?
That looks like Rob. Teach all Rob. That fucking thing. Remember that?
Hey man.
Man.
Got some apple fritters.
Scary, creepy clown or something.
You want scary, creepy clowns? Oh God, let me see here. Creepy clowns. I mean, I have it's I don't know, Gary.
Like one looks like goth. You know what I mean?
That one?
No, with long hair, fucking really like a creepy clown. You know what I mean?
This was not creepy enough for you.
No, this one's not creepy enough for you.
Wow, jeez.
Now, when you pick the face that you want to do, right? Is it like a website and you can just select which one you want?
Like this one, Gary?
No, like an evil, creepy clown.
Evil, creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's the snap camera. Just go to
is there a website where you sift through what you want to use, and then you just download that one and put it in your whatever you're using?
There's a website, you download it, and then once you get the app on your computer, then you just you do a search. You can look at people that have built, certain ones like this one here. Right. They may have multiple designs that they have done, and you can scroll through theirs, browse what they have done. You can build your own. Not now, maybe later. It takes a lot of people, and he builds a mask for them from pictures of them on the StreamYards. Yeah. So.
But yeah, I was wondering if there was like a website where you guys go to select which ones you want to use.
Yeah, there is. Let's see. Yeah, like now I could pull up and look for creepy clown. Here's something that.
Yeah, something with long black hair,
Long black hair.
Yeah. Because that's the one that Joey uses. He uses something like that. So.
Well, I mean, you could always maybe add hair.
Oh Yeah, you probably could. I don't know.
You know, once you figure out the clown face that you want to use.
See, the thing about
Like-
clowns, you know, when they do a
like this.
clown, you know, they always make it so he's smiling and you're seeing his teeth, you know,
Mhm.
or the mouth is open. Like if it's a real creepy, scary clown, it's got the fangs and all that. But you know, that's not something I want to use. I want something where its mouth is closed so I can do what I want with it, you know.
Yeah, like maybe this.
Yeah, like if you close your mouth right now, right? Yeah, I could, that would be perfect. See, because you're keeping your mouth closed. That's why I said, what kind of creepy clowns do you have? You know? Yeah. See how when you open it up, you get the big teeth, right?
Mhm.
That is fucking cool, huh?
Yeah. Now I have one like real dark hair. Maybe you could infuse that one.
I know I'm gonna
Oh, here we
one.
go.
I know I'm gonna find one eventually.
Here you go. Like this one, Gary.
Yeah, but you don't have a mouth. Yeah, the hair is good, right? But you don't have a mouth, so it's it's like something that Darth Vader breathes through.
Right.
Well, like I say, you don't knock yourself out, man. I'm still gonna find something.
There's this one.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Creepy as hell.
Isn't that
Look
wild?
at the fucking crazy fucking bat shit crazy eyes, man. Look at them. Oh my God, you're gonna sleep over?
Slumber party.
Not here. Oh shit. There was one. And once you find the certain ones that you like or want to use, yeah, I even have one for Tonic the Fox.
There you go.
Um,
I see a picture like that. It's just
Uh-huh.
sitting there. So, see, I can make that talk, no problem. You know.
Let's see. Oh, here you go, Gary. Like a cotton ball.
With piss on it.
Let's see here. Gary's up to something. He's quiet. Careful,
Probably went
Tank.
to take a piss or grab a beer.
Oh, did he?
Probably.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that, you know.
Here you go, Gary.
People, oh my God, I'm having a bad hair day. Oh
shit.
God, is that funny?
That is creepy.
Yeah.
In it though?
Up, huh?
There's one for you, Gary. You want long hair? Take a picture of that.
That's fucking funny, dude. That's like Joe Cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get him with the Black Jesus one, but I wanted to get him and put just an enormous fucking afro on his head, you know?
Oh, yeah.
That's a Marilyn Monroe right there. That's what they call that here, dude.
I got one. What is it that? Let me see here. Is it Sasquatch? Got one for him.
Oh no! Hang on, hang on. I get my glasses so I can see this. Oh no! Oh, is that fucking funny? I'll have to get a picture of an orangutan. I'm gonna have to do him. Oh yeah.
Oh, Sasquatch.
Why'd you get me? Why did
I got you to.
Because fucking Uncontrollable fucking showed me a fucking Sasquatch on the orangutan, but
Why'd you get me? Oh yeah, blame it on me, huh?
well, I gotta blame it on somebody, right?
Oh yeah. Well, that's what we're here for, buddy. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine.
It's all in fun.
That's right.
A lot of people don't get it, but
Except for all the cockroaches out there.
yo, me, cockroach.
Hey,
I was on your
smoke a
green
roach.
screen, remember? Yeah, it's my
Yeah, buddy.
relatives racing around in the background.
I got a roach for you. Yeah, they got some good stuff, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now with that one, right?
Hmm.
Say I took that one, you could put that fucking music. Welcome to Joe's apartment. It's our apartment too. You know, speed up the voice a
Right.
little bit.
There's that one. The ring.
Yep. That's that fucking what's his name? Cyrex guy.
So, oh!
That's that
I do that
Cyrex
one
guy.
for Cyrex.
Yeah, I did one of those for Cyrex, and they were like, "Oh, it's uncanny that how much they look alike." Kate, you asshole report. Leave me alone, you fucking bitch. You know? But see, when you use something like that, you don't get a strike because they can't prove that it's about them.
Mhm.
You know, and that's what they want. That's what they look for. Like with Joe's mom, I did like fucking 8 or 9 fucking Joe's moms. Never got a fucking community strike. I did Joe's mom. They gave me a community strike. Bullying.
Really?
They don't even know who Joe is. So somebody named Joe could just say, "Hey, that's my mom." It's not your mom.
Right.
You know, how are you going to prove it's his mom? And I always say Joey the Gums. If she says, if she gets a labyrinth, I'll say Joey the Gums. I never say Joe Wolf,
Right.
because then he'll fucking try to strike you because he's a fucking copyright fucking queen,
Yeah, that's why I tried to address that, man, with this striking people's channels bullshit. You know what? If you don't like it, just
Don't watch it.
don't watch it, right? I mean, I didn't understand why they felt compelled to, take someone's channel down, you know?
Because you got the best of them and people were laughing, and they didn't like that. They're like, oh, everybody's laughing. They're all going to laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at you. Yeah, of course they are. But laugh at yourself. Why can't you laugh at yourself?
Yeah.
Is that fucking serious, man? Really?
If I don't like something somebody may have done, I just don't entertain it. Just leave it alone.
Yep. Fucking some people think I'm fucking drunk all the time. I'm not fucking drunk. If I drank as much as you people thought I did, I wish I had the money to fucking afford all that.
Yeah. So what if you did drink? It's your business. You do what you
No,
want.
but I mean because I have mini strokes, so it sounds like I'm drunk or so. So when
This
I'm
is
having
pretty.
everybody thinks I'm fucking loaded. So
This is pretty creepy.
Joe, cool. This is your cousin, baby. It's Leroy.
Leroy.
It's like Joe. He's got a good fucking set. When I did the Black Jesus,
Oh my God, that was funny.
he fucking loved them. He's like, oh, Yo, baby, I want you to stay away from them white chicks.
Yeah. Well, I knew that was probably going to turn out really bad. When I first started, streaming, I was pretty concerned and actually made some comments in some very early streams about when I would notice there was females around, you would see that certain people would focus on someone who either had a female icon or a female type name. And I was pretty uncomfortable with that because there was questions being asked that I felt was, really trying to dig for information as if they might be either looking for someone or they
They're trying to hook up on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Tank.
And
Tank. I don't like it when Tank does that to guys in here. You know, I'm like, Tank, come on, this ain't a fucking dating site. You know what the fuck, dude? It's your live stream.
well, I know how that shit's going to work out, right?
Yeah.
And I knew that it was probably going to get ugly, and I didn't want my channel associated with it as far as being a place to come and prey on either females on males or males on females. I just didn't think that this is the place to be doing it, and at least not on my channel. And I knew that sooner or later, long distance relationships, that I've seen people try to have them before, and it just turns ugly. And
Quick, fast, and in a hurry.
yes, jealousy, and well, he's not around or she's not around, therefore I can play, um, with somebody else. And the next thing you know, somebody goes and tells them that you were over here talking with this other one. It just, no, no. Prefer to not get involved in that kind of stuff whatsoever. This is cyber. That's all it is. But yeah, even to this day, it's still going on.
Yeah, but a lot of relationships, whether you're on a dating site online or fucking ass book or
yeah,
even here, a lot of it doesn't work out and it turns very, very nasty after it fucking ends.
yep,
Because then they come on here, oh, they're fucking pussy stink. He's got a small dick, and they're after each other, And they
right.
involve everyone else in it. It's like, yeah, go fuck it. You guys got into it. Get out of it yourself.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens. Is in everybody's personal information because somebody got hurt, somebody got pissed off.
Yep.
And
There you go.
Here comes all of the text messages out. It's like, oh my god,
Yep.
And then they go behind and they do the Discord thing, right, Gary?
Yep. There you go.
Yeah. They go talking shit about somebody on Discord, and then somebody's.
I never say anything behind anyone's back that I haven't already said to their face.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing I try not to do is to talk about anyone on my panels that weren't there, right? If you're there, I'm going to address and talk to you guys, right? I'm not talking about somebody else.
Yeah, some of it's very amusing to me,
Mm-hmm.
how they go after each other.
Oh yeah, it gets ugly.
Oh, it does, man. And like I said, if they were dating, going out, whatever, and like you said, the text messages between each other and all that fucking comes to the table now.
Oh,
It's it's a horrible fucking thing. But in Discord, I don't really listen to any of that. Most of the time, if somebody plays a video, I'll say, "Can I get the audio of that?" So I can get the audio. But I don't care about the fighting and all that because it's just fucking child shit to me.
oh yeah. Well, it's
You guys are thousands of miles away from each other, and you're gonna threaten to kill each other. It's like, fucking break, man.
Do you remember when I told you guys the day they invented a software that would allow one of you to reach through the screen and slap me in my mouth? I quit. I'm out of here.
I'm out of here.
I'm out of here.
Discord.
Uncontrollable has left the building.
What?
Yeah, I gotta get Joe Cool's face first, though, Tank. Oh yeah.
Only thing I do in Discord is I have my gaming.
Yeah, you play that game all the time, right?
Yeah, I play my game in Discord. Very few select people that I hang out with in there that, it's all about the gaming environment and, discussing how we're going to get through the game without getting killed or whatever. But it has nothing to do with this YouTube drama and all that bullshit. No, nothing to do with it.
Oh yeah, like Tatted Aviator, he plays it's a flight simulator game on Discord. He's always playing on there.
I seen him live today.
Yeah, I went up there. I saw him live. Him and JC were up there.
Yeah, he hadn't done any lives in a long time either.
No. Well, like him and I told somebody, we come from there's snow up here in the winter. Like with Tank, you know, we don't care about Tank if he freezes his fucking fat balls off. We don't give a shit. But the fucking snow's up here. You know, I'm going out in the summertime. I'm going to cookouts. I'm having a good time. I'm not gonna sit on the fucking computer all day.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, in the summertime here, it's gosh darn hot out.
Oh yeah.
We tend to hover around the air
You're
conditioner.
more like the winter guy down there. That's what
Right.
it's temperature. I lived down there for 8 months.
Yeah, that's our summer.
Yeah. Which is good because if you look at it realistically, your summer lasts longer than ours does,
Absolutely.
right?
Oh,
what do you-
yeah.
It's in the 70s there from what month you think? October?
Usually around October. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, so
down
you
there.
got October, November, December, January. You got 5 months of fucking summer. I hate you.
You got January, February, March, April. You know,
Oh yeah.
uh,
Yeah, it starts to, what is it, like around June or July? It starts to get really fucking hot.
around June it starts to get pretty hot. Then all the way up through September even. So we've got June, July, August, September. So like 5 months, it's a little miserable, but even at nights though, man, because we have that ocean breeze either from the
Yeah.
east or the west coast. So normally we get our afternoon showers. It cools it back down nighttime. It's nice. Just that heat of the day around
Yeah.
that 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's when you better get a gift for some AC.
Better find some fucking shade or air conditioning.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why I never minded working third shift here in Florida because it was always cooler at night. So
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, funny thing, I've been to Arizona 3 times. I got off the plane, it was 109 degrees. I wasn't even sweating. I was like, oh, this feels so good.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you, when that fucking sun went down, it got down to fucking 40 degrees.
That's
I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? It's a fucking desert. How can it fucking cool off that fast, you know?
Well, like right now, it's 81 degrees. And the humidity is like 76. So tomorrow, it'll be up to 94 and then the low of 71. But tonight's going to be a low of 76. So,
That's some high humidity, 76.
We sometimes get up into the 90s, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
But even the 70s, man, you're going to be sweating like a hog.
Yeah, so our hottest day is going to be tomorrow at 94 degrees.
Yeah.
With 77 degrees at night. So then we go back down to 92, 89. So the rest of this week's going to be low 90s, high 80s. It's not bad. And some of you guys out there is getting over 100-degree temperatures.
I'll tell you what, man. A few days ago, it was pretty rough out there, but I don't care. I mean, yeah, because like I know winter's coming, so I'm gonna fucking enjoy it. I just sit under the fucking tree, man. I'm good to go.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna be warm no matter where you are, but if you're under a shady tree, you're pretty much all right. You get a little breeze,
Yeah.
So it's not too bad. But a lot of people around here, they're fucking retards, Oh, it's so fucking cold in the winter. And then summer comes, it's like, oh my God, it's so fucking hot. It's like, I want to slap you. Get away from me. You're never fucking happy.
Never.
Nope.
Well, here's the thing is once fall, kind of all the leaves fall off and it gets just old gray and gloomy and it's depressing up there.
Well, I like autumn. Autumn's nice here in New England.
No.
I don't know about where other people live, but you get
but
the
without
gray skies, but
Yeah, without the snow though, and just gray trees and overcast skies, it's gloomy, right?
Well,
so you have
unless it's a sunny day. I mean, it can be sunny and not snowing, and
Right. But for the most part, I mean, where I grew up in West Virginia, man, once the leaves fell off, it just got gray and
Yeah, it looks like everything died.
yeah, and real gloomy, right? And then if you don't create something for yourself to do, you can get very depressed over it, right? So fortunately, when I was growing up, kids, man, we've always got something to do. We weren't paying attention to
Right,
the
exactly. Yeah,
naked trees.
we had something called play outside. These fucking
That's
kids
right.
today don't even know what the fuck that is.
No.
All on their cell phones and fucking precious Facebook and their Twitter and Instagram. It's like, yeah, whatever.
There you go, Gary.
But like I said, I know winter's coming, so I'm not looking
You're gonna,
I'm not looking forward to it, but I know it's fucking coming.
yeah,
Oh
and
yeah.
you're gonna enjoy the outdoors.
Thank you, man. Oh my god, you just sent me some Joe Cool pictures. That was
No
some tatted stream today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I just
recognize it.
went
I was
through
up there. He's gonna be
And
like,
then
oh,
I got
man,
you an afro there.
fucking
somewhere
Gary's
there.
got me now. He's gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna use the last one you sent. That one looks like I can use that one. It's a pretty good close up and everything. So.
I guess Joe's been getting a little heat lately, huh?
Oh man, I'll tell you, I call him the comeback kid. That kid keeps coming back for more.
I guess him and Swedish Sugar had a bout. And now there's money involved. Oh boy.
Oh man, his fucking old lady was going off on fucking Chip. And for her to fucking chime in the background, usually she's got a fucking chicken leg in her mouth. So she just mumbles, But oh man, she was venting.
What?
Oh yeah, she was fucking flipping out in the background. Fuck you, you fucking asshole.
Are you talking about Swedish Sugar?
No, I'm talking about Joey. Joe Wolf, Joey the Gums.
Oh,
Girlfriend.
oh,
Oh, you're talking about someone else, maybe.
oh no, I was talking about Joe Cool, man.
Oh no.
Yeah, catching some heat from him and that Swedish Sugar, I guess. Boy, that got ugly.
I didn't hear it, so.
Oh yeah, I guess she loaned him money and now she wants her money back and yikes. So some about $7,000 or $8,000. Oh my God.
Oh, that's
You
a
know how
lot.
that yeah, you know how that works out too. Time there's money involved.
Yeah, it doesn't work out for the best. That's for fucking sure.
No.
Oh, look at Schemo and Lady Di.
Yeah.
He took her for fucking. Still owes her $1,000. So it's like, how do you figure you're off the hook, Schemo?
Well,
You still owe the lady $1,000.
and for Lady Di to get pissed off about it. Here's the deal. I made streams about that shit. I told people once that money leaves your hands,
It's gone.
it's gone.
Fucking right. Don't depend on it to come back. And come to find out, it wasn't just Schemo. It was fucking Gen T took some money from the lady for cigarettes. You fucking gonna go on the internet and get money from an old lady for fucking cigarettes?
If you can't afford the habit,
Yeah,
you stop it, right?
Salty Rant. He was getting money from her. I guess there was some other people. He was
What?
like the cash cow of fucking YouTube from when I was here, and I was like, Jesus Christ, these people have no fucking morals.
What are you trying to do? You're trying to buy
My
friendships?
father would knock my fucking teeth out if I was trying to fucking take money from an old person.
Oh yeah. Well, there's people take offense to this, but there's a reason why I have money is because I worked for it and I
You cheat.
didn't
That's why.
and I didn't give it away, right? I mean, look, if you're gonna do something, that if you're working for me and I have no problem paying you to do something that I need or want done, and we come to an agreement. But I remember having to, take my ass, get up out of bed, not feeling well, go in and work a 16-hour day, right? And come home feeling even worse than I did, and then turn right around and come back and have to do another 16-hour day and hardly get a chance to even get to feeling better. And the only way I got to feel better is because I was forced to work 16-hour days and had to just fight through it, right? Well, if you're sitting around sitting on your ass and thinking that I'm just going to, click a button and send you money, you got another thing coming. Not happening. I'm sorry, but that's not how I roll.
Yeah.
Put some skin in the game, man.
There's Afro Joe, Gary.
Yeah, Fro Joe.
Yeah. Probably went to get a drink or take a piss.
Oh, you're fine, Tank. No problem.
No, he probably did.
Oh, he probably did.
Yeah.
He might have.
He'll get that when he gets back.
Yeah, you want to give money out on the internet. Well, like you said, chances are it ain't coming back.
I just sent you that, Gary.
If it does come back, congratulations, right? But if you're expected back and it don't come back, that's shame on you. I mean, you're clueless.
Yep.
I can't have a lot of respect for you.
I mean, like I said, she's an old lady, though. I mean, if it was a younger person, okay, you're an idiot, you deserve what you get. But when you're going targeting old ladies, come on, that's fucking low, man.
Well, yeah, it is. It is low.
Low,
But
I mean,
it's smart.
Anybody is low, but
Right.
to go after a fucking senior citizen, come on, you don't know if this lady's halfway through dementia or what the fuck.
But she talks like she knows everything, right?
Yeah, but a lot of people talk the talk, but they can't walk the walk,
Well, then maybe this is not the platform you need to be on, right?
Exactly, right. Well, I think she was a lonely old lady, and she found a way to try to make friends on here, somebody to talk to,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure her family, because most families, they leave the grandma to rot somewhere,
Right.
But, or whatever, the grandfather. But, I mean, not everybody is as caring as you and your wife or your mother-in-law. But, so maybe I think she came on here to try to find friends or whatever, and it didn't turn out very well,
Yeah.
She found schemo.
And that's the thing, man, is look, I came on here to meet new people and hang out with people because I left, a 35-year career of hanging out with, people all the time. I had people around me all the time. So it was quite the shock that now I don't have that anymore, right? So this was kind of an outlet for me to meet new people and kind of get back into the, the technological side of things that I had missed out on and start to learn and enjoy the technology. And, when I found out what went on out here, I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
Man,
exactly. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, like I came on here just to make funny videos,
Mm-hmm.
And boy, when I see what was going on, I'm like, people are ripping off old people, they're fucking ruthless, It's like, these auditors going to fucking jail, fucking Eric Branson, fucking prison now for 12 fucking years. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with these fucking people? Who raises
he's
them?
in prison for 12 years over that stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
what the hell?
sometimes it's okay, to say what you want to say, but then sometimes you learn to shut up and not say something,
Right.
And I liked Eric. I thought he was funny. I always loved doing his characters. Do it, Tank.
That's crazy, Eric.
That's crazy.
I went over like a fart in church, man. It was great, Even Eric liked him. He's like, Dan, Gary, thank you. He goes, that shit's so fucking funny,
It was funny as hell, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's sad. I'm not happy. I would never want to see anyone go to prison. I don't think we should have prisons.
No, I don't want to see
And I don't think
that.
we should have zoos either. You see the lions in the fucking in the cage pacing back and forth, the gorillas pacing back and forth. Put you in that fucking cage,
Yeah,
24/7. See how you're gonna fucking react. It affects them mentally.
yeah. Just
I don't
like
think
Eric being in a cage for 12
you
years.
can put me in a fucking
Yeah.
cage.
Well, I mean, I couldn't believe that judge gave him that amount of time for nothing.
I know. Yeah. I didn't think it would be that. I figured they'd give him 4 years.
I thought a
Probably
couple, maybe.
probably serve a year and a half and then be out.
I mean, I've seen people that, has done way more heinous shit than that, and people were actually injured in that process get less time than he got.
Yeah.
That's what's weird about that.
Because it was a judge. If it was anyone else, I don't think he would have got it that seriously. But
Well, no.
and that judge that sentenced him was retiring right after. That was his last fucking day.
Uh-huh. Oh, I liked how he said, he didn't, feel right making this kind of decisions, and, just the whole line of bullshit that he spewed out.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, he enjoyed it. He
he
enjoyed it.
did.
Yep.
Yep.
Enjoyed it. Oh, and unfortunately, there are judges like that. But
But he said over and over again, he didn't enjoy sending someone to prison, but I'm going to send him to prison.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, what?
I don't enjoy it. It's just going to hurt you more than it's going to hurt me.
Right. And it obviously will for next 12 years.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, Eric's gay, so he's fucking halfway there. The rapings will be nothing for him. So he's at least he likes that. So I mean,
Be a smorgasbord.
Yeah, he's like, okay, who's it gonna be today?
Tank.
He's out of his fucking cell. He's got his fucking t-shirt tied in a knot over his belly. Okay.
You hear the door as it cracks as it opens. Who's next? And then it slams shut.
Oh my!
You could do that video. Next.
When he gets out, hopefully I'm still alive when he gets out. I'm
Hey.
definitely gonna do a fucking video.
Hey, James, Gype.
What's up, James? Yeah, no doubt, man. That's some funny stuff right there. I hope that they find a way to, get him out of there within, a year or two. I just think that's.
Well, what I was thinking of doing, right,
Mhm.
is Ed Ramirez, he does a lot of good memes. We fucking print out a bunch of memes and, you fold it up, like you put it in a big envelope, or you can probably send the yellow envelope with just pictures of people he knew on fucking YouTube. You know what I mean? Like Nathan Johnson, and the Speedo's on a towel on the beach, missing bunches, just all of us fucking, you know what I mean? I mean, his roommates would probably be like, "What the fuck's this dude?" Yeah. But I think it would cheer him up though.
Oh, sure. Man, he was looking so forward to doing his little ranch thing there with his teepee.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
He bought
that land, right? So when he gets out, that land's still, well, if he's still alive. But
yeah.
I don't think he's going to do the whole 12 years. So I don't know how that works.
I don't know.
I heard if good behavior, they'll fucking let you out with good behavior.
Maybe cut the sentence in half. Every one day you get 2 days or something.
Oh, that would be nice. I don't think and I don't care what anybody says. A lot of people hate Eric, but and they're just being mean. Say he got what he deserved. It's like, yeah. Sorry for you to sit in your fucking living room and say that, but
yeah,
I can't judge somebody like that.
Gary, I was watching that live stream the day he did that, and I almost got sick to my stomach because I thinking, oh my God, this is not going to go well.
Yeah.
And I don't know if
I too, man. I was watching it too. And for over years, I'm like, are you fucking?
Yeah, I was like, oh my God.
Yell it out. Are you fucking kidding me? He didn't fucking hurt anybody, you know? It was a verbal comment.
Well, I mean, I was watching his live stream the day he threatened him, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I got a pit in my stomach, man, when he said it because I knew that they had such a hard on for him that
Oh, yeah.
they would do whatever it took to
Oh,
probably try to
absolutely.
hang him
Yep.
on those
They did.
comments.
Well, what they did is they made an example,
Uh-huh.
you know, for all the other auditors that want to try to play like that.
Yep. How
This is
dare
what's
you?
this is what's going to happen to you, you know?
Mhm.
So.
You
But,
probably
you know,
don't watch that one attorney. He's a constitutional attorney on YouTube. He's out of West Virginia, and he's doing a case right now where a guy got stopped by the police. He was walking down the street going coyote hunting with his AR-15 over his back, just walking to a friend's house. And boy, those cops rolled up on him because of a Karen. And West Virginia is, open carry state. And,
yeah.
there's a lot of hunting going on in West Virginia. Hell, a lot of people there have to hunt just, to have food on the table. And boy, that cop, my God, let me find you
Yeah,
that
you know what
video.
it is? See, cops don't like regular people having guns,
Mhm.
you know? And I'm not saying
No.
all cops feel like that, but a lot of cops don't like other people having guns. Well, we're
Mm-mm.
going to this guy's house. He's got a registered gun. It doesn't mean he's going to pull it out and shoot at you, you know? But
Well,
automatically, you know, they're like, okay, we're going to watch this guy.
in my life's more important than your life. And you hear that over and over,
Yeah, yeah.
even on these news outlets, that uh, they just want to go home to their families. Well, so don't the motherfucker that you just shot to death.
Yeah, they want to wake up to their families the next morning.
Nobody's
You know,
made
they
it.
like,
Look at that poor lady, right? She was an EMT, right? They fucking wrong place. They fucking shoot through the window and kill this poor fucking girl.
Yep.
You know, and it's like you're in the wrong place, number one, and you just murdered an innocent fucking person. But nobody gets brought up on murder. I don't understand that. If that was me or you, yeah, we
Oh,
get handcuffs. Oh, because they're cops. Well, we made a mistake. Well, what if I made a mistake? What if, somebody fucking just killed my grandmother and I thought he was in that room? You know? Oh yeah. Well, they're supposed to call the police so they can come in and shoot an innocent person. You know?
unbelievable.
I mean, what the fuck? You know?
Wait for killing us.
Well, a cop killed an innocent grandmother today. And on the other side of town, this guy killed a grandmother. Which one's going to jail? Not the cop.
Yeah, that's the sad part is, we need to all understand that there's laws for them and there's laws for us. And the
Oh,
laws
absolutely.
for us is much more brutal and will be brought full bear upon us. Whereas with them, they like to use, fancy words to get out of doing the right thing.
Like that guy that killed George, you know? When he gave him that, I says, yeah, he could have gave him more. But you know what? He gave him a lot. And it's like, yeah, that's what you fucking deserve, you know? 'Cause you
Hey,
killed
Tank,
Yeah, buddy.
I'm gonna put up this video for you to share. You got to see this. Chrome tab.
Depending on what it is.
It better not be fucking midget porn again on control.
No,
Good
no.
You're
fucking
getting
God.
really sticky with whatever you put.
It's It's a body cam from a police.
Is there any violence or?
No. No violence. Okay, here we go. Let me pull that up. Let's see. I think it's kind of grainy, but anyway, you just listen to what is said in this thing. How these cops talk to a human being
Okay.
doing nothing wrong.
He's okay. Okay.
He's an epileptic.
West Virginia and open carry state meeting. Okay. I suppose as long as the legal process is preparing to carry firearm. Someone called 991? 911.
911.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
911.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you have to excuse him. He's fucking illiterate.
It's not my fault. I'm retarded, okay?
Special in the head.
Mm.
Huh? Up to it, buddies.
Got some ID on you?
Huh?
Got some ID on you?
Have I broken any laws?
I'm asking you if you got any ID on you.
Have I broken any laws?
I'm asking you one time only, if you got any ID on you.
Yes.
Can I have it, please?
Can you tell me what crime I've committed?
Because I'm asking you for ID. I have the right, absolute right, to ask anybody who they are and if they have any ID.
Unless
You do not have to break a
Right.
law for me.
Nazi Germany.
You are. Right or wrong?
wrong.
You're not obligated
Unless
to
I
give
have
ID
committed a
unless
crime.
you've broken
No,
the
sir.
law.
Yes, sir.
No.
This guy, you guys haven't heard anything yet. This cop literally goes off on this kid, and he's done nothing wrong.
Sir,
Shit.
you want to do this or not?
Sir, I'm just trying to get up to my
We're
destination.
Not, listen to me. Where's your destination?
You don't.
If you'd like to read this,
Yeah, please. Where a state permits individuals to open carry firearms, the exercise of this right without more cannot justify an investigatory detention. Permitting such justification would
eviscerate.
eviscerate Fourth Amendment protections for lawfully armed individuals. Here we are, the gun owners. Shit, and it even says the law right there.
Yeah. He gives all of the laws and everything that pertains to why this kid has done nothing wrong within this video as well. But and this case just went to litigation on the Fourth Circuit Court, and he just got back with the results from the litigation that went to the Fourth Circuit Court over this case. And they basically, because if you see right there where it said more without more, they used this more to actually say that because there was a school within a mile of where he was. Now, remember, at this time when he was stopped, it was like 6 p.m. in the evening. There was no school even going on during that time.
So that wouldn't apply.
But they used it as the possibility that he was going to be a school shooter, right? And use that as a reason why they were going to allow his rights to be violated by this cop, and its justification for them stopping him and asking him for ID. But now they are, even though the Fourth Circuit ruled that they were going to allow that to happen and take place, that he's going to appeal that and push it forward and possibly take it all the way to the Supreme Court. But this is scary.
See, here's the thing: they can ask you for ID, but you're not legally obligated to give it unless you've broken the law.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Or about to break the law.
But here's the thing: the courts now are so sensitive about the AR-15s, blah blah blah, all that, and they want to take our guns anyway. So therefore, they're going to side.
Fear-mongering.
Yeah, they're going to side with whatever they can to make it look like anybody with an AR-15 is just a bad person and they deserve what they get. So this is the precursor to them getting serious about coming after weapons. And once they disarm you, they've taken your words away to fight them. Look what happened to Eric Brandt. Now they take your firearms away slowly but surely. You're basically subjected to their narrative. That's it. Shut up. Can't fight back. So you're screwed.
Yeah.
Need to know that.
Well, you need to give me some ID.
reluctantly, he
What's your name?
complies.
Donahoe.
And what's yours?
Polly.
Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. 21 is better.
You hear crickets. Scientifically proven that crickets only crick like they're doing in the evenings and night.
All right, that's great. People are calling saying that you're walking down the road with a gun.
Okay, is that against the law?
Everybody in the world is going to call. You know as well as I do.
I have been walking up and down this road for years, carrying a firearm. I have done nothing wrong. I am just simply walking up the road.
Okay, understand that. And understand it's everybody's right to see to carry a gun. I understand that. Okay.
Then why am I getting stopped?
Huh?
Then why am I getting stopped?
Again, I can stop and talk to anybody that I want to, right?
Unless I have committed a crime.
Am I patting you down?
No.
Okay.
But you are.
At this
Are
point,
you detaining me?
At this point, I'm talking to you.
Okay. Are you detaining me?
That's up to you.
What the fuck?
If it's up to me, I'm going to be on my way.
Okay. At this point, you can be on your way when I tell you can walk off.
So he's being detained.
I'm being detained.
Because at this point, I have the absolute right to see whether you're legal to carry that gun or not.
Am I expected of not being legal to carry a firearm?
Listen to me. Have you ever committed any crime that would keep you from carrying a firearm?
No.
Okay.
But do you have this?
Here you go. Where a state permits individuals to openly carry a firearm, the exercise of this right without more cannot justify an investigatory detention. Permitting such a justification would eviscerate Fourth Amendment protections for lawfully armed individuals in those states. Here, the gun owner's lawful display of his lawfully possessed firearm cannot be the justification for detention.
Suspicion that I have committed a crime that keeps me from having a firearm.
Everybody in the world. I have no idea. Everybody I come across.
21, negative access 21. Did you want me to check the history on?
Yes.
Now he's doing a background check on him.
Criminal history. Okay? Everybody in the world that I deal with.
Now he has asked the dispatch for Michael's criminal history, despite the fact that he was not suspected of committing any crime as per the deputy's late testimony.
That has a gun. I check and see whether they have committed a crime that would keep them to possess a gun. Okay? It'll only take a minute.
So
if you have not, you're kicked down the road. You can go do whatever you want.
If there is reasonable suspicion already, then an officer can perform an investigatory detention and a Terry search, where an ID can be examined.
Hold on a second, uncontrollable. I'm not sure what that noise is, Eastern moron, but it sounds like fake farting, and like we're doing some shit here and kind of screws with it. Sorry, go ahead, uncontrollable.
Oh, and check for guns, etc. But in an open carry state, the presence of the firearm itself cannot be the suspected crime.
Because it's a lawful activity.
As for taking that in any store, if you plan on going to any store, I would highly advise against it.
I have done it several times.
I'm telling
Walking
you,
is my only transportation.
That's fine.
I have walked into many stores with this firearm.
Why do you need to carry an AR-15 with you?
I don't answer questions.
Because we got crooked cops like you. That's why.
Mm-hmm. And Putnam County was the first state to declare itself a Second Amendment sanctuary. And this is in Putnam County, West Virginia. Look at this guy. Oh, it gets better, guys. Hold on. This cop's going to go nuts on this kid.
But you got a Colt?
I don't answer questions. Don't touch me or my property.
I'm just saying,
Here we go.
Don't touch me or my property.
You know what? I understand the whole sovereign citizen bullshit. Okay? And I have it up to here with this. I don't have to answer any fucking questions or whatnot. You make it.
Now, here, sovereign citizen refers to a member of a political movement of people who oppose taxation, question the legitimacy of government, and believe that they are not subject to the law. And that kind of fits these cops more so than it would this kid in this particular case, and in most cases.
More fucking difficult for anybody to do the damn job out here. I'm just wondering what you have. I'm not going to take it from you at this point.
It doesn't matter what I have. I'm not breaking any laws. I'm not committing any crime.
Listen to me. I like guns too. I'm just kind of curious what you like to carry. I'm making small talk. Okay? You can do this bullshit all you want. And I fucking can't stand cocksuckers.
Cocksuckers?
That do this kind of shit that make it more difficult. I don't have to answer questions. You know what? That's all I hear all goddamn day.
Goddamn day.
That's not my fault, sir.
It is your fault.
No, it's not.
Because you cocksuckers.
Cocksuckers.
No way.
Stop.
Wow, that's professional.
I ask you for ID. When a law enforcement officer asks you for ID, it's not, I don't have to provide it. It's, here it is, sir, because by law, you fucking got to give it when you are asked for it.
Wrong.
And there we go again. Again, U.S. versus Black. Reasonable suspicion is required to stop and ID someone open carrying. That's Fourth Circuit binding precedent. So,
and if you think you don't press the issue, we'll find out. I'll hook you, book you, jam you into jail. Then you can answer to a goddamn judge.
How about that, fellers?
How about that, fellers?
Goddamn cocksuckers. But I don't know, guys. What do you think?
I think the cop was in the wrong.
I think you should lose their fucking jobs.
Oh, they're still gainful.
I mean, just for calling him a cocksucker, that right there, fucking demotion at least.
They're still gainfully employed.
Stations and offices have policies, internal policies where that's not permitted.
Well, it's definitely professionalism should be called.
All the cops there are the same. That's why they're not getting any fucking disciplinary action.
Absolutely. They all, act the same. They all, got each other's backs. You talk about a sovereign citizen. Let me tell you. And, Gary and Tank both know that we've got some people in here that, think that the cops are always right. And I think that's government actors, to be honest with you. These people are either paid by the government, they have government jobs. So obviously they're going to side and they're going to try to cause strife within, the community. And some of these people aren't smart enough to get that. And they get all crazy and go at each other, where these people will
after the people that they need to go after.
Right. They start this like gasoline fire and then just keep pouring more gasoline on it once they start that fire, to get people squabbling amongst one another about the way they may have done the audit, about the way they may have talked to the officer, and then they start squabbling, and that's what the government does. They don't want this movement to really take off and be a cohesive, coherent group of people that actually put these guys on blast, because the cameras have now turned. They used to have all the information, videos of us doing bad things, right? And could utilize it against it, but against us.
Everybody's got a fucking cell phone now.
Right. So now it's being turned on them, and they're very unhappy about it because they, feel that their careers could be in jeopardy. So now you see them making laws.
If they don't break the law, then or violate people, then they should have nothing to worry about. Isn't that the same spew they give everybody else?
Well, absolutely. But remember, they were all above the law, and they were used to being treated a certain way and people cowering down to them. Right now, things are changing, and they don't like that kind of change, right? Because it doesn't serve their purpose. So,
They've been doing this for since the beginning of fucking the police force. They've been doing this shit to people. And like you said, now everybody's got a camera now, so you're on fucking camera now, copper.
exactly. And yeah, I mean, some guys may do things wrong, by possibly intimidating them or calling the cops on themselves to see what kind of reaction
I
they
don't think
get.
that people should go out with the intent to create a disconnect. You know what I mean?
I don't either.
Or
But if they
hostility.
do it, the police still should be professional.
Right.
And even though it's the person that's going to audit them did make the call, he should show up and say, "Hey, what's up, guys? I got a call. Everything all right? Nothing's going on other than videotaping? Get back in your car and move along."
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. Right, but they can't do it. They got to
No.
push their weight around. They that's the way they are.
Exactly.
Like a dick measuring contest.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly,
Thank you. Perfect
My
analogy,
dick's bigger
Tank.
because I got firepower, kind of thing, or I got a badge, so mine's bigger.
Yeah, well, that doesn't work with you. You're fat and you're a fucking Canadian, so we already know that's not going to happen with you.
Oh, my God, so many years.
You stereotyping him.
We do it to each other all the time. I love this kid, man.
I'm kidding.
It always makes me laugh,
I know.
I always have a good time when I come on Tank's live stream. I always have a good time.
But then, here you go, though, is, people that'll see this say, well, this is just one instance, they're not all like that.
But it adds up.
Yeah, they are.
they say this is just one instance, and then another instance, oh, this is just one instance, and then the same breath, another instance, oh, well, that's just one instance. Well, how many is just one? Is it all the same instance? Because they're different states, different places, different people, different videos, different cops. How is it just one instance?
Because there's too many S's to put the S at the end of it. They already fucked up with the word itself. They'll throw another fucking S in there,
But if there's so few of these bad ones, right? Because numbers rule. Numbers even rule in here in the gang mentality. If somebody don't like you, they all come in and gang up on you, right, Tank?
It's cancellation culture.
Right. So if there's only that one bad guy, right? It's only that one instance, and it's only the one guy, then it would be relatively easy, wouldn't you think, to just get rid of that one bad apple. But it doesn't happen. Right? So it just shows you that they don't care that it happens. Because they're not trying to change it. They're not trying to say, look, man, if I would have done what this cop did at my place of business, I would have been terminated on the spot.
Here's another thing is that when this shit like this take place, it does a handful of things. One, it discredits and puts the life of the good cop in danger.
Absolutely.
Because now it's all held accountable as in, let's hold every one of them. It must be all of them. You know what I mean? So then the good cops get lumped into that, and then next thing you know, they're getting fucked with.
Yeah. Well, and it's probably very few of those so-called good cops because usually a department of bad apples, usually there might be one in there, but if you have more bad ones than you have good ones, then they're going to quiet him down. He's going to know better. Look, I'm pretty smart when it comes to understanding how an environment of people work, right? In a certain situation. When you have more leaning one direction than you do another group, right? That group that has more will overpower the group that has less. And that's
majority, right?
Yeah, it's in every part of society, right? It's like when voting, when you vote the president and more votes gets, that president. That's who you're going to get. So when you have more people, whether they're bad or they're good, when you have more on the other side and the bad ones, then the bad ones are usually going to come out on the top because they'll run the good one out of there. I had it happen at work before. That's
exactly how it happens.
Yeah, I've had it happen at work.
You ever see the video where the good cop came forward and made a complaint against the bad cop, and they fired him and terminated him and said you can't work in another police station. But the cop that raped that little underage girl, he quit in time so that he could get hired at a different police station, and was in a different police station doing the same thing.
How about that, huh?
It didn't make any sense.
Well,
you punish the good and reward the evil. It doesn't. What, like, are we in? What the hell?
Oh, it's just
my experience is anytime you're confronted by a police officer, I don't care if he's a good cop or bad cop, it's never a good thing. That means you're getting a fucking traffic ticket. It means something's fucking not going to be fucking going your way.
I'm a firm believer in give what you get. So if you approach a situation, or if you're in a situation where you're being treated respectfully, you be respectful.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying no matter what, you could be respectful. You're still getting that fucking speeding ticket. You know, no good.
Right.
Anytime you're confronted by law enforcement, it's not going to end well for you.
Right, but yelling and screaming at him and calling him a fucking pig.
I know. Yeah, he's going to make you
die
worse.
Kind of thing. Yeah. That doesn't solve or anything. You're still getting the damn ticket. What the hell did you accomplish?
Exactly, right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, interactions with those guys is not going to end well usually.
I'm not saying you're going to get hurt or arrested, but I'm saying nothing good's going to happen. If you're there and they're there and they're there to see you, you're getting your ticket, or something's going to happen. Something went down. So, you know, it's never going to end well for you. It's always going to end well for them, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not saying they're going to beat you up or violate your rights or anything, but, you know, usually that's the case. You know?
Well, you know, it's sad. And I know we beat this horse to death a lot, you know, but there again, I think as a country as a whole, if it doesn't get reined in, we're in deep trouble.
We're already in deep trouble.
I think it's beyond repair at this point. I really, really do, because they have the legislation already in place, and I guess if you guys have seen, there's already certain states that are writing legislation about videotaping cops and putting their names out there on YouTube. That can be harassment. That can be, doxing their information, and can be fined up to $50,000. So they're already writing legislation, and I knew this was going to happen sooner or later. They were going to write legislation to
hide what the cops are doing.
Back us off and keep it hidden what they're doing.
Yep.
And you're starting to see it. Now, we have a bill here in Florida. I think it's a bill HB 11 that's coming up for a vote for the exact same thing, to keep from videotaping these guys.
I think that's bullshit. I think it's bullshit. Why? No mind doxing the cop or whatever. Fuck you. if you see a cop fucking shoot an innocent person, you got it on your phone, I don't care. That should be admitted into fucking evidence.
Absolutely.
Right. I don't give a fuck about his address or who his fucking family is, you know?
Now, I put for you guys, maybe later on, if you don't have much to do, I put the actual video. This is a civil rights attorney. This is the guy's really good, man. He does even live streams and everything to explain cases and help people out understanding the law. He's out of West Virginia. He's the one that's trying this case and just lost basically in the Fourth Circuit Court.
I'll be right back. I just got to make a drink.
Okay. Over an opinion.
People think I drink a lot. This fucking lush.
But
and that's the thing, man. The government tries to hide what they do. So, I mean, law enforcement is part of the government, whether people like to believe that or not. And they're doing illegal stuff too. So they don't want, look at all the lawsuits. Not everybody has a fucking camera, right? A phone on the, whatever. So now all the law enforcement, they're all getting caught doing all this shit now. And that's why they're putting that legislation in to fucking, we can't keep it. You
Well, that's why they get away with it.
Yeah,
Years before, they could get away with it because there was no video evidence
Right.
to
Yep.
corroborate the citizen's story,
Yep.
right? And they could manipulate any videos that they may have had. So, the thing about it is, these guys are getting scared.
Now, how about this though?
Uh-huh,
This is an interesting question, I think. What about the fucking the body cams they're wearing? It's okay for them to film me and dox me, but I can't do the same to you.
Absolutely. That's why I say the law doesn't
fucking
apply
Nazi,
equally.
It's Nazi fucking Germany, dude. Like they did to that kid. Give me your ID. Go fuck yourself. I don't have to give. What did I do? You didn't have to give it. It's fucking not Germany, man.
But under the threat of being put in a cage,
Yep.
right? I'll hook
Yep.
you,
Yep.
book you, and throw you in a cage.
Yep.
See, they have that power. We don't have that power. We don't have the power to say, okay, copper, since you're doing something wrong, I'm going to hook you, book you, and throw you in a cage.
Yeah, like citizen arrest. Doesn't that apply to police officers too?
No.
Like if I see him committing a crime, I should be able to perform a citizen arrest, right?
But you better not touch him. He'd have to basically comply to your citizen's arrest.
Right.
If you touched him to arrest him, you'd probably never see daylight again.
Right, exactly. I'm just gonna reach down and grab your handcuffs to handcuff you with.
Yeah. I want politely, would you please, comply and put your hands behind your back?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not gonna fucking happen.
Think about that.
He's gonna be like, go fuck yourself. Because like you said, they're above us,
Right. I mean, it's a shame, Gary, but I've been kind of evaluating this, how we preach that human rights, and we watch videos of our own police officers beating the living shit out of citizens.
But the good thing about it, you and I were roughly the same age, okay?
Right.
So we're old, so
yeah.
People like fucking Round Boy up in the left-hand corner there, he's gonna have to live through all this fucking shit that's coming. You and I, we'll be fucking resting in an old folks home, fucking pinching
More
asses.
like an egg shape, motherfucker. I'm round, egg shape.
But yeah, we're lucky, man, because we're old. So how many more years do you think we got? I'm hoping I got those 14, but I mean.
Yeah, Gary, I may have 5 left in me, that are worthwhile.
Right, yeah.
The rest I'll probably be going
wearing a fucking diaper and a bib.
Yeah.
Got an emo in the fucking corner. I told you what happened to you.
But that's reality, man.
Yep.
And here's another one for you guys. This is another one. I'm gonna let you guys enjoy. This kid here was totally compliant. This is another case that he's working on. He actually perjured himself during deposition on this.
Really?
And yeah, I mean, he lied, said he never touched this kid over a warrant.
I thought you said the kid lied.
No, the officers did.
Oh, of course they did. Yeah.
Yeah. Watch this one here. This is crazy, man.
The real problem with police in this country is, in my opinion, not any sort of systemic racism. It is a systemic lack of accountability. But let me give you a good story. Back on March 17th, you saw the live video I did with Kentucky attorney Chris Weiss. He showed us a video of an excessive force case that he's litigating federal courts in Kentucky that showed clearly force being used by a police officer and clearly excessive force being used. And then he showed us videos from the depositions of the 2 officers involved where they denied that any force was used. And we sort of joked around about it at the time. It's a great video. If you haven't watched it, check it out. And really like to do some more with them as well. But he just texted me here a few days ago, and I think it was on Friday, and says, "You know what? They just they just criminally charged that officer for perjury." And in my probably 15 years of litigating police cases, I can probably count on one hand the number of times I've seen anyone charged with perjury, especially police officers. I have seen it happen before, and this is apparently one of the few instances. But first, if you don't recall the footage, check out the video. This is actually surveillance footage from the Hornback home in Kentucky. And you see two police officers come in, and they're led by Mr. Hornback's father where their son is. I guess there's a warrant out for him. And then, really, within seconds, you see them begin to use force. They put him up against the wall and pretty much immediately take him down without any indication that he was fighting with them or attempted to strike them. And look, you see some punches, you see some hits. Clearly, force is being used. I mean, that's undisputed, right? And we can all agree that we see force being used on this video.
His mom pulls
Now,
out a
Mr.
taser on
Hornback's
his
father
mom.
then leaves the room as this is going on, and he goes and he gets his cell phone, and you'll see that he returns with his cell phone. Now, this is again surveillance footage that belonged to the family, and it's fortunate that they did that because, and you'll see that he returns with his cell phone, but when he comes back, he starts to. I mean, it's a little late, but even though it's a little late, and he starts to film it, I believe they ended up deleting that footage. So they didn't know, they weren't aware that there was this surveillance footage in existence, and that's important here. So they didn't know the footage existed. And the next thing that happened was his attorney, Chris Weiss, filed a federal civil rights lawsuit for excessive force and served it on them and started the litigation process. And usually you have to turn over all of your evidence.
Wouldn't it be tampering with evidence as well because he deleted it?
Oh yeah, I mean, these guys. What happened is they actually made him delete the footage on his cell phone, but the cops didn't know that he had that internal surveillance camera. So they thought by deleting the video on the cell phone, they would be justified. And when they gave their depositions, to lie and say they never punched him, they never hit him with any kind of a weapon. And they did depositions before the defense had asked them for discovery. So they got their testimonies. One of them is a National Guard, and he was in the National Guard, so they did his testimony by Zoom. And so they got all the information. The cops thought they could lie and get away with it because they made him delete the footage, but they had the other footage from the surveillance camera, which now they perjured themselves.
That's fucking
right?
beautiful. That's fucking beautiful.
So, yeah, I mean, these guys are now.
Okay, so they perjured themselves, and it's still fucking cops.
No, these guys are being
okay.
charged. Yeah, no. That was the other incident with the kid with the AR-15. That was in West Virginia. This is in Kentucky. That particular case there, and has a friend, that attorney in Kentucky, that is a civil rights attorney as well, and they communicate back and forth. And he was sharing this particular case with this particular attorney in West Virginia. But yeah, man. So you see, these motherfuckers, if they think that there's no video, that's our point, right? What we were just discussing. If they think there's no video, they think they can just do whatever they want. So if they disarm us from our cell phones, it's going to go right back to the way it used to be. And there's probably a lot of cases, Gary and Tank, you both know, there's probably a lot of cases that there was no film, that these cops either lied to stay out of trouble.
Question.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's a prosecutor's nightmare. But once you've been convicted of that once, they start going back into the history and be like, okay, well, did you lie about this case?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly. Yep. Then you start letting people out of jail. Hey, this guy was a fucking liar. You know?
Not only that, you think about it, when they say, well, who do you think that the judge is going to believe, a cop over a citizen?
Cop, because they both work for the same system.
Exactly.
Yep.
So once they take our ability to record them away and they come after the guns, compare an AR-15 to a M16. There's just no comparison.
Absolutely no comparison.
That's where they're gonna eventually they're gonna get us. It's coming. Just be prepared, because they're slowly but surely whittling away. They're getting these people that, oh my God, these scary weapons, and they're able to kill more people in a short period of time because they have extended magazines.
Absolutely. Yep.
Blah blah blah.
Those bump stocks, they made those illegal all over the fucking place.
Yes, that's a 10-year prison sentence with a $250,000 fine.
Yep.
Um,
Sorry for them to have automatic weapons, but not.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So you see where this is going.
Yeah, if it was up to them, we'd have those fucking old flintlock fucking rifles.
Loading marbles in them.
But I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I'll not bore you guys to death with this, but I'll put this one in the chat as well. If you want to, check it out, more than welcome to do so. But I don't want to bore you guys with this kind of stuff.
You could just walk around your own neighborhood and see the fucking injustice they do to people, Especially homeless people. I mean, homeless people, they're homeless for a reason. Whether they're alcoholics, drug addicts, they had down on their luck, whatever the fuck it is. They don't need to be humiliated anymore. A lot of cops.
No, and there's a large percentage of homeless people that are veterans.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see these cops, the way they talk to them, once you get off the fucking sauce and shit like that, and it's like, I've seen it. It's pretty disgusting. But anyway, I gotta get going, guys. Uncontrollable, always nice seeing you. You
too, buddy.
If I fucking see you again, you fat prick.
Buddy.
Be too fucking soon.
Fuck you.
You guys have a great night.
You too, Gary. Keep in touch, buddy.
All right, buddy. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, Tank, man, it's something else, man. It's these cats, man. I wouldn't wish the United States on anyone anymore. I really wouldn't. If you don't get taxed to death to the point where you're working for paying for government bullshit that doesn't really benefit you as an individual, or you're getting your ass kicked by government employees, whether it be cops or whatever, or you're just getting caught up in the legal system that will destroy your life. All the rules and regulations and policies and procedures, it's ridiculous.
I'm trying to find this this video of this girl. She goes on she said she's got a speech where she's like, I used to be proud to be an American, but she goes on about how they burn. It's okay to burn down store businesses or whatever, but if she wants to contribute to them, that's wrong. But if she can burn it down, and then she goes on, she's like, I can say all lives matter, and that's wrong. But people can go on with violence about Black Lives Matter, and she's got this whole spew that she does, and it was absolutely awesome, because I mean, it's right. What she was saying was right, and I can't find it now.
Well, I've caught hell for that too, Tank. As far as saying every living being has a purpose, right? And deserves a chance to be productive and support themselves and their families and take care of them and their loved ones. Who am I to do harm, right? Or stand in their way of being successful and whatever it is they want to do, whether it be homeless or whatever. That's your choice. But, as you stated there, for me to say, I believe every life matters, right? I'll catch hell for that because I don't see that they're having a plight within their specific skin color, right? And it's like, oh, okay, so we're going to reverse this back as it's now being racist to say every life matters because I'm not getting your plight in life.
Well, they've turned praying into a microaggression. I don't know how that even works.
I can't figure that one out either.
Like, how does that,
Right.
It doesn't make sense to me, or if let's say my favorite fucking cartoon person is Aladdin and I dress up as Aladdin, well, I'm fucking racist because I'm now laughing at a culture.
Right.
What the hell? Right?
Oh, I know. It's unbelievable that people will take something that was purely innocent, just to have some fun, and turn it around to be monstrous and to shame you, categorize you, put you in a box that they want you in. It's ridiculous, man. It really is. And I don't know. You really didn't come around a lot of my streams, but I made it very clear. I mean no harm to anyone. I'm just trying to get through life without actually leaving any sort of a bloody trail behind me.
Okay, I got it.
I have no intentions on doing harm. I don't calculate something that I do to be harmful to anyone or anything, right? I may do it accidentally,
but it's not your intentions.
But it's not my intent, right? But people label us, and I don't know what it is, whether it's to keep us down, whether it's to be the one that, I exposed uncontrollable. He's not as nice as he says he is. Look what he may have accidentally done or said that doesn't go along with the majority narrative. I'm like, oh my fucking God. Are you kidding me?
I put it in private chat.
Okay.
She says it perfectly. I mean, it's crazy.
Watching it now.
Okay.
I'm done with your bullshit.
Right?
Yeah, good for her. Yeah. Now there was one part though I think she was a little out of line. Let me rewatch that. Man, she speaks really fast.
She definitely had something to say.
She did. I think it's right here. Yeah, here we go. Oh, there you go. If I have a gun, what was it? I'm erased. If I'm dressed in blue, if I wear a badge, have a gun, dressed in blue, I'm a racist. I mean, that's
I think what she's going on is the psyop that's been going on for the past couple of years now, where it's defund the police, and instead of correcting the behavior and punishing the cop for being bad, they're just
right,
pushing cops are bad, defund
right.
them, get the cops out, kind of thing. Well, it just
I get you.
I think that's where she's going with that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I agree with your analogy on that because we do need cops. I mean, can you imagine? I've made that statement before on a live stream that there's no doubt. Can you imagine the chaos that would ensue if people thought that there were just no accountability? I mean,
Right.
walking down the street. You remember when they had those videos, knockout videos, where people would just be innocently walking down the street and these
Oh
punk
yeah.
thugs would
Elderly
just,
people, kids,
yeah,
fucking yeah. I remember those.
uh huh. Well,
People in
I mean,
masks and hoods had come up and cracked the people in the back of the head and run away.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
remember that.
that's the kind of shit that would be happening, right? Because you do have obviously a whole bunch of idiots out there. We all know that. So that being said, yeah, we do need cops, but we do need reforms that hold them accountable and make them understand that there's no will be no get out of jail, so to speak, free
They
cards
should be held
anymore.
to a higher standard.
And you also will be held by the rule of law that if you break it, there will be consequences.
Correct. And here's the thing that irritates me is that the same people that are screaming defund the police, the moment they have a problem, who do they call?
The police.
Right. You can't have it both ways.
Right. Right.
It just doesn't work that way. You can't be a part-time this or a part-time that. It's either full-time or that's it. But
But
they contradict themselves so many damn times that it's like, what do you really want? Are you just
mm,
fucking a sheep that's following a narrative and perpetuating it, or do you actually believe the bullshit that you spew? What I mean,
uh-huh.
I mean,
Well, it's
pretty
like
unique.
you see what's behind me
Mm.
right there. Yeah, I have the means to protect myself, right?
Mhm.
But I live in a state where stand your ground.
Right.
But do I really want to challenge the possibility of them perceiving that it wasn't justified for me to stand my ground? Because there is like rules that have to be followed to claim that you were only standing your ground. And if you fuck up in one small portion of that particular instance, it could cost you the rest of your life behind bars, right?
Mhm.
So to go out there and act like a tough guy and say anybody who looks at me sideways, I'm going to pull the trigger on them. Absolutely not. I'm not going to take that risk. I have a concealed carry. I can
Well,
carry a
if your
weapon.
intentions are to go out and just to use those to your advantage to harm someone, then you're just a dimwit. Like you you
Right.
you don't have a good part of you if that's your intentions to exercise that just so you have an excuse to hurt somebody.
Right.
You know,
But we have people out there that would do that.
for sure.
But you need to go after those types of people, not go after the gun, because the gun don't do anything without the person behind it.
A
You know what
gun
I'm
is just
saying?
a tool. You know,
Right.
not unlike that of a hammer.
Absolutely.
It's the person that is. Guns
Behind
don't
that.
kill people. You know, fathers with daughters do, kind of thing. It it's a a figure of speech, but
Right.
the best way that I can say it is that guns don't kill people; people kill people.
Mhm.
It's just the tools that they use, whether they use poisons or whether they use a knife or a hammer, or a screwdriver, or a gun. It's the person. It falls onto the negligence of the person, not the negligence of the gun. The gun don't have fucking legs and picks up and walk around. You
It
know,
doesn't even think for itself, right? It can't even make a thought
no, it's an
for its
inanimate
own self.
object.
Right. So I think you will agree with me on this that a human being in itself is the most dangerous thing on the planet Earth because it
Right.
takes a human being to perform any and every action that ever takes place. So the us as individuals hold the ultimate power to either do one of two things, either be a good person or a bad person. That's just
It
it.
falls
That's the
on
way
your
it works.
intentions, right? Good people can
Right.
do bad things, and bad people can do good things.
Yes. But once again, it's a decision that that particular person will make at that time, whether it's bad or it's good. Right.
And you're
So
accountable for that, good or bad.
once again, it goes back to a human being, right? You can either choose to step on that cockroach or you can let that cockroach live another day, right?
Mhm.
Or you could let the butterfly fly away, or you could kill the butterfly, right?
But
A
just because you can
harmless,
doesn't mean you should.
absolutely, absolutely. So ban human beings. That's what I would do. You need to ban these idiots.
Right. If you're doing evil deeds, then it's you as a person that should be held accountable, not the tools that you used.
No, well,
Because I could
I
go
mean,
out and hurt somebody with a hammer, but then is it okay to ban you from using a hammer to put your roof on?
Tank, it's been proven. You can kill someone with nothing more than your hands, your feet, your knees, your elbows.
Right.
Um, we don't need weapons to do it. It's the bigger guy, most likely can take down a smaller guy, right?
And
So
vice versa,
without
depending on skill set. But if you hit
right,
somebody hard enough in the center cavity of the heart encasing, you can give them a heart attack.
I actually watched a heart punch one time. My cousin, he was drunk in hell, and oh, he was a tough guy, and we were at a party, and a little tiny fella. He was running around doing his King Kong shit, You can't hurt me, blah, blah, blah. He says, I mean, a small dude, too. He says, punch me right here as hard as you want. You can't hurt me. And the guy finally got tired of him push. He was pushing him, and go ahead, punch me. Yeah, you get the balls. Punch me, motherfucker. And finally the guy says, is that what you want? Yeah, yeah, punch me right here, man. Go ahead. As hard as you can punch. And the guy draw back and punched him right in the center of the sternum, and he said, "Ah, that all you got?" And boom, face first, hit the ground, stopped his heart. I mean, he survived, but it's that instant heart
Well,
stoppage.
look at this for instance. People think that just because you have knowledge of how to in combat that you're untouchable in some manner. But look at the
Oh,
UFC fighter that
yeah,
was the best in his class. He was fucking. He had belts. He had awards winning. He had multiple different. He had karate, mixed martial arts, kickboxing, boxing. He
oh
was
yeah,
skilled in it all, and he took one hit, just one clean hit, and was a paraplegic.
yep. That's what I'm saying.
You know,
We as a human being are the most deadly thing on planet Earth because even though we have nuclear bombs, those nuclear bombs don't just take off and start flying by themselves. They weren't even built by themselves. You know, humans did it. Humans will push the button to send one off, right? Um, so my point is correct the human, Don't worry about, because they're going to find a way to kill somebody, right? They've been doing it since the beginning of time.
Right, MacGyver.
Um,
Piece of
your
steel, fucking stick, you know.
rocks, they stone people to
Rocks.
death. Remember?
Mhm.
I mean, they made spears, they made bows and arrows, and they came out with, a single shot flints, and they came out with a revolver. Uh,
You
you
can
know,
make a one shooter out of a Bic lighter.
oh, I mean, people are printing out even plastic guns for God's sakes.
Right.
3D printing. They're basically a one shot, but kind of sort of undetectable. I
All it
mean,
takes is one shot.
that's right. That's right. I
We're all
mean,
one shot away, whether it be in hand to hand or with weapons.
that's why I say, I don't do that kind of combat because I understand there's a possibility of a consequence, whether it be a negative for me or a negative for someone else.
Right.
And I'm just not into that, man. I can agree to disagree, or I can disagree and move on with my life. But my intentions are never to have any physical conversations or physical interactions, whether it be,
Confrontation.
whether it be hand to hand or with weapons,
Well,
you
see,
know?
here's the way I look at it. I'm good with my hands and I can take care of myself.
Right.
But I'm not going out looking for it.
Right.
It it was given to me and designed for protecting myself and my family, and that's what it should be used for. It shouldn't be used just because I can. I'll go out and fucking do it. That makes me a bully at that point. That's not right.
Or possibly a killer,
But yeah, you know,
you know?
even if you're not intending to, that's that one shot away thing. You could not, you may not intend to, but it's just the right spot. He turns his head just the right way, and you connect him in the temple at the right speed with the right pounds per pressure, and he's down. That's it. You're now up on murder charges.
Even if the actual punch itself didn't kill them, but you knocked them out and they fell on concrete and hit their head, that impact within itself could kill them. But still, even though the punch didn't, it was the fact that they were knocked out and fell and hit their head. Therefore, they died. You think that, well, the punch didn't kill him, it was the hit to the head on the concrete that did, but I'm not going to get charged with murder? You're full of shit.
Well, that would be the equivalent to saying, well, I got drunk, went driving, and killed a family. It was the car.
Yeah, right.
No, because you chose to get behind the wheel and go out driving.
And you chose to throw that punch.
Exactly. It comes down to the decisions that we make, right?
It comes down.
I've made some horrible decisions in my life. I'm not innocent in anything. I've made some horrible fucking decisions, some downright disturbing decisions.
Yeah.
But I mean, it doesn't make me right or wrong. It is what it is. Learn from them and move on.
Well, you learn from them, and hopefully, you don't do them again. It's the repeaters that don't learn from the dumb shit. That's the ones that need to be questioned. And
I find that those people are the ones that usually think that they have that self-entitlement mentality.
Well, kind of like the cops.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Repeat and repeat and repeat, right? I mean, you and I aren't going to get away with some of the shit they get away with because they'd be behind bars, right?
Even
but
if
they
you do something
continuously
good,
get
you
away.
can wind up behind bars.
Absolutely. Good intentions, but something turns out bad, and you happen to be guilty by association, right? And that comes into play too. And that's why I say to people all the time, be careful of your surroundings, who you associate with. If you see in your group that, let's just say you and I, man, we're out hanging out, and all of a sudden shit goes down. Next thing you're over there beating the shit out of somebody, right? I'm not going to hang out and jump in that situation because I'm not going to be associated. I'm disassociating myself from that shit. That's on you.
Well,
And
you could bring that back to what this community has turned into.
mhm,
You know what I mean? Bring it to the dramatic or drama standpoint of it, right? I mean, if you don't like a certain content or you don't like certain situations, and then why would you go to those situations?
right.
You're
Yeah,
making the choice to put yourself in those situations.
you're injecting yourself in that situation. So
Correct.
that's obviously something you either wanted or you enjoy, or else you wouldn't be involved in it, right?
Right. It's like the people with this cancel culture. They're like, well, I don't like what that person's saying. Then turn it the fuck off.
Go away.
Walk the hell away. Nobody's got a gun to your head and saying, hey, man, you don't look away. You know?
Yeah. I
I mean,
never said I wanted, or I expect everyone to like me. I'm too soft for some people, right? You've heard that before,
I've
you
heard the
know?
expression. I don't know about you,
Yeah,
though.
you're too soft,
You're a generous person. You're a nice person. That's people mistake that for weakness, right? Kindness for weakness.
Yeah, they do. They do. And I've had that happen before, where I've had to straighten people out is, I'm a polite, kind person that will give you enough rope to hang yourself with, right? I'm not going to hang you. You'll do it to yourself. But don't underestimate my kindness as a weakness to try to take advantage of me and stomp all over me.
Or
Not going to
mistake it.
happen. Right. I mean, look, I'll be as nice and as polite to you as you. I'll reciprocate that. But if you go trying to trample on me, then you know what? You and I need to part ways. That's the way it needs to go. Now, I'm not going to threaten you. I'm not going to come hunt you down. It's just that I don't choose to be around someone like you. And you and I need to go different directions. I want to surround myself around people who are enjoyable, they're happy, and I don't care if you got a lot of money. I don't care if you're homeless or whatever. If you're a
Well,
good person, I'm.
here's a way to put it. Here's a good way to put it. I'm not saying guilt by association, but if you associate yourself with evil, heartless fucks, then
Right.
a part of you has to be okay with that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's not like it's blood relatives where you can't pick your family. You can pick your friends, um, and you got to kind of bring it back to: do you want to surround yourself with people that just hate for no fucking reason, or do you want to surround yourself with people that lift you and bring you up?
Right. And that's me. I want to be around people with a positive attitude that want to either learn or help with their knowledge to bring people up, not step on their neck when they're down, right? And I see that a lot. Is once they see they got somebody down, they just dogpile on, right? And they keep beating them down lower and lower and lower. And everyone has a breaking point, right? Where they get tired of being talked down to or beaten down, uh, either whether it be mentally or physically. And they
Or
eventually have to get
emotionally.
back into, they get backed into a corner and they say, okay, I'm coming out now. I'm tired of it, right? I was just fighting for your life, so to speak. Um, but I don't know, man. It's hard for me to hang out in this type of environment when there's so much more YouTube videos I could watch that was more inspiring, more educational, versus just this same fight over and over and over, just on different streams, right?
It's like repeating the same shit over and over.
Yeah, rinse and repeat. That's all it is. I mean, there's so much more to enjoy out there than just fight. Now, if you're that angry and mad at the world, whatever it is that you most likely did it to yourself, or even if someone did it to you, and now you're in dire straits and you're angry and you're going to take it out on others. You want others to be in the same toilet you're in. And that's the kind of people I just, no thanks, man. You're not beneficial. You're not productive.
It just drags you the fuck down.
It does, man.
And then you're responsible for your own fucking pit of darkness that you put yourself in.
Absolutely.
Which is essentially the only thing it is. Like all this drama about drama about drama. You don't like this person, cool. But, you don't have to piss away your channel talking about it. There was some good channels out there that changed and went to the drama aspect because drama sells,
It does. And you watch those channels, like I'll have a stream. I may have, at a peak point, and it's for usually a very short time, I may have 20 people show up, right? And just my non-combative attitude, they get bored quick, right? And they're ready to move on. And I don't blame them. And I tell them all the time, look, this is boring over here. If you don't want to be bored to sleep, but if you want to go to sleep, my channel will put you to sleep. But if you're looking for action, this is not the place. And I don't want it to be the place.
People hash things out, but once you hash it out, you either come to an agreement on it, they either agree to disagree or be friends or whatever, deal with your shit, but it's not something I like to surround my channel with.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Tang, is, they'll get their friends, I've got more on my side than you got on your side, and they'll dogpile. It'll turn your whole chat or panel into an absolute train wreck, and everybody's screen recording, right?
It's fucking cult mentality.
Yeah, they're recording it, then they're going back and they're restreaming it, and they're discussing it, and they're picking every little word that someone said out.
Pinpoint, right? They pinpoint the horriblest things and regurgitate the horriblest things.
Right.
Take it out of context to create a narrative.
Yep.
And
to maybe sway opinion.
Do that. A lot of people, and people aren't catching on to it, but it's something that the average person should be able to pick up on quick, fast, in a hurry. That they're just creating narratives. They'll pinpoint why this is what and then they'll create a narrative on that and be like, yeah, this is why this person's a bad person because of this.
Yeah,
took that whole conversation out of fucking context.
Well, they'll try to get a group of people, and they'll try to get a group of people to get on their side of the narrative, and then they'll start attacking, and then the next thing you know, you've got even people that weren't involved in this situation attacking the other person. I mean, look, these people think I was very quiet early on in my streams anyway. I don't know. Matter of fact, I've talked more on your stream than I've probably ever talked on my own streams. Yeah, but to be honest with you, these people will they'll just absolutely destroy one another and see how far down in the gutter with the chomo, the C word, the N word, it's just sickening.
You disagree with someone and they'll call you one.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like whatever happened to a regular conversation?
Well, whatever happened to a disagreement where you talk without throwing in the crappy foul language. Right?
Right. Mutual respect has been lost for some time now.
Well, you know why it is? It's because, they're not going to be held accountable for how trashy they are on the internet, right? It goes back to...
I don't know.
Well, it goes back to the fact that when I said that when they create a program that someone can reach through and slap the living shit out of you, right? When you're on a panel and you go in the gutter like that, you watch how many people start talking like, you and I are talking. Because if these people knew that there's a program out there where that other person on the other side of the, internet world could reach through and slap the shit out of them, they wouldn't be saying the things they're saying.
If stupid had a consequence of electric shock, people would get smarter quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. But, right now there's no real consequence, right? There may be a slap from YouTube or something like that.
But then look at the people without channels.
Mhm.
Just the people on sock accounts.
Oh, it's crazy.
They got nothing to lose. They just come in, create the dysfunction and division, and then go back and fucking eat some Cheetos and be like, ha, I did it again.
Yeah, and then they'll restream it for clicks and views on their stream.
Right.
Right? But some of these people don't get it. I mean, that's why.
Or worse, bro. They do get it. They just don't give a shit.
Right. That's true. That's true. I mean, if you look at how people act, and I've observed, right? Because a lot of times when I was just sitting back and even my streams and not saying anything, I was watching the behaviors. I was analyzing individuals, how they acted, how they interacted, what triggers that may incite them to go ballistic, how deep into the gutter are they willing to go, and I've actually was able to paint a picture, of most of these people, and could navigate how to, interact with them and keep them basically from going stupid and causing trouble. I mean, but it's very difficult. You're talking about a lot of people, and a lot of different personalities.
Well, you're able to do that, right? And there's a lot of people that aren't. They take what someone else says as fact without doing the footwork and investigative work themselves and be like, okay, well, is this true?
Mhm.
And then it gets people hating on other people for absolutely no reason, because that person doesn't like that person and this person doesn't like that person,
Right.
only to find out later on down the road, well, what the hell? Well, that doesn't make any sense, because this is how it is, and
Mhm.
it is what it is, though.
I don't know, man. And I can show you here, like, this is a video that I'll put in private chat. For instance, when you want to see something that's really kind of cool and enlightening, and to watch, it's a Black Panther and a Rottweiler that basically live together. This girl, she has a channel and she raises this Black Panther and this Rottweiler together. It's just, those are two very opposite creatures, right? But they could get along and enjoy life together, right?
She sounds Russian.
Is there an
or wait, maybe not Russian. It sounds Russian.
She is from
Bulgaria.
No, I don't think it's Bulgaria. Let me look here. Let me see 1 second here. I'll find it for you.
No, she's Russian.
Yeah, they speak Russian, but it's a certain part, Siberia.
It says her location is Russia.
Yeah, Siberia, Russia.
Oh, so
Siberia.
Siberia is a form of Russia.
Siberia is Russia. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, good to know.
But I mean, I just would rather see, things like this and have to torture myself with the arguing and fussing and fighting, right? Because I don't have to, right? I could click it off and I could go watch Luna, the leopard, and just have a good time. Luna and Venza. That's the Rottweiler's Venza and Luna's the leopard. And I just, Panther, Black Panther.
I think people get too invested in the bullshit, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just my opinion, Nova, Siberia is to Russia as Ontario is to Canada. So Siberia is a province inside Russia. I get it now. Thank you for your clarification, Nova.
Yeah, Siberia is like one of the coldest damn places to probably live. Besides probably the North Pole or something, but they have quite a large inhabitants in Siberia. Actually, extremely cold. But since global warming, they have right now going on the largest fire. It is so large that all the fires in every other part of the world right now is still smaller than the one going on in Siberia because of the global warming, having such a drought. And there are ones where in Siberia, the ground, the permafrost, has been frozen all these billions of years, and it was holding in the gas, the methane gases. So those methane gases now are starting to leak out, which is causing more problems for the ozone.
Crazy.
So it's pretty crazy how that whole cycle is affecting parts of the world, which is unleashing even more devastation and damage to the world as a whole. And then I've seen a video the other day about the PFAS, I think it is found in the water and causing blood cancers and rare blood cancers and all kinds of um, devastating illnesses here in the United States. And a lot of us due to things that we have in our homes, on our bodies, that chemicals used in all kinds of products. And a major one was for fire suppression. That stuff they spray on fires at large military bases. Large military bases was just using that stuff, or whether it be to practice, to putting out fires, whatever, and then they wash it right down the drains, and then it seeps down into aquifers, and it spreads underground, gets into the drinking water, which is pumped back up, and human beings, cattle, and everything else, are drinking that. And it's not something that you get rid of just by, going to the bathroom more often. It gets into your system. It's there like forever and causes all kinds of problems. Actually, I can put that in for you. It's very interesting to look at that, how that's causing so much devastation. And out in is it Arizona? is getting clobbered by this. Tucson, Arizona, where I think Tuck Police Suck is out there. I'll put
I think so. Hey,
put
did you
that.
see? Did you see Tuck Police Suck crack that guy at the fair or whatever?
Yeah, I did see that.
That was a long time ago, but
That was a
still,
long time ago.
that was fucking awesome. He
He was a
disrespected his old lady and went after her, and he just cracks him and he falls over.
yeah. Yeah, I saw that. There it is in chat. No, notably Nova. I don't know if he's still here or not, but
Nothing went into the chat. You got to put it into the wait. There it is.
yeah, it should have
Okay.
came in.
Yeah, it did. It's right there. Just took
I
a
put
minute.
it. Yeah, I took it private chat and then put it over there in regular chat as well. But that's a pretty interesting article, man. If you want to check that out, how that seepage is going on into the aquifers, and once again, the EPA, they don't want to discuss it. You know, the government can do all kinds of evil shit and not just say I don't want to discuss it and call it a day, right? Whereas
It's up to you to challenge it.
if you do something fucked up, you're going to court and you're going to discuss it, right?
Right.
So there's the hypocrisy right there, the double standard, right? You guys have been poisoning our waters. And, you know, you hear all the time is, what's going on with people nowadays? Is there something in the air? Is there something in the water? Well, actually, yes, there is. And it's causing people a lot of harm. And if you watch this video, I think it's called the Forever Chemical. And they even map out all the locations where this stuff is very prevalent.
It's crazy shit.
And look, I'm not a tree hugger, don't get me wrong.
No, but I like nature.
But I do too. And without it, we don't exist. Right?
Correct. Everything has its place, right?
Right. Look, it can't live on Mars, right? And if this planet turns into Mars, it's over. So, in the name,
watch the old documentaries. There used to be a civilization on Mars, but it died off.
Well, there you go. Look at it now. There's no vegetation. There's no animals. There's no nothing, right?
Just a dead desert.
Exactly. No water. I mean, well, when we fuck this one up, it's over.
Then?
Well, it ceased to exist. I mean, it may make a recovery after all of us idiots are gone and no longer are polluting and fucking it up. It may recover, but it could possibly take the complete extinction of everything for it to rebuild itself.
And it could take centuries in order for it to rejuvenate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So is that possibility there? I believe so. You know, as a human being, you can only take so much in a temperature rise before you couldn't exist. I mean, we couldn't handle 200-degree temperatures. We'd die from it.
God. They boil.
Yeah. So, and all of this,
it's very resilient. It'll bounce back from just about anything. But if it's constantly being attacked, eventually it's got its breaking point where it's just going to deteriorate.
Give up. It gives up. You know? So we're going to have to make some hard choices. I mean, all of this, military bullshit and fighting over resources in another country. I want to be the big kid on the block and wield the big stick all over the world mentality. And I want, Russia and China to follow our rules and what we do over here.
It's like going into your neighbor's house and saying, listen, I don't have curtains, so you don't have curtains.
Right. And look, I would like to see, everybody get along in other countries. Make sure they take care of their people and their forests, their animals. But that's not the United States' job. That's the people over there. That's their job. Either they'll be wiped out, they'll conform uh, to their government, um, or they're going to do whatever, right? They'll be communists, they'll be socialists, they'll be whatever. That's on them. It's not the United States' place to go over and tell them what the fuck to do, and especially when it comes to how to be, better at human rights. That's a laughing. That I just
That's one of
cringe
the
every
things
time.
that I enjoyed about Trump is that Trump always put the United States first. He did everything to build it up. You know,
Yeah,
if
yeah, we
another
can't.
country wasn't doing anything for them, then why the fuck is he? Why are we giving them billions of fucking dollars? We just keep that money and put it into our own shit. I really
Which we
enjoyed that
do.
about him.
Yeah, we needed that. We need our infrastructure taken care of. We
Right.
need our waters protected and lots of new piping, spreading the internet to rural areas, which would attract people to not be so centralized in these urban environments. It would move people out back into more rural areas. It would stop the congestion, right? Um, there's a lot of things by doing that would benefit this country as a whole. But we were too worried about, paying for other people's shit or getting involved in other people's shit. And, it's time for those other countries and those other people to stand up, just like we did. You fight for what you want and you got to fight amongst one another until, you win or you lose, then that's what you deal with.
I think
But
that
it's
people
not
got to
up.
start going after the correct avenues, right? Instead of just beating their head off the fucking sidewalk, they could go after what's actually the problem and correct that and change it the correct way through that way, rather than just expecting it to change and hurting others and burning shit down to get it done.
Well, it's like we'll take like China and Russia, right?
Okay.
Two countries that, kind of, socialist, communist kind of combined, right? My way or the highway. Well, you've got Russia and China both have nuclear weapons. They have big guns. You got a civilian population that don't. Who wins?
I don't know. Yeah.
The
Nobody
people
really.
don't.
You just blow everything all up.
Well, the people who would try to rise up and fight back would be put down like dogs. You know, you can't rise up against something that has the ability to mow hundreds of thousands of people down, within a millisecond. It just does, it's not going to work, right? They got you in a quagmire. You may want something different, but you can't have it. And they're not going to allow that to take place. Because they have the big guns.
That's why you got to go through the correct avenues and channels to get things done.
The only thing that would put that country or any country, even this country, on its knees is for people to just grab a chair, sit
Sit
down,
down.
and don't go to work. Don't pay taxes. Don't pay the rent. Don't pay the mortgage. Just
Government can
sit.
strike. Why can't the people?
That's right. Just sit the fuck down and don't support that system any longer. And they can
You'll see
come
it start to
around.
change.
Well, they can come around and beat the shit out of you and force you to either work or do this or do that or kill you. But I mean, to round up a whole country and do that, well, if everybody says, okay, well, that's just all, if they come and make us slaves and chain us all together and make us do certain things, we just go ahead, pull the trigger.
Well, there's more of us than them, right? United we stand, divided we fall. Where we go one, we go all.
Well, there's more of us than there are of them, but they got the bigger guns. They've got the legislation written in their favor. When you stand up, and if you don't get a collective group of people to stand up with you, then you're just one little fly on the wall, and they'll swat you like, there's no tomorrow.
The way I look at
No.
it is, it's like the crowded room analogy. You know, there's 1,000 people in the room, and one person in the room is screaming one thing. You're not going to understand what they say. Two people, you're not going to understand. 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, you're going to start to hear what they got to say. But if
Absolutely.
everybody in that room full of 1,000 people said the same thing very loudly, very proudly, that's all you're going to hear, and eventually it's going to make a movement, you know?
So you hope.
So, well, yeah.
Yeah, so we hope. But they actually listen. They may pause for a moment and say, I hear you. But then once they get done with quieting you down because I told you, I hear you, I acknowledge you, then they forget about it and continue down the road with their same bullshit, their same narrative, right? So you won for a couple of minutes, but the long game, they're playing the long game. And that's what's fucked up.
I think it's why there's been a lot of change in the school curriculum and whatnot. You know, they're poisoning the minds of the youth to change the next generations.
Well, they want you to be compliant and subservient to the system. Don't get out of line. But there comes a point in time when they basically turn everybody into this sissy and robot. Nobody's going to be fighting anymore. Nobody's going to join their military. They want to sit at home on their computers, play video games, and not be harmed, not be, out playing in the dirt, being told what to do, when told when they can go to bed, when told when they can get up, or they got to go run 5 freaking miles, And when they don't have their military anymore, they're screwed. Because the military boys that go out there and sign up and go through all that training, they're the ones who go fight the wars that these politicians create. Not the politicians. At the stroke of a pen, they say, all right, you boys are going to war. And you're going to fight for your lives. We're going to sit over here at the White House and, send you things, orders, maybe some food, weapons. But we're not going to get dirty. Oh, no.
I'm going to put a link in the private chat to one of my older videos, and it's time stamped. This describes the Second Amendment to a T, and much respect to the woman in this. Is that private chat? What the fuck?
There it is. Is that the one you just put in there? 11:51.
Yeah, it's I time stamped it to when the Congress thing starts.
Gotcha. Watching now.
Wow, that was August 2019. 2 or 3 years ago, I put that up there. Damn.
Oh yeah. Ooh. Oh. Yep. Wow.
She makes sense.
Yep.
Has she said the part about what the Second Amendment is for yet?
Not yet.
You're gonna love that part.
Okay. Damn.
Powerful message.
Uh-huh.
That's why I added it at the end of that video.
Shot her dad. And I'm at the part where her mother went back to cradle her dad who was dying. And he
And
pulled
she
the
could
gun
have
and shot her in the head.
she could have stopped that from happening if she was allowed to carry her firearm.
Yeah. But, you know, they're coming after us still. Because if you listen to what she's saying, it makes perfect sense for us to be able to protect ourselves. But they don't want us to be able to protect ourselves against them, right? They look an AR-15. I get it. It is a weapon. If you look right behind my head, that's a 150 round drum on that AR-15. So, you know, if I was, you know, intent on doing bad things and I had a real tight together crowd, 150 rounds, you know, possibly get 2 or 3 people with one, you know, shot as it goes through, you know, multiple people. If it doesn't hit a bone but hits a vital organ, I mean, just, you know, throwing these kind of stupid scenarios out there. But
But if you had those kind of intentions, that would come through in your personality, and I don't think you would deserve if you're a heartless evil person like that, you wouldn't deserve to have that.
absolutely. You know, and I would never do that. You know, I grew up, like I said, hunting around guns, and I was told never to point the business end of a weapon at a human being unless it was the last resort and
Right.
absolutely
It's gun
necessary.
safety, right?
Right. Yes. That barrel of that gun should never be pointed. I don't care if you're cleaning it, I don't care if you're loading it. That gun barrel should never be in the direction of a human being.
No, and if it is,
Um,
you better intend to use it
exactly. And that's, you know, in case, you know, it's an absolute last, you know, resort.
and have lawful grounds to do so.
Right. But, you know, I get what she's saying here about the clip thing is, you know, it doesn't matter. Um,
So she's
if
right about to say
someone,
it.
If someone wants to do bad things, then they're just going to do bad things. And people without a gun, even though if it takes a second or two to reload a revolver, for instance, usually they're scared to death, their heads are down, they don't even notice that they're reloading. And, he gets another 6 rounds loaded in a revolver, and, another 6 people go down. So, yeah, I'm going to continue watching this.
I love what she says at the end.
The guns themselves didn't walk in there and pull the trigger. That's where I'm at. Oh, I'm mad at my legislators.
All right,
Legislating me out of my right to protect myself. Ooh. Look at that guy sitting there with his finger on his lip. He's deaf-toned to what she's saying.
He's like, oh my God, someone's a free thinker. It's got to be getting close to the part.
Here we go. One final statement. Ooh, there it is. That's not the point of the Second Amendment. Here we go. Ooh. Our right to protect ourselves from all you guys up there. Oh, damn.
That was a long time ago, too.
2019?
No, that was when I uploaded it and added it to the parody of the different Second Amendment things that had C.J. Grissom and whatnot in it.
She looks like it, that hairstyle and everything looks like it's back in the 80s.
It's I don't know if I put it in the description or not.
Let's see, I'm looking.
Copy link. Open.
I don't know where it's at.
Her name is Dr. Susan Greta, some shit.
Oh. Well, you're up in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's another thing. Kind of fascinates me. We have people in this community from all over the world, Britain, Australia, Canada, that get involved in what goes on here in the United States, and it's like the ones who don't like us trying to keep a hold of our rights and to keep our government in check, and they're from another country. Well, you know what? How about you go and do streams that only involve things that are going on within your country? Because right now we got problems, and we don't need outside interference. We need to make sure that we're handling our business here to take care of our Constitution. And I see a lot of people that are throwing digs out, in a way an auditor may do something from another country. I'm like, well, what is it to you? that somebody here don't like what the police are doing. You know, that don't affect you. It affects us. So
We got to hold each other accountable, though. You know,
huh?
we got to look out for each other, essentially.
Well, you're not looking out for anyone if you're dogging them over maybe a
No,
way
no,
that
that's
they
not what I mean. I don't mean the people that are just creating havoc. I mean, like,
right.
we got to support each other. If we're doing good, then we got to support that good, you know. And if we're doing not good, then we don't support not good.
Oh, I agree. Look, I'm all in with, look, I wish you guys in Canada and Australia and everywhere around the world nothing but the best. But when you're trying to cause strife, in situations that pertain to us, and you're just trying to throw a monkey wrench into the goddamn situation, I prefer you stay within your border and stay out of ours. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not being helpful here. You're just trying to start shit. And I noticed that from some of these people, right? They're over here critiquing what a certain auditor does. Well, it might not be.
1987.
Oh, I see. I told you. In the 80s.
On October 16th, 1991, George Henner drove his. Wait, what the fuck? That's not right.
Yeah, he drove his vehicle into that
Yeah,
restaurant.
91. Henner drove his 1987 Ford, so it was 1991.
91.
Yeah.
Oh, can you link that original?
Yes.
That'd be cool.
Well, there's many originals. One from 9 years ago, one from 12 years ago. This is the 7-minute one.
Well, we just like to see the original day that she was not some rebroadcast that somebody else put on their stream. The
I don't
original.
know if this is the original, but in the description,
Mm.
it says, "Oh, fuck off." On October 16th, 1991, George Hennard drove his 1987 Ford Ranger pickup truck through the front window of a Luby's cafeteria
Yeah.
at 1705 East Central Texas Expressway in Killeen, Yelled. This is what Bell County has done to me. Then opened fire on the restaurant's patrons and staff with a Glock 17 pistol, and later Ruger P89. About 80 people in the restaurant. At the same time, he stalked, shot, and killed 23 people.
Damn.
And wounded another 20 before committing suicide. During the shooting, he approached Dr. Susanna Gratia Hub, a chiropractor, and her parents. Dr. Hub had actually bought a handgun to the Luby's, brought a handgun to the Luby's cafeteria that day, but had left it in her vehicle due to the laws, in force at the time, forbidding.
So you're reading the article.
Carrying firearms. Both of Dr. Hub's parents were murdered. Yes. I'll give you the video here.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool video to have.
That's one from 9 years ago, but there's also one from 12 years ago, but it's shorter. I'll try to.
Also, 12 years ago. Yeah, that would mean that's probably around the time. Well, 91. Did you say? Yeah.
Fuck, 14 years ago. Here's one from 14 years ago.
Yeah, that'd be close to the actual timeline.
I'm looking for the actual timeline.
While you look for that, I'm gonna go grab a tea. I'll be right back.
Copy that. 9 years ago, 10 years ago, 8 years ago. Shit. Where am I? There we go. Where's the actual video? Oh, shoot. Go back up. Back up, back up, back up, back up. This is 16 minutes. 17 minutes. No. Okay. We'll search that. What's that do? Wow, she's testified a lot in front of Congress. 9 minutes. This one's 9 minutes. The other one was 7. All right. No, that's right. Adds other shit to it. Former Texas state rep. She was a Texas state representative. That's nifty. How many years ago is it? That's 12 years ago. Dang. There's a lot of testimonies from this woman. Oh, this one's 12. Open. Oh. This has, I think, her parents. I think that's her parents. Go back. Oh, you hunk of crap. What is the... Oh, wow, it's a really shitty definition. Oh, it does have... Okay. Cool. This is 10 years ago. Alright. That's the same one. 15 displaced by... What? It's not the same one. This says 14 years ago, so let's see what it do. The answer to liberal gun control politics. Make sure you listen to the statement at the end. Yep, I got that. That is some really poor quality definition, though, however. Again, 12 years ago. Damn. Tragedy of sharing that's who Liberty says, and I told her story. Okay. Dang. Hassan's testimony on ISIS before Senate Homeland Security Governor Affairs Committee. Okay. Not what I thought that was. Come on. Amanda Collins. Amanda Collins testifies in support of the Second Amendment and a woman's right to defense under current law. Okay. For rural Texas. Flipping no.
Sorry about that, Tank.
Yeah, that's cool. I put one or two more in there.
Okay. There's another one here. All
Yeah,
the way back.
they're the same ones, but they just are different dates and times, whatever.
Yeah,
I found one from
2008.
14 years ago, but that would have been pointless. It's literally as grainy as looking through
Yeah.
wax paper.
Oh, I know. That's yeah, it's like 240p. Oh God, that was bad.
This woman was a Texas state representative.
Right?
I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that one at 240. Here's one at 480. That was on in 2012. So obviously it was probably, last one he found was in 2008.
That's the search results of everything
Yeah.
that I come up when I put in there.
Looking up her name.
Yeah, through the YouTube.
Yeah.
But if I went like this, and then copied.
Obviously, it was relatively soon, probably, that she did that after the shooting, which was in 1991. So let's just say, let's give her a year before she actually, went up and said something or two. And so in the early to mid 90s, she probably had addressed those individuals and made those comments anywhere from 1991 to possibly up to 95. Before she actually.
No, it was in 1991.
That she made those comments.
Okay, so 2 months ago, The Hill uploaded. Here, give me a second. I'll give it to you. 2 months ago, The Hill uploaded. Let me just copy the thinger. And the title of this video is Rep. Gahalmert reminds Congress of Hupp's 1991 testimony on gun violence. And that's the video. I haven't watched it, but it just says it.
Yeah, it just says it. In a congressional session on gun safety Thursday, Texas Congressman Louis Gumert shared a clip from Susan Hupp's testimony on the 1991 mass shooting in Lubby's cafeteria.
So she must have testified that same year, months later.
Yes. Yeah.
Nifty.
Well, like I say, I get it, people, and I'd hate to see people get murdered or mass murdered. I hate to see it. Do I want to lose my ability to own whatever gun that I can afford to own? No. And if you look at our Second Amendment, it doesn't say any specific gun, right? Right to keep
right
and
to bear arms.
Right to keep and bear arms. Back when our forefathers wrote the Constitution, they knew full well at the time that weapons would evolve, right? Weapons had already evolved prior to them writing this. I mean, it went from sticks and stones to, bows and arrows, swords and spears to muskets to six shooters, So the evolution had already taken place. So they were fully aware of, evolution when they wrote it. They knew and understood that there would be, probably guns of greater power from a cannon. Therefore, they wrote that legislation and left it purposefully, in my opinion, as very direct to the point that they shall be able to keep and bear arms without infringement. Or they would have said, with restrictions. They didn't. These are some smart cats, right? I mean, you look at that Constitution, very, very well thought out words were in that Constitution. But yet, these guys think that they can reword it and make these amendments because they know better than our forefathers did, right? And I don't believe that to be true.
Well, you're correct, but look at this, for instance. How many times has a person at a church or at a mall or wherever the hell, or at home, has had a firearm of their own and have stopped more killing with that firearm?
Well, they don't want to talk about that narrative because that doesn't serve their purpose. Yeah, that don't serve their purpose, which is to make sure that we have the least, but still believe that we have this freedom. But they want you to have the least amount of freedom possible because they want that control. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like in Britain. What is it? They can't have guns, and now they've even taken away knives from them. So it started with the guns. Now it's knives. I mean, for God's sake, what next? But yet you want these kids to go and join military and use weapons to kill other people, right?
It's good if you kill for us, but don't kill to protect yourself.
Right. So you see the irony in that shit? It's just a slippery slope that, look, I could be a statistic. I could go somewhere and be murdered. I'm fully aware that I could be the next mass murder victim. But do I want to give up my rights because I could possibly be that next victim?
Well, who
No.
was it that said anyone that trades a little essential liberty for a little promise
Safety?
deserves
Yeah.
neither.
Exactly.
Ben Franklin or
Yeah,
right?
I believe
I mean,
so.
think of that. I mean, and it's the same thing with. So in the
How did
Second
we get
Amendment,
our
it's the right
freedom?
to keep and bear arms. The basically a well-regulated militia. If you look at that, the same exact language in that is what gives police the ability to form an organization of armed individuals to essentially protect people. Right? It's the same. What gives them the
Yes,
right is what gives the people the right.
they're supposedly a well-regulated militia, is what they
Right.
are.
So, and they get that from the Constitution. So the same rights that they have throughout that is the same rights that we the people have,
We,
right? So,
but unless there's two, different sides. Like we can, but you can't. See, here we go once again with the
rules
one
are made
side can,
and
the other
rules are
side can't. Right. And that's the whole thing in a nutshell. And look, Tank, it's been a it's been a long, slow process for them to legislate in and legislate out what they wanted. They legislate out our rights and they legislate in new laws that restrict those rights. So, I've used this analogy in my own panels that look, I'm guilty. I blame myself because I was part of the system, right? I had to go out and work and support myself and my family. They kept me so busy working and paying the taxes and paying the mortgage payment and paying the car payment and electric bills, so on and so forth, that I was working 16, 12-hour days, 7 days a week. I didn't have time to watch what these sneaking bastards were doing. I was so tired. I was so tired. Oh, yeah. I was so tired when I was working like that I didn't have time to watch what they were doing. You follow what I'm saying?
well,
And
you're
that's
usually
by
watching the
design.
left hand when you should be watching the right at the same token.
But that was by design. They made
Exactly.
sure that you were so busy trying to stay afloat with the fees and everything that goes along with it, license plates, insurances, and everything that goes along with it. You were so busy you didn't have time to watch what they were doing.
And you could say the same for the division among people, where they create different conflicts to have us all fighting each other rather than fighting the real common enemy.
But yeah, it's diversion.
Right.
They divert your attention, right? It's like the magician. They divert your attention to here, but over here, in the other hand, it's doing all kinds of other things, right?
Mm.
And then by the time you actually see what happened, it's there in front of you, yes, but you didn't know how it took place. But it did, and now you're going to, you can visually see the consequence of that. So it's pretty, and they're never going to admit that that's what they've been doing, but I mean, it's common sense, man. It's just common sense. It's not some uh, theory that I've come up with that is out of left field. I mean, I've now understood it. I've been a part of it. I understand it now. Granted, it took me until I was, up in my late 50s to actually figure out what the hell was actually going on. But by that time, the damage was done.
Correct.
And now they've just got to finish us off, so to speak. And that's the sad part. Is they're so close to finalizing and putting that
Nail in the coffin, to per se.
right, that last nail in the coffin. It's already there. They just got to hammer it a few more times, and they win.
And they use fear mongering to push it, right? They get the people so afraid that they're just like, okay, fine, protect me, save me.
Yes. And now we become what?
Security.
We've become dependent.
Right.
Right?
Reliant more so as well.
We're not independent anymore. We're dependent. Right? And those two right there words are very, very different. It's like, you'll find people in the streets begging the government to feed them, take care of them, make sure they have a roof over their head, make sure that they're safe. I just
they do the same thing with low income and poor neighborhoods and whatnot, give them food stamps and welfares and all that shit to make the people reliant on the government.
Yeah. Well, they disincentivize them to go out and look for work, right? They created a bunch of people that just wanted to lay around the house, and you've seen it. People literally here in the States were going to Walmart, and I shit you not, in fucking pajamas and house slippers. They were too goddamn lazy to even get dressed properly to go get what they needed. They literally were in pajamas and house slippers.
They took the world as your oyster to a whole new level.
You're right. I mean, isn't that insane?
Or people that are in Walmart that their clothes are like completely fucking torn the hell up. They might as well have went naked,
But this is what they're going to deal with, right? They're going to now deal with this shit because they created it. Now you deal with it. It's just like, I'm sitting here, I'm nice and comfortable and cozy, and I never used to try to bring this up, in any of my streams because I figured it'd be taken the wrong way. People would think either I'm bragging or, I'm putting them down. But, my situation is I'm very comfortable. I don't want for anything. I'd no longer have to go to work to provide.
I'm grateful for whatever I get,
Right. But I worked very hard for what I got. I didn't expect it. Nobody gave it to me. I had to fight the system. I had to work the overtime. So that part of my check would be for me. The regular paycheck for just a 40-hour week would basically go to all the mandated expenses that I had in life. The other 40 hours or more that I worked during that week would go towards my savings and investments to put myself in a position to where my money now works for me. I no longer work for the money.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Well, for sure. Your hard work paid off to where you can reap the benefits.
Right. There was great sacrifice made. Believe me.
Without sacrifice, there's no victory.
Yeah. And I realized that. I mean, that's why right now people say, well, why don't, you get out and do this or do that? There was for 35 years, I never saw the inside of my house more than 2 hours with my eyes open. Now, I might have been here for 4 hours, which was usually about the max. But 2 of those hours were getting sleep to get back up and go again. So, to work that much to where you don't even really get to enjoy sitting in your own fucking home that you paid for 30 goddamn years, that's a little hard to swallow, wouldn't you say?
wee bit. Yep, I would say.
I mean, I spent more time at work. I spent more time with them than I did my own wife. I had more conversations with other people than I had with my own wife. I saw them more hours of the day than I saw my wife. And I'm talking a huge margin of difference between the amount of hours I spent with them versus her. Right? So, I mean, I dare anyone to tell me that, oh, well, you're now, you've got it made in the shade, and, you sit around on your ass. You're goddamn right I do. And I damn sure earned it. I started working when I was 14 years old. The other 14 years, well, not the other 14, but either my mom and dad were telling me what to do, or I was going to school and my parents were telling me what to do on top of it. Then I go out to work and somebody's telling me what to do, when to do it, how to do it, when I had to be at work, when I could leave work, when I could take a break, blah, blah, blah. Now I get what? When I retired, I was 58 years old. I mean, you guaranteed to have over half of your life is gone. Not many of us live past 100 years old. And if we do, it's not
anyway.
Well, it's not in good health like you were when you were, 4, 2, 3 years old, right? You were all full of energy. You're on the backside of the game. Shit hurts. You don't feel good. You don't feel all energetic anymore. So I'm not going to get 58 years on this backside of the game feeling like I did the first 58, right? And having my 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to do what I want to do, when I want to do it, how I want to do it, right? I'm not going to get that. So that's not fair. I at least like to get a 50-50 out of the deal. I ain't even going to get a 50-50. So I don't want to hear somebody tell me, oh, well, you got white privilege. Which I've been told.
That's
really
a whole new different agenda.
My white privilege got me the job. When I had to go in, I had to do an interview. I had to put myself out there as to what my skill sets were, what I could do, what I was willing to do for the company, understand and sign off on all their rules and regulations and policies.
Knowledge, skill set, past experience, it all factors in.
And actually showing my ass up for work every day when I was told to, right? They hired me. I worked for a Fortune 500 company. It was very diverse. We had every race, creed, color, you name it, that worked around me. There was no discrimination there. All you had to do is walk your ass in and fill out an application. And obviously, when you're being interviewed, your application and your personality, your
demeanor,
attitude, and demeanor came into play when you got hired. It had nothing to do with skin color. It had everything to do with their
who
policies.
You are as a person, and what you thrive for.
Yeah, and your understanding that this was a place that had a 16-hour maximum rule in place that you could be forced up to 16 hours a day. A lot of people, when they heard that, when they went in for their interview, they got up and walked out. They weren't willing to put in the time. I don't blame them, but don't blame me. I was willing to do it.
That's
But
bad work
now,
ethics.
well, now you're saying I've got white privilege? I mean, all I had to do was say, hey, look, man, I'm not doing those 16 hours a day. And you think they'd hire me? Hell no, they wouldn't. That was their policy. So the next guy walked in, I don't know, he might have been Asian. But he walked in and says, yeah, I'm willing to work 16-hour days. Guess what? He got hired. But, like I said, man, I came into this to try to help people and try to give them my life experiences and let them know that, there is a way. But it's not easy. You're not going to like it sometimes. You're going to not be feeling good, but you still got to do it. But if you're not willing to take the sacrifice, man, don't blame somebody else for it. Don't blame it on race. Blame it on nothing. But you.
I
What
think
did
that
I do?
also there's a massive thing with mainstream media pushing this entitlement where it
Yes.
gets into people's heads as a psyop where they're like, well, I'm entitled to this job. What makes this person any different? Well, this person's willing to put in the work and you're not. So, nothing's going to be handed to you. You're going to have to do something to get whatever you want to get in life.
Well, it's either knowledge, skill set. Maybe
Or
some of
willingness.
it's, the personality plays a key role depending on what line of work it is. If it's dealing with the public, you have to obviously have a personality. You can't be some standoffish, foul mouth, trash talking, uh, going to work in your pajamas. No, right?
Right.
But some of these people don't get it, man. And they'll blame it on, it's because of my skin color. No, it's not. It's nothing to do with it. How did you act in that interview? What did you say? Was you going in there and using all kinds of slang and had your pants, pulled down around your
Were you
ankles?
presentable?
Yeah, nobody wants to see what color your underwear are or what brand your underwear are. Nobody wants to know that it could be ass crack smell seeping out. I mean, come on, man. Who in their right mind in a civilized society would think that that's okay to go into a job interview?
It's a
Because
good question.
you don't own the company, right? You own the company. Shit, you can do whatever the hell you want. You can come in your drawers if that's what you want to do. Um, but you don't. Therefore, you might ought to maybe go look at what is a good etiquette, study up a little bit on how to dress appropriately, different things like that before you go into an interview.
Right.
Just don't walk in there like, hey, man, I see you're hiring, and because I'm this skin color, you better hire me. Well, even though I don't fit the dress code, I don't fit
That's the
the.
entitlement, though.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I've been told before too that I was a racist fuck because I believed that all lives matter. By a black, yeah, by a black person that said I was a racist fuck because I believed that all lives mattered.
That's fucked up.
Now, isn't that fucked up?
Oh, just a wee bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I was told I was a racist fuck because I believed all lives matter. and I didn't just jump on a singular Black Lives Matter. I'm like,
It's good
not
and
quite
bad in
sure.
everything, though. You know what I mean? Everything has an element of good and bad.
Well, it's perception, and how you basically work within a community of people, right? I mean, if you treat everybody as equals, you don't show favoritism to anyone, and you obviously don't do anything to harm anyone, then how can you be labeled a racist? Because I'm treating each and every one of you exactly the same. I'm not giving you any better treatment or more clout
I
than this
think that it
person
all
over
falls
here.
under these things that I find that the media is pushing against people. It's black versus white, left versus right kind of paradigm,
Yep, yep.
and we're not going to go nowhere. History's just going to keep repeating itself if we do that. We need to
And
come together as one unit. There's one race in this world, and it's the human race. It doesn't matter what color we are. We
no,
should all love each other the same and care for each other. If you're an evil person, then evil needs to be put out. If you're a good person, then you should get those benefits of being a good person, where at least you can sleep at night because you're a good person.
that's right.
But
And
then you got
that's
like really, really evil people that can do some evil deeds and just go to sleep like there's nothing.
yeah, yeah.
You know.
That's what they. I guess that's what makes them feel like they're somebody. Is the fact that they uh, was able to get away with being evil and mean and bad, and everybody should accept that. It's kind of like I've had people actually ask me to get on that troll train, right? And start trolling certain individuals because they didn't like the way they were auditing. Uh, they were a bunch of e-beggars. They were low lifes, uh, gutter trash. I said, no, that's not me. I treat everybody. I don't care if you're living in a cardboard box and have nothing but the clothes on your back. If you're a decent person and don't mean nobody no harm, I'm not going to go looking to do more harm to you. I'll walk right beside you down that street, right? But yeah, I actually, kind of tried to be drawn into this you're better than they are. You shouldn't be associating with these people. Kind of, um, I don't know how you put that, just kind of drawn into a world that I'm not about.
It becomes a vortex. It'll suck you right in.
Well, they tried to suck me in, but I'm my own person. I don't follow. I lead. I say lead by example, and I'm going to lead. Now, I'm not telling you to follow me. I'm just leading me. But if you think that there's something there that I can offer that may benefit and help you along your way, by all means, jump in, walk beside me. Not behind me, walk beside me, right? But I'm not following you because when we're heading towards that cliff and you take that quick right and I'm not quick enough and I go off the cliff and you don't, well, that's shame on me.
Leap without an analyzation.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. So if I'm going to go off the cliff, I'm going to lead myself off that cliff. I'm not following anyone off that cliff. I'm leading. And that's what I encourage everyone to do. Is lead.
Not many people do that anymore, though. They'll take the word of someone else and then just fucking jump on the bandwagon.
Right. Well, that's when you, as an individual, need to determine whether what I'm telling you is
It's correct or not.
correct, factual, something that you believe could benefit you in your life or not. Maybe there's only bits and pieces of what I do would work in your world, right? Doesn't mean you have to take everything I'm saying, but you could maybe take partial pieces that would incorporate into your style and will work well for you and add to bettering your life, right?
Well, that's how people grow, right? They have conversations and dialogues and share opinions and views and whatnot and understand it. And then maybe there's something that you're doing in your life that could benefit me by me taking that and being like, okay, well, if I add it to mine, I can be a little bit better at the things that I do and be a little bit better as a person, and you vice versa do the same, rather than with,
Right.
well, I don't do that, so fuck that person, you know?
Yeah, because look, I'll tell you right now, I mean, I'm a high school graduate. Thank God I had great teachers that didn't want to see me anymore because I sucked at school. I mean, we're talking a CB average. Um, if I was lucky, a lot of the reason why I was passed in my high school was because they just didn't want to see me again, so they passed me through to the next grade. Um, Something I was passionate about was when I went to trade school and I got my machinist and welding certification. For 2 years, I did that while I was in high school. So there again, that was a choice; it wasn't mandatory. So um, my 11th and 12th grade years, I was able to sign up for and go to trade school for the second half of my day. I did my first 4 hours. I had enough credits that I could do my first 4 hours with regular classes. And then I would board a bus after lunch and then I would go to the trade school, technical center, and I would go through my classes there for machinist and welding, and then I would be brought back to the high school, and then we'd go either bused home or drove our cars, whichever. I had my own car at that point, but um, you know, once again, I'm not some Harvard, Stanford graduate here. I'm talking about learning through listening, paying attention, patience, understanding, experience, right? I've had the ups and the downs. My whole theory is to eliminate as many as the downsides as possible before you even have them. Because, when you make a mistake, you've got to play catch up again,
And learn
get back, just to get back to where you were. And then you got to start over from that point to try to, to gain back. So to eliminate the mistakes before the mistakes were made was very critical in my life. And that took a lot of patience, a lot of researching, seeing what had been done before, how to navigate through this particular situation so I didn't have the pitfalls that come along with, making the mistakes and slowing things down. And a lot of people can't do that. It takes patience, man.
That's a key thing is patience. You can't expect it all to be done in one day.
No, you have to have a plan, a long-term plan. And I've said this. Yep, I said this before that it doesn't matter whether you're making, minimum wage or $1,000 an hour, right? You have to live within your means, right? Don't worry about the guy that's making $1,000 an hour. Don't hate on him. Let him go. Whatever happens with him is, whether it be good or bad, is not your problem. You focus on you. You focus on what you're making, what your bills are, what you can do to have something out of your paycheck left over for you.
What can you do
For
to
your,
improve it?
what can you do to improve it? Can you continue instead of just becoming stagnant and working for minimum wage? Can you do a little extra studying? Can you apply yourself to possibly get a promotion, a raise? Can you continue to put in applications? Don't be complacent. Put in applications somewhere else while you're working. The possibility that you can move into another field that pays more money, better benefits, blah, blah, blah. But once again, it all falls on you, right? Taking control of you.
And the decisions that you make.
Right, right. And like I said, when I first moved here, I had 3 paper bags of nothing but my old used clothes, a 1975 Chrysler Cordoba with fine Corinthian leather. You probably don't know nothing about that, but
It was leather.
right. And I had by the time I arrived here, I had $50 in my pocket, and by the time I landed a job, I was down to eat. I had enough money to buy a loaf of bread and 3 cans of potted meat. And literally, I don't know, whatever luck may have it, I was down to my last can of potted meat and my last few slices of bread when I went to check on applications that I'd put in, and I landed a job. Now, normally a job takes you 2 weeks to get a paycheck. Well, I told the company that hired me, I said, I'm kind of dire straits at the moment, and I was wondering, if there was any way I could get an advancement on my paycheck because of my, financial situation. Fortunately, it was a small company, and I promised them that I would show up and I would do my work, and um, if they would give me a small advancement on my check, and they were willing to do so. If not, I would probably had to starve until I got my check, and wouldn't have had enough gas to even get to work and back. Uh, so that's how I started. You know, uh, I didn't want to go home to my parents. Crawling on my knees and becoming a burden to them. I wanted to make it work, and I was willing to put in the sacrifice that I did just to make it work. And that was some rough times, man. I wasn't a silver spooner.
There's a sense of pride when you put in the sacrifices needed to get with certain things.
Yeah,
You enjoy it better. It's like the person that builds the entertainment stand rather than the guy that goes out and buys it. You enjoy it and value it more when you put in that work to get it.
yep. Well, it's just like, for example, my desktop. Um, if you saw that video, that was,
I didn't see the video. I'll look at it later though.
yeah, I mean, to get the size that I needed, I was going to come up short by about 2 inches on each side, which is a total of 4 inches. Because I couldn't find anything that was already pre-manufactured that fit the exact width. And the ones I was looking at, they were flimsy, cheap, kind of cheap, and they were like $1,500, right? And it was nothing personalized about it. It was just, basically, in my opinion, just cookie cutter, uh, mass production shit. And so anyway, we just decided that, hey, it's nothing but a flat top with some legs. That's pretty much it. So, and me and my wife, we just jumped in, and I decided the design that I wanted and what suited my purpose. And we basically built the damn thing. Except for I'm not a glass cutter. I did have to, take the template down to the glass place, and they actually did the cut and everything I needed to fit over top of the actual top of the desk. But I mean, it's really quite nice and very sturdy compared to what we were looking at. And I spent less money doing this than I would have getting some piece of just mass produced junk, and
It'll
got
last
something.
longer as well, though.
Yeah, and something way more personal, um, for me. So, like I said, it's just sometimes you can do things that actually works out better for you and saves you money just by sitting back and saying, "Hey, look, yeah, this is not rocket science. This is it's just a tabletop with legs. That's all it is."
But it's your
And like I
tabletop
said,
with legs.
right. And I've got half the money invested in this from what I would have purchased. This, something, in my opinion, was flimsy and just standard. So, and it was enjoyable doing it. I have time, right? So I could do it. Didn't have to get in no big mad rush, no hurry. I mean, I say me and the wife did the floor. We never done flooring before, but we put down the nice wood floors, and did the barn doors and the closet. I mean, we never done stuff like that.
I bet you have more pride in it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely do.
As long as you take care of it, it'll last as long as you want it to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this thing is so much more sturdy than anything you could have bought at a store. I mean, it's insane. Yeah, you should check out that video, but you probably can't right now, can you?
I can.
Are you on a laptop?
No. Desktop. The laptop isn't on.
Hmm.
Uh,
Let's see. Which one is it, though? It probably, you should see it.
It would be the second one. Not
I
the
think
True
it's under the TrueTube, I believe. Let me look.
I think
No,
that's the one.
no, that's the
No.
million subscribers one.
Okay.
The third one? Yeah, that's it. The third one down.
It's an unlisted video.
Yeah, because of the music.
Hey, what the hell? How
What?
come I'm not subscribed to this account?
That
What
the
is this
unlisted?
account?
That's
This
my
isn't your
brother's.
uncontrollable, is it?
No. We put that on a separate account and made it unlisted because it has music in it. Didn't want to get struck for the music.
Does this person upload anything?
That's my brother's account.
Does he upload videos?
Oh yeah, yeah. He does drones, all kinds of stuff.
Well, I'm gonna subscribe to it then.
Yeah, he does drone videos. He's got DJ stuff. He does some DJ
You
stuff.
you should well, I mean, probably not, but if you ever need a beat made, I can make beats for you.
Oh, what do you use?
Just DJ programs and whatnot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's the one who made that video, put that video together for me. He came over and did it. That's in 4K. That video
You
was
only
done in
have one
4K.
screen?
At that particular time, yeah.
Oh,
That was done before it's in the state it's in right now. Now I have the two screens, and then the other screen at the back behind me. And then I have another screen that's going to go up when I get my second PC done. So there'll be 3 screens in front of me total.
a lot of remotes on the desk.
There's a lot of remotes for a lot of shit.
Satellite system, looks like a CD player, TV box remote.
Oh yeah, everything is like wired in. So the TV, I can play the TV, all of my TV, the computer monitors, I can use them all as monitors. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. The lighting has its own remote. You have a TV remote, then you have the cable remote, then you have the sound system remote, and then you have the HDMI remote that changes from one to another, whether it be I want to watch TV, whether I want to mirror my screens.
Is that a home theater system that you got running in the back there, or on
Yes.
like on your stand?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. It's tiny little speakers, but still cool. Some of those tiny systems, Bose, they pump out pretty good.
Those speakers are Yamahas.
Oh,
and
Yamaha.
Yeah, and the subwoofer. That is, but I don't know how good your sound system is, but that's not turned up very loud at all, and you can hear it.
I'm hooked to like a DJ sound system with headphones.
Yeah.
It's ran off of my computer.
So you should get pretty good sound quality then.
Oh yeah, the headphones are the gaming bass reflex.
Yeah, you can probably hear the bass in that.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, it's a good little tune. Now it doesn't say that it's connected to anybody, but there might be like a copyright thing on it. But I could take that beat and make it its own.
Yeah. Well, take it, use it if you want. But no, we didn't know if the soundtrack would get hit because of a copyright or not, so we just chose not to list it as public, and we put it over there on that channel as unlisted. I have that actual video on my uncontrollable channel, but with no sound. And then I had put a link in if anybody wanted to actually listen to the sound, which gives you why the lights are flashing on and off, because they're moving to the beat of the music. Some people are like, well, why is the lights flashing? Because they couldn't hear the sound. but the lights flash to the beat. But I made the desk, because my username's obviously uncontrollable, and everybody who kind of hangs around with me, I call them the uncontrollables. So we use the glow in the dark paint and, kind of paid homage to the people who hang around me, the uncontrollables.
Nice. This was uploaded Independence Day,
Probably.
July 4th, 4th of July.
Yeah. But yeah, like I say, I'm almost to the point where I've got everything I need for my second PC. Once I get it done, I'll most likely go with I tried a bigger screen, but I don't like it because I find myself, when I'm gaming and whatever, I tend to have to want to pan when I go with a wider screen. So I'm going to stick with a 28 inch. See, the 28 inches fits me really well from a perspective where I don't have to pan side to side. So I get third monitor. I got two now 28 inches. And at the third one over here, the 28 inch, which as you can see, the middle one there is centered. And then I have plenty of room for another 28 inch on both sides of that particular monitor.
Yeah. I run 32 inches, and I have 8 of them. There's 4 per desktop.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I tried a 32 and it was just a little too much for me. I just, especially in a gaming environment,
The way that I have mine stacked is there's 2 in the bottom, 2 in the top, 2 in the bottom, 2 in the top.
Well, with the split screens now, you can have like the split screens going. I just didn't see the need on having more. Now I may put a third, like one of those curved, really long ones up above the 3 down here. Like a 48 inch that is curved, and have that up above, right above the other 3 monitors. I may do something like that, but that would be basically all I would need.
You could even go 1 big one in the middle, 2 small ones on the sides, rather.
Yeah, but for my main monitor, which is the one that I want directly in front of me, I find that the wider ones just don't work for me. And I get tired from moving side to side to be able to see even the outer edges. And I don't see, because usually if I'm in first person shooter games, I'm looking directly ahead of, where I'm trying to shoot, and not too worried about the peripherals anyway, because I can move my mouse to see that. And if my head's moving side to side all the time, I don't know, it just seems like it makes me more tired.
I think it'll also cause strain on your eyes too.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be straining. Yeah. I'm a good distance back from mine, like not like a good distance. There's probably 4 or 5 feet between me and my monitors.
Oh yeah, if you were having that kind of distance, yeah. But from a gaming perspective, I mean, a keyboard and mouse. If you're playing on a controller, and you're used to that kind of play, and you're using big screen TVs, play games on. Yeah, I get that. But the keyboard and mouse player, I mean, to have a 4-foot desk so you could set a keyboard on it, a 4-foot deep desk, that'd be a little rough. Because I think my desk right now is 28 inches deep, which is pretty deep.
That's a good little depth.
Yeah, 28 inches from the front to the back. So
For me, I got this little psychiatrist reclining chair that. What the hell? Well, I think he dropped it. Oh, there he is. Not connected. Connected.
there we go. Sorry about that. Shit. I hit the wrong button.
For me, I got this little psychiatrist reclining chair thing going on, and the shit's fastened up on stands and whatnot. And I sit in the middle of it, and all the monitors are around me, right? And they're curved in with me, so that I can I can run different tasks and do different things and whatnot. And I'm not a good like 4 or 5 feet away from them, so I can see them all evenly and good.
Yeah.
And they're big enough that I can see everything that's there.
Right.
Oh, my little spaceship setup.
Yeah, I got you. Nothing wrong with that. I just, like I say, I just, I thought from this vantage point, it was a pretty darn good distance, and I had plenty of room to, rest my arms and the keyboard. I wouldn't have to be resting my wrists, or they wouldn't be hanging off the edge of the desk. You know what I'm saying? I could actually rest my forearm on the desk.
For me, my keyboards and mouses and shit. You ever seen? I took it's a fuck. How do I describe it? You ever seen the old fashioned desk lamp things at Spring? They look almost like the new mic stands.
Mm-hmm.
They move like that. Well, I got a piece of metal with hinges on it that does that, and then there's a board that goes on top of it, and it holds all of that stuff. And I just swing it over in front of me like a high chair almost, and it just sits there where I can have everything in front of me and work with it that way. And when I don't want it there anymore, I'll push it aside, and that way everything is right there, and it's all right in front of me.
Yeah, I got you. It's like a swivel setup.
Yeah.
To where you can move them. Yeah.
Right. And then the microphone is it is an actual old desk lamp thing that I've taken the lamp out of and just wired the
put the wire up through it.
Yeah, and turned it into a mic retractable, move around like I can up, down, over, wherever the hell. And then there's this little dome, on it that catches my voice. I think I just automatically fucked up my volume now. I hate that.
Yeah, by tapping on it.
Yeah, record, microphone, properties, levels. Yeah, I did. There we go. Every time you touch it, it bumps itself down. But that's how that setup is. And then the microphone just sits over top of my head.
Right.
Like right over top of me. And it picks up my voice and whatnot. It's not like a fancy microphone. It was my sister's old microphone to this little thing. It says High School Musical on it.
It works.
I mean, it works. I like it. I mean, it's a good little setup.
Well, I don't know. People said that since I did this room, and I mean, I haven't filled it up with a whole bunch of stuff, that I sound like I'm in a tunnel or a cave on the sound. I can't hear what you hear.
I don't know. definitely a hollow sound, but it's not like an
Yes.
echo. But you can fix that. I don't know what kind of microphone you have.
Blue
You can,
Yeti.
okay, if you take uh, either a stock or the filters in a vacuum,
Mhm.
the like a shop vac filter, take something like that foam, and wrap it around it. It'll take that away.
Let me try something here real quick.
Okay.
Like this little piece I used to put on it here. It kind of, I think, deadened it. Does that make any difference right there?
Count to 5.
1, 2, 3, 4,
It makes you
5.
sound a bit deeper.
A bit deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I put this piece I have here over top of it. It's just an old footy sock, actually.
I mean, it. I think like you can buy little sleeves for them and whatnot.
Yeah,
But I found what works the best is that foam for like a shop vac filter.
really.
The black foam, it's
Hmm.
like a meshy foam. It's fabricy foam. It's weird.
Well, there's
But
different settings on this thing too.
yeah,
Um,
settings will be key too. You can turn down echo. You can turn down your pitch. You can, there- depending on the software that came with it. It may come with an app that you can, or a settings box where you can
yeah,
tamper with all the different things.
I have a high pass, voice EQ. You got a mid, a high, a low.
So you can
Um,
tamper with that right straight through.
Let me see here. If I do the mid, I'll turn the mid up a little bit. And does that make it any different?
Um, I don't know.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Um,
yes, it does. It makes you sound a little bit more scratchier.
okay. So if I turn this mid down, let's see where that goes. How about that?
A little bit. You're a little bit deeper.
A little bit deeper.
Yeah.
No more echo.
Uh, I don't really hear an echo.
You
It's
don't.
just the equivalency of talking in an open space to a closed space.
Right.
That's the only difference. I mean, I can hear you clear as day. You're you're good. That you know what I mean?
Yeah. It just doesn't sound like it's in a cave, though, is what or a tin can, so to speak.
No, no, God, no.
That's one thing people were telling me is because the room didn't have a lot of stuff and there's a lot of wood, you know, it's a wood floor.
It's a hollow sound, is what they're
Right.
probably getting to.
Absolutely. So that's a little bit better than the hollow sound.
I didn't hear the hollow sound before as an in depth hollow sound. It just that you're in an open area, not in a big open area, but you're clear.
Gotcha. Because I'm about probably, I don't know, I'd say 18 to 20 inches back from the mic right now.
Try moving the mic closer to you.
Well, just another thing is I didn't want to blow your mind getting too close and sound like 10th man.
That's great.
So if I get right up on the mic like this, I'm sure that makes a big difference.
It does. It makes you sound like you you're not as clear as before. It's got that to it. Like when you speak close into a microphone,
Right.
you hear the end of your letters, pronunciations. So you got that kind of sound.
Yeah, because that's probably because the gain was up.
Yeah, well, gain will do that as well.
Yeah. I just turned the gain down, so being close like this, I may have to have the gain down so it doesn't give you all that. Pss, pss.
Try the gain where it's down and the mic where it was.
Okay, I'll get Mike's back about 18, 20 inches, and the gain is down.
You sound a bit scratchy. Maybe turn the gain up just a little bit.
Okay. How about that?
Scratchy still. What the heck?
Is it any different there?
You sound a bit like you're in a hallway, but it's not by much.
Yeah, that's the thing, is trying to find that fine line.
Right there.
Right. Is that decent?
Right there, you sound clear right there.
Okay. Because when I'm talking right now, I'm almost the master output level. It's peeking up into the yellow, just about touching the red.
Oh, dang.
But it doesn't come in super loud on your end, right?
No.
Okay.
It sounds normal.
Okay. Yeah, I can run with it right there.
It sounds good and clear anyway.
Okay. I can also, let me see here. Let me see if you notice this one.
Does that make it sound any different?
That's your pitch. You went to a lower pitch.
Yeah, does it make it sound that sinister sound?
Yeah, it sounds like a voice mod.
It is, yeah.
Oh, good God.
Does that come in clear, or is it just really garbled out?
It's got if you took away the echo of it, it would sound pretty cool.
Echo?
Like the relay or whatever you call it. It almost sounds electric.
Oh,
If you took
really?
away that echo and had it come in a bit more clear of a pitch, it would sound, you wouldn't hear that, and it would sound real good. Like remember the old fashioned kids microphones things where you speak into them and they had that like little ring to it?
Right.
That's what I hear when you speak with that.
How about this? I changed the flanger phaser.
Uh, little distorted. That changes distortion,
Oh, that's
but
distortion.
the echo is still there. I think it's either relay or echo that you got to go into.
How about when I move that to heavy?
Sorry?
When I moved it to heavy, is it understandable?
It's still the same.
That's
It's
right.
I'm trying to figure out what you call the
Yeah.
that electric sound where when you speak it's like a
Yeah.
carry on.
Like a synthesizer kind of deal.
Yeah, almost.
Okay, there it is. It's stone. Let me see. I've got pitch, which is primary voice says pitch shift.
Maybe change the sensitivity to the backgrounding.
Let's see. I can go. No. Wondering. And oh, here it is. Reverb.
Reverb, that's it. Turn the reverb down.
Down. Okay, how's that? Any better?
A little bit better.
Alright, I can go a little bit more. How's that?
Way better. That was what it was. Reverb.
Okay.
Instead of relay, it's reverb. Sorry.
So you can understand me now. Isn't that different?
Yeah, and you don't hear the. Well, here I can show you. Give me a second.
Okay.
Where's the volume? Oops, wrong button.
Now I could, let's see, I can save that.
Okay, let me bring this over here and then go here and then go here. Uh, Is it what's up, good people?
I don't know if I could save that or not.
It is. Okay, there we go. All right. This should. Oh shit.
That's going to double play, isn't it?
Yeah, but I didn't turn the audio on. Damn. Audio. There. Okay. Now listen, and it'll show you. That was what it was. Reverb.
Okay.
Instead of relay, it's reverb. Sorry.
So you can understand me now.
That's what it sounds like.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad right there.
No.
Isn't
Yeah.
that different?
Yeah, and you don't hear the. Well, here I can show. Yeah. So that'll give you a bright idea. That'll give you an idea of. You know what I mean?
How about this ring modulator?
Oh Jesus! That's some fucked up sound.
That's not good?
No.
Okay. How about that? Any better?
God, that's horrible.
Okay.
Let me forget that and put it back where it was. Is that back where it was?
Yeah, you're clear. You're normal.
That was terrible, huh?
You sounded like, you ever seen Fun with Dick and Jane?
No.
Where Jim Carrey's got that weird thing in his mouth and he's like he's Domo Gato, Mr. Robato.
Oh yeah.
He's got that little reverb thing going on, or whatever you want to call it, whatever that thing is he's got in his mouth under his mask when he's robbing his old boss.
Oh, okay.
It's fucking funny.
So that didn't work, huh?
No, God, no.
Just take off all the reverb, and it actually comes in to where I'm legible.
Yeah, and it comes in solid pitch.
Solid pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
you
was
got
trying
that
to.
demon thing going on without the. Hold on. Let me bring this back over.
I guess I could do this mic test thing too.
All right. I'll show you. Share, audio, window, tab. This is what you sounded like before.
I'm going to happy. It's understandable.
Still the same. I'm trying to figure out what you call the carry on.
Like a synthesizer.
So do you hear that like carry out?
Yes, I do.
And then yeah, to the backgrounding.
And I want to just reverb.
Reverb, that's it.
Any better?
A little bit better.
All right, I can go a little bit more.
Oh yeah, that sounded a lot better.
Way better. That was what it was. Reverb.
Okay.
Instead of relay, it's reverb. Sorry.
Yeah.
So you can understand me now. Isn't that different?
Yeah, and you don't hear the. Well, here I can. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally get it now because I could hear the sound difference. Very distinct sound difference. It took out all that tinny sound, right?
Yeah, like you're in a metal box.
Right. Sound like I was in some tin can seriously before.
Right. You know, you're playing cans, just not, clear.
Wow.
Yeah,
that
when you turn down the reverb, it clears it up. And it gives you a solid demon voice.
Let's see, what's this one here? I wonder if that does it. I'm not in the demon voice right now, though, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it's weird. I go into the effects.
Something happened there.
Yeah, that went back into the sinister, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Oh, that's the one that didn't sound very good, correct?
No, it's the same little sinister one.
Yeah, but didn't this one sound really bad when I turned that ring modulator down?
It sounded electric almost.
Okay, so this is the one that I don't want to use. Yeah,
That
I'm wondering.
that one it sounds better than it did before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought when I turned down that ring modulator, it sounded really bad.
Hold on 1 second and then count to 10 when I say count to 10. Turn that up. All right, count to 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Did you hear yourself?
No,
I'm sorry?
no, I didn't.
Oh. Well, I put the microphone up to the. Hold on 1 second. Where's my volume at? Oh, there we go. Slide it over.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad right there when I do a recording of it on my end. I just don't know how it comes across on your end.
You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it's on there. Damn it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's not too bad right there. And that's the first one I did
Yeah.
with that ring modulator turned down.
Sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, that was coming in pretty good, it sounds like. Um, yeah, I think I'll keep that one. I ain't gonna delete that one. I think I'll keep that setting. That way I can use it in the future. But
Yeah.
anyway,
I'm going to turn that stuff off, though. I'm sure that gets annoying.
Well, I mean, sure it would after a time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that stuff would get annoying. But if
I
you
once
ever
made a
wanted to
video
go
for
in,
fun that was all in auto tune.
yeah, if you wanted to go in and be anonymous, you could do it.
Yeah.
That's another thing too, is all those sock accounts and, playing games, being, somebody else. And man, I don't know, man. That's tough. I don't think I could do all that shit. Come in one day as something and then another day and be a fake somebody and pretend to
I
be
guess it would
somebody
depend
else.
on what you were using it for, though, right?
I mean, if it was for fun, just to have some fun, not for nefarious reasons, it'd be all right.
Or doing something worthwhile.
Yeah, but yeah, as far as doing stuff to just be mean and nasty,
That's
yeah,
not good,
no. But we see it happen all the time, right?
for sure.
A lot of people, um, I do believe there for a long time. You may not agree with me on this, but I think we had what I call a controller, someone who had control over certain people, and they were kind of their little.
I think it's still,
Yes, and what was happening is they were going out and acting as if they were a certain person, and they were collecting information, and to feed that information back to certain people, and that's how they look. They just don't go find information, right? Somebody has to either have slipped up, in confidence, text message, Discord, private DMs, their information. And then to keep them out of the limelight, they were feeding that information to someone else, right? And then that person would hold that in a bag. And by a bag, I mean on a hard drive. And then they would disseminate it if need be. If that person stepped out of line, or if they maybe
like
thought they got.
blackmail.
Yes. And I'm going to be quite honest with you. It was a lot of either fake females or it was actual females. Because what better way to get information out of a man than through a female, right?
Very good point.
And
it's the male weakness.
Look, it is. And you know what? I'll admit it, look, back when I was young, man, I mean, that's all I did was chase the females, right? And I was vulnerable at that time to probably be exploited like no other if this digital age was in place during those times, right? So I get it. But I think a lot of the either fake females that were acting as females, they never got on a panel. They used a female sounding name. They used a female icon.
Female
they
lingo.
were, huh?
Female lingo.
Right. They was acting feminine. They were sending hearts and hugs and kisses and, and then the guys would maybe DM them, and then they would try to get them to obviously give up information, send exposing pictures, and then the feeders, I call them, were feeding the controller this information. And then it was being disseminated out if you got out of line, or it was being held for a later date.
There's a whole community that does that.
Yes. And I did an actual stream on that, and all of a sudden, it was quite funny when I did that stream, right? There were certain people that I didn't see again. There were certain names that used to frequent my streams. All of a sudden, I never saw them again.
Don't be suspicious. Don't.
It was almost as if, oh shit, this motherfucker's on to the game.
Oh no, they're on to me.
And we better back the fuck up and get out of here before we could possibly be exposed, right? And we want to keep our little game that we've got going before, certain people, some people are slow, they can't figure it out, right? That they're being played. And it was like, once I spewed that out there on a live stream, all of a sudden, that little group just kind of faded away.
Or became someone else.
But now people, I think, are more privy to the fact that there's a lot of deception, within these people who want to hide behind nothing more than an icon and a username. It's like, I've always been open. I've always cammed up. I am who I am. I look like what I look like. I don't give a damn what you think of how I look. Matters not to me. Some people are more sensitive. I get it. Some people don't want to give their actual identity away, right? And there's also those people who want to be very sneaky with their identity, you know? So it's like, well, I don't have anything to hide. So they can facial recognition me all they want. They can spend their whole fucking days and hours and their whole life looking up my shit. I don't give a damn because it just ain't nothing there. You'll be spending a lot of time for a whole lot of nothing, but if that's what you want to do, have fun with it.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Exactly. But I've always been open from the beginning about my history, and I've always turned on my cam, not afraid to. Uh, but the ones who don't or never have, I'm a little leery about them. What are you so scared of? What do you got to hide? What is there that somebody might find out that you're playing I'm holier than thou in the chat and stomping on other people, but yet you don't want somebody to be able to dig up anything on you? But yet you're, the one who always comes at other people and wants to throw their shit out there.
Well, it's a double standard, though, right?
Well, absolutely.
Like I can talk all the shit about you, but the moment you start talking shit about me, well, then I got to knock you down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of mentality.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that's exactly what's going on. So, like the other day, I pretty much said that, for people who think that this is going to be anything between any of us uh, further than the distance between these fiber optic lines, you're out of your mind. This is, to me, this is the cyber side, and then there's the real life side, and I'm not mingling the two. Right?
That's kind of the way I look at it,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm me. I'm just me, and if I trust you enough, I'll give you my first name, kind of thing, and then if I really trust you, I'll give you my last name so that we can communicate through a different, platform, kind of thing,
Well, I don't even need to know somebody's first or last name. We can communicate, and I can remain uncontrollable, and you can remain tank boy. I don't need to know your personal shit. I don't really, want to know your personal stuff. Anybody who would want to know your personal stuff, what does my real name have any significance on the fact that, we can sit here and chit chat, right? What is the significance?
Well, it doesn't really hold any bearing to it,
No, other than you maybe having something that you can use against one of us down the road, right?
And that's kind of why I'm a lot iffy with giving personal shit at,
You shouldn't. I mean, look,
I've seen it happen a billion fucking times.
Yeah, I give you guys, a brief synopsis, an overview of my life. I'm not giving you every detail of my life, but I'm giving you a picture of it, right? But there's areas within that picture that you're not seeing. They're obscured, and they're not detectable. But you get an idea of
Open for
what I'm about.
interpretation.
Right. And you can take it any way you want, right? You can take it as, well, that's, kind of a 50-50 of what you're actually about, and run with that narrative all day long, if that's what you want to do. But there again, I feel that's enough. I don't think that you need to know more than that, because I don't ever plan on taking it to that personal level, right? This is as far as it's going to get. The distance between whoever and this PC right here is as close as we'll most likely ever be. I maybe by happen chance that the possibility of one of us walking down the street and recognizing each other is probably non-existent, right?
Well, it depends on where like if we lived in the same town, then yeah, we would see each other maybe. There's more of
Possibly.
a chance of it anyway.
Yeah, but that's still kind of rare. I mean, unless you lived in a population of, maybe a couple hundred people, but
I live in a
where I'm
small
at,
town.
where I'm at, that even if you lived, in the same county as I live in, for you and I to be walking down the street, same time at the same place, would probably be next to impossible to happen, right? I mean, just think about that. The likelihood of something like that happening.
And
But
even if the average person doesn't pay close enough attention to be able to, they just walk through
I
life in a
know.
little bubble.
Well,
They don't
yeah,
see what's right fucking in front of them half the time. And it's
but we
amusing,
still,
because those
we,
people will in the same breath be like, yeah, yeah, I notice everything. But
mhm.
you can see that they don't.
Yeah. I mean, you just walk, you've got a mission. You're heading somewhere. You're focused on that. You're not paying attention. You're not people watching. You're just walking down the road. We'll walk right past one another probably and never even know we did it. So, like I say, this is where it's going to stay. It's going to stay in a cyber environment. Uh, there's no need for you or me to be looking for anything other than just sit down, hang out, good conversation, talking about things that interest us or we're like-minded about, um, whatever. But as far as taking it to a personal level, uh-uh. You got to build a relationship over time, and usually it's
And
personal
it takes time.
interactions. It
It
does
takes,
take time.
at least for me anyway, it takes a long time. Like I got massive trust issues with people. I've seen how
Oh,
evil people can actually be.
oh man!
You know,
After experiencing for the last 2.5 years in this YouTube world, let me tell you something. It painted a whole nother world for me, and it showed me what's I mean, look, if they're on here, they're obviously out there in real world too, right?
Mhm.
I mean, there are people on the other side of this fiber optic cable. I mean, these are real people on the other side of it. So that just tells me that there's a lot of nutty shit out there in the real world.
A lot
So
of
that
humans
even
without their humanity.
and I don't care to be around mass crowds anymore anyway. Been there, done that, back in the day, hitting the clubs, all that bullshit. I just assume have a smaller crowd of people. It's like with this strain, it's very manageable for you and I to sit up here and have a conversation. How many times have you run a stream where you've had 8, 10 people up here?
A few times.
And how ugly is that, trying to manage people talking? And I get it. There's a delay. Some people's internet's slower, some's faster. Some are on Wi-Fi, some are on landline, direct connect, some are on cell phone service, and people talking over each other, either accidentally or just on purpose because they can't listen. They take over the panel, like I'm kind of doing.
Yeah, I find that you always know how to tell the self-entitled people when you say anything that makes sense, anything that has a little bit of facts to it, they divert away from it and try to talk over you to silence your point.
Yes.
And you could say that on two things. You can believe, okay, well, there's people that do that, and then there's people that are just so adamant that they're right on something and genuinely believe it. You have to boil it down to what are their intentions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
it's not hard to figure that out once you have a long enough conversation. Be able to map out exactly when it happens, how it happens,
Yep.
I
Well,
pay
you
too
can
much
watch.
attention to stupid shit. It helps you understand a lot.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you can watch how somebody either talks over, they talk down to, you can tell they're not listening because they're constantly trying to get in, their narrative. They're very impatient. It's
Their point matters and yours doesn't, kind of thing.
right. But like I said, man, I just think that people need to understand that this is the cyber world. We're in the real world. People can either be a total asswipe on the cyber environment because they feel like they're untouchable. They probably either don't act like this in real life or they don't get out enough in real life, because if they said
I
some of
never
the
understood
stuff,
that whole internet character thing. Like where people will come on and they'll be someone completely fucking different than who they are. How do you keep up to who you are as a person to who you are as a character? I don't understand that.
I don't either, because like, let's take the throwing out the N word or the cunts and all this foul language out in the streets or in a place of employment. Do you think for 1 minute that they'd be able to get away with that? Absolutely not. So what happens
The
is,
majority of cases, anyway.
yeah, but what happens is, well, if you're in maybe some dead end job with, working with 3 or 4, buddies or whatever, you're not really around the public, so to speak. Yeah, I guess you could talk like that, but maybe you're talking about people who do construction type jobs, where they're not in a corporate environment. They're just out there hammering nails and talking shit.
Well,
Okay, I get it.
that's essentially what I do, and I still try to be respectful.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about the ones who want to act that way, right? They want to act like that on the internet, and they want to act like that out in the real world. Could they transition from that world to a corporate environment when they have become so used to talking like that? No, they probably could not. Because when they carried that kind of foul mouth over into that environment, it's going to leak out sooner or later. They're going to slip up and they're going to start throwing out the N bombs and the C bombs and the B's, you know, and calling people foul names. And they won't last a week before they start it and think that, you know, it's going to be okay because I did it before. I have a younger brother, right? He's notorious for throwing out the F bomb. And I told him, I said, you know, look, man, we can have these conversations and get through the topic so much
Civil.
quicker if you leave out, you know, at least 90% of the F bombs. We could make this conversation 15, 20 minutes shorter. Every other word was F or MF. I'm like, dude, you got to stop that, man. I get it that you're emphasizing your passion, you know, with the F bomb and the MFers and all that. I can get the emphasis of, you know, your passion about it without you throwing in those extra words that are unnecessary. And he says, man, I don't even realize I'm doing it.
And that's
So
the thing, is that people do things and they've done it for so long that they don't even realize they're doing it.
That's what I'm saying. The carryover from somebody who does this online and thinks it's okay, or if they do it in a work environment that maybe is kind of okay because you're only around a select few people, right? And you're all kumbaya, buddy, buddy, and you can say things like that and get away with it. But the first time you slip up out into a different environment, it could be a problem for you, right? So if you don't think it's okay to do it, then you shouldn't probably be doing it. You shouldn't have to, well, I can do it over here, but I can't do it over there. And then you have to worry about making that mistake of saying it over here in the environment you shouldn't have. So you should just erase that kind of talk from your vocabulary altogether.
Or understand that there's a time and a place for everything.
Yeah, well, it was like, you know, with him, my brother. I told him, I said, you know, I went and I helped him get a job, you know, at my company. And, you know, I told him, I said, man, I'm telling you right now, you better forget everything that you've been doing in the past with that language and thinking it was okay. You better put that in a closet somewhere and bury it. Because if you do that over here, you're not going to make it. I'm just telling you. I actually recorded him one day. We just having a conversation. And I, you know, just, he didn't know it. I recorded the conversation. And after it was all over, I played it back for him. Because he had told me, oh, I didn't think I said it that much, you know. I don't really think about it. But I told him, I said, now I want you to listen to our conversation. And he's like, geez, man. I said, yeah. In that conversation, you dropped the F bomb, the MF bomb, at least 60 times.
Shoot.
And it wasn't that long of a conversation. So they don't even realize it sometimes. That's why I say, you know, put the mirror up, look at yourself, stop looking at others, look at you, pay attention to what you're doing. Don't be so focused on somebody else, focus on you. Record yourself, listen to yourself. Go back, even if it's in here, go back and read the text messages that you typed into chat. You know, and think about it. But people won't do that. How dare you? Who are you to judge? No, I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just making you aware that, you know what? maybe take a look at yourself. Stop looking at everybody else. Look at you. That's all I'm saying.
When you point a finger at someone else, there's always 10 more pointing back at you.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And you know how bad they are about it here.
It's gotten worse over the time, you know.
Oh, yeah. Tons worse.
A lot worse.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's that deflection that you brought up earlier. You know, they deflect it back to you to keep you from pointing out their flaws.
And
I
then
had a
somehow or another
guy.
work it in that you're deflecting.
Well, they put you on a defensive, right?
Mhm.
So now you're trying to defend yourself, so you can't focus on their faults, which they have and they know it. But that's how they divert you to defensive mode. And I had a guy at work that used to do that, and I kept telling him in his position, I said, "Look, man, you got to stop coming at people like that. Sooner or later, it's going to bite you in your ass." Because when he was in a lead position as well, so he led a crew of individuals. So when someone would come at him to ask, about direction or just questions about what to do next, um, or needed help completing a task, he would always, right out of the gate, he would look them up and down to pick on something about their physical appearance or even their vocabulary, right? How they pronounced a word. He would do something immediately to put them on a defensive. And it was because, in my opinion, he was very overweight and very self conscious, and didn't like it when someone picked at him. So he would get them and put them on a defensive before they could say something about him. And so I just told him, I said, you know what, it'd be a good idea to stop doing that, because you're going to get the wrong one, wrong mood at the wrong time, and they're going to have you in HR. And then I'm going to have to be the one that defends you in this case. And to be quite honest with you, with the policies and the sensitivity around people and their emotions, you're most likely going to lose. And that could cost you your job. And at
For
the end
sure
of the
could.
day, that's not going to be good.
No, because then you're going to be unemployed, and then that's going to go on your record. Where if you go to try and get another job, they're going to be able to track that down and find it and be like, "Well, you don't play well with others," and
Uh-huh.
Yep.
So it would have had a ripple effect, right? And he had a wife, he had kids, he had bills, you know, was
You
able
have
to
to weigh
make.
it out, though. I think too. Like, weigh it. What is more important? What is more? What is a more logical response to this? Do I just take certain things so that I can move a little bit further ahead? Do I still put my foot down at the same token as taking it? Do I make my boundaries? Do I, you know? But some people they don't have that dial. It's either take it or just go straight to 100.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I wasn't telling him to take any crap, but here's the thing: is he was assuming someone, because in his mind he was so self-conscious about himself and his weight that nobody ever said anything about him, right? But he would automatically, as soon as he saw someone come into his office, we're talking about third shift where, there's only him and maybe one other person in the office at a time. When someone would walk in, he would know just by the direction they were looking that they were coming his way. So he would purposefully say something derogatory
To avoid
right
the
out of the gate.
conflict.
Well, to keep them from making a comment about him, right? It's a diversionary. It's a diversionary tactic to keep them on the defensive, defending themselves as to why their hat was a little crooked on their head or their shoes were untied. I mean, I'm just using this analogy. But he would literally look them up and down.
And
You
make
could
an
see him
assumption.
to look for something to pick at him. We had a guy that had a speech impediment, right? He was like a lisp and a stutter. So he would always like with eyes, go, I, like that. And there you go, whoa, 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 when he was saying, well, right? And he would pick at him like that.
That's kind of
And
cool.
he would say, when he first walked in, he would say stuff like, oh, there, I see one of you. Where's the other two of you? You know, speaking of the I, right? You know, just stuff like that. And, you know, that bothered me because it was something he couldn't control. He couldn't help. So I'd be like, you know what? I'm just letting you know, in that position, you better watch what you're doing because you can pretty much write your own check in that position. And you're making $120,000 a year, and your benefits are pretty much covered. Some of the best benefits that just anybody in this whole country has, medical wise, the retirement, a matching 401k, no limits on the amount that you can put into your 401k, and it's matched. I'm going to tell you right now, finding another job at your education level that pays you like this and offers you this kind of benefits is not going to happen. I'm just telling you. So you better think before you start running that mouth.
Sounds like good advice.
Well, he toned it down. He did. He's, you know, I told him, I said, Skipper, I'm telling you, man, you better watch what you're doing. Because there's going to be some serious consequences and you are not going to be happy with them. And you've got to start acting like you're in a leadership position, first and foremost. It ain't the good old days, you know. Those days are gone. Things have changed. I mean, hell, we used to go in there and if we had a problem with somebody, we'd go in the cold room and we'd fight. Literally fist fights. They always went to
Get it into
cold
your
room.
system and go have a beer after.
Yeah, they get into fist fights and get back on their forklifts and go do their jobs. They always went in the cold room because it was like 30 degrees in there. So nobody had to break a sweat. You could fight longer.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm. Yes, every time something broke out, let's go to the cold room. All right, see you there. But those days, you know, were gone. They were over. I said, you better change with those times or else, you know, there's going to be a serious consequence that costs, you know, you down the road. And if you want to be able to ever get out of here or ever get out of working, you know, this is the job you probably want to keep.
Right.
McDonald's don't pay very well.
No, probably not.
Not compared to what he was making. Yeah, man.
I mean, you were talking about leadership positions. If he was in like a leadership position or wanted to get there, I mean, those are big things. You know, they pay a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, well, he was. I mean, look, I was there before he was there, and I watched him throughout his whole career from day one, and he started out just as a you know cleanup guy, and then he started driving the forklift, and which paid more money. Then he became a loader, which paid a little more money. Then a lead position came open. He finally got one. There was several lead positions came open, and he didn't get them because he didn't have the seniority. But he finally got the lead position, and that's when, after a short period of time, watching how he was doing, I said, you know what? It's a whole nother world. You better straighten it up, because you're not just a regular guy out there working now, right? With the good old boy thing. You're in between a management. You're not management, but you're not just a regular employee that can just get on their forklift and go move pallets from here to there anymore. You're given directions. You have a lot of responsibility. This ain't no game. There's times there's not even a supervisor here. You're the only one that's here. Someone to get hurt. It's a lot of responsibility. And if you don't become serious about it and start acting like you are at least somewhat professional, they're going to get rid of you. I'm just telling you. So yeah, man, there's a lot of
Bad
things.
for business,
Oh yeah, yeah. And employees, they'll target you just like in here. That's a high paying job. And don't think for 1 minute that there's not somebody out there that didn't have the seniority to get that position. They didn't sign for it because they knew you had more seniority and you would most likely get the position. So, but don't think for 1 minute they aren't chomping at the bit to catch you doing something fucked up, and they'll turn you in, and then you're going to get either demoted or terminated, and they'll take your position. So you got to walk a fine line in that environment. You know how devious and underhanded people can be.
Oh,
They're watching, they're sneaking, they're conniving.
The worst ones are the ones that don't even realize that they're doing it, and when you try to bring it to their attention, that entitlement comes through, and they don't acknowledge it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or they'll try to put it on you for something else, or bring something about you up.
Well, they sabotage, right? And in a lot of cases, because of the amount of money, and okay, you made more money and you didn't work as hard. Now, who don't want that job, right?
Probably everybody.
Well, exactly. I mean, anybody with half a brain would say, hey, man, I can make more money and actually work less as far as a physical work. It's more mental, right? And I can be in a controlled climate. I don't have to be dealing with super cold freezers or cold rooms or out in the heat working. So who wouldn't want that job? So I told him, I said, just think about it. Everybody's watching you, Skipper. Everybody. And the ones who want that position will be the exact ones that will turn you in. Yeah, they will turn you in. And the next thing you know, you're out the door and they're living that cush life. And I know it sucks, man. I know it's your nature to be funny and ha ha ha, cutting up and joking. But you better figure out a way to change it. Because if you don't, they're going to change it for you. It's up to you.
I don't think I could. I don't think I could do a corporate job. I like more hands-on things. You know.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It is. Um, I've been in that environment. I've been in the corporate side. I've been
I think
just the
it's boring.
employee. I tell you what, it is. It's very stressful, and it's not boring because you're constantly watching your back. If you're not constantly watching your back, you will be a fatality really, really quick because there's always someone, an underling, that's looking to take you down, or there's someone up at the top that don't want to do what they need to do, and they push their workload down on you. And you're now in a position that you can't say no because they have the power because they are above you to get rid of you. You're at will, first and foremost. And at will means they just walk in and say, get your stuff, you're fired. And, you know, it's a tough environment. It's cutthroat. Um, you might think it's gravy train until you get involved in it.
I'm gonna stick to it. I don't think I could do the whole corporate thing. I think it'd still be boring, just sitting at a desk doing nothing active.
Yeah, you're
I
talking
got, I
about
got
the
to be doing
physical side.
something with. Yeah, I got to be doing something with my hands. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like building something, fixing something. That
Yeah,
that's
you're
that's what I like doing. That's why I like what I do now. You know, general repairs, carpentry, roofing, siding, decks, docks, fucking just about anything that way.
yeah.
Keeps your mind occupied a little bit better. And it's
Well, the
always
day
like
goes
the
by.
same shit, but it's always different.
The day goes by quicker, right? You're not
You
clock
enjoy it
watching.
better,
Yeah,
you
and you're
know?
not clock watching the whole day.
No, because you're enjoying it.
Yeah, you're sitting in a cubicle.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that. That drive me
No,
insane.
yeah. Unfortunately, my positions say none of them were anywhere remotely like that. I mean, I had the freedom, especially when I was the union president. I had the freedoms to, do what I wanted as far as, I'd get up, move around, go here, go there. There's always something going on. Uh, so it kept me busy, mentally, and had a lot of communications and, setting up different events that had to take place. There was just a lot of stuff going on. I mean, I had cases coming in all the time, certain infractions. I had contract negotiations. Um, so it wasn't like just some, specific little thing I did and sit in a cubicle and punch down on a keyboard and answer phones, right? All day.
I wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, I
Yeah.
probably, if I had to, I'd be able to, but it's not something I would consider making a career out of for myself. I mean, that's just me. That may be
Well,
something for other people, but it's not. It's not what I want to
yeah.
do.
Well, it was something that I enjoyed doing because I could help people, right?
That's a good element to it.
And I felt better when I could help people, or at least attempt to help people in the best of my ability. I slept, better at night. So it was one of those things. But when I reached at 55, I think was when I really hit kind of a wall, and that last 3 years was absolutely brutal. I mean,
Frustrating.
it was so hard to drag my ass out of this house for the last 3 years. I literally got in fights with myself over it. But I had a goal, I had a plan. I had already set an end date. I told myself that, the day I actually started working for that company would be the day I retired at the age of 58. So the first day I walked in was to the day 35 years later, the last day that I walked out. I made the plan, I executed the plan, and that was it. End of story. But it was tough because I'd already put in 32 years. And, man, I don't know why I set that goal at 35. I could have retired at 55. I thought, man, I can go now. And that made it even harder, right? When you know you could go, everything's in order, everything's lined up. That last 3 years was just icing on the cake, not necessary. But yet, I set that damn goal and I regret it. Huh?
You accomplished it at least.
Yeah. But boy, did I regret it. Because that was one of my things. If I set a goal, I'm determined I'm going to do it. And that determination made me torture myself for an additional 3 years. But, well, it's okay though. I mean, even though it was hard for me, it benefited. It benefited the people there, in my belief that I did another contract for them. They're doing well. Set some things in place and in motion that will benefit them for generations to come.
That's one of the pros.
Yeah, you leave kind of a legacy, right? It'd be a good or a bad one. And I tried to make sure that when I walked away, um, everything that I had left behind was going to help the younger generation um, have the opportunity and the ability to put in the skin into the game and come out the way I came out. If they did what they needed to do, but then again, here's the tools. I've given them to you. The tools are here. Now you got to use them. It's up to you.
Well, I mean, I think that falls under the same. You could lead a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink.
Absolutely. Though I've got the water. The water's right here. You make a choice. Now I don't feel a bit bad because I've pretty much set everything up here to make sure that if you just understand what needs to be done and and get it done, you'll have a long career. It will pay off. You will have a means to support yourself and your family
Something
for
to be
many.
proud of.
Huh?
Something to be proud of.
Right. And you will have the ability to one day, hopefully at your choosing, to retire with dignity, be proud, and not have to worry about where your next meal's coming from. So, but once again,
all good things to consider.
yeah, once again, life is choices. Choices have consequences.
Good or bad.
Yeah, some of them good, some of them bad. But it always comes back to you and the choice that you made. I didn't make it for you.
Right? I mean, I've made some poor choices in my life. Some of them bother me,
Mm-hmm.
and I gotta remember that I can't change them. I can only change tomorrow. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Look, man, don't dwell on the past. Learn from the past, but don't stay in the past. Whatever happened then, as long as you learn from it and you don't keep doing it, then obviously you're making progress. But it's the ones who don't want to learn or think they know it all and think, well, I made this mistake because I didn't quite do it just perfect, even though it's just an absolute disastrous thing to do. Now you're going to try to tweak it to make it so it's not quite as much of a disaster as it was then. It's like, no, it's still going to be a disaster, maybe a little less of a disaster because you tweaked it, but it's still going to have disastrous consequences. Just don't do it. Period. Leave that, move along, find something else.
Seems like sound advice.
Yeah. Well, it is for somebody who can think rationally. Someone who can't think rationally, I mean, everything that we've talked about is like they would never get it. Or they wouldn't practice it, they wouldn't even attempt it. Because they know everything.
Or perception that they know everything.
Right. Right.
I know a lot, but I have lots to learn, if that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not book smart. Um, thank God for Google. I sucked at math, right? Um, all that trigonometry and algebra, and that stuff was like alien to me. But you know, fortunately, I've been able to adapt and figure ways to utilize either technology um, or my skills to get me through, right?
That's where street smart comes in.
Absolutely. Watching.
MacGyver shit a little bit better.
Yeah, paying attention.
Being acute to your surroundings.
Right, right. So you don't have to have all of that knowledge and be all that smart. You just got to know and understand how to navigate this complex system.
And have a little bit of common sense. I don't mean by common as in common today. I mean as in like fundamentally common sense.
Right, right. And just an understanding of what you're about to get yourself into. Don't go into it without at least having some understanding of what you're about to get into. Because it could set you backwards. And I told you before, Going backwards, man, that sucks. Because then you got to
Because
catch back up to where you were. And that takes time. And, we only get so much time. I don't know how much time that'll be. You don't know how much time that'll be. I told people
time is the
before.
most valuable thing on this earth.
That's right.
You know, I cherish time a lot.
It
I
should
cherish my
be.
time with people. You know, it means a lot to spend time with people. And when you care for people, like family or friendships or relationships, you know that time is always cherished, no matter what. You know,
Yeah, because you don't get to do a do over. I
no,
tell people, you got one shot at this. There is no second round. I mean, if there was a second round, I'd probably get to see my mom, my dad, my grandparents. And they haven't come back to see me yet. They're gone. So that tells me that my theory is pretty much, 100% solid that I get one round. I'm not coming back. So I better make it the best it can be. Wake up on
this
a,
is what I say, and a lot of people um, they don't hear the message behind the saying. They only hear the bad part of it, right? So we're all born to die, yeah,
yes,
essentially.
we
It's what
start
we
dying.
do in between that counts the most.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people that hear that and they're like, "Oh, that's so negative. You're born to die. That's a horrible way of looking at it." But you didn't hear the other part. You were so offended by the dying part that you didn't pay attention to the rest of it, where it's what we do in between that counts and matters the most.
Well, I'll put it to you like this, Tank. I'm sure you've heard a child is born, but hours later they die. A child is born and they die when they're 8 years old. A child is born and they die when they're 20 years old. We don't know how long we get, right? We don't know. There's no telling. Um, you better make every day count. Like I told people, when they came in at work, um, you don't know if you might get a year in, 6 months in, something happened physically that takes you down and can no longer work. You better look at every day as if it's your last day
Last,
and take every penny that you can and put away for a rainy day. And it could very well happen. And it has happened. I can give you example after example. That people that live paycheck to paycheck, they didn't have to, but they chose to. And they now regret it because they lived to a point where they become incapacitated. They back injury, different things, heart attacks, um, just all kinds of physical disabilities that came into play later on, but they had no savings. They maybe got in 5, maybe 10 years. They didn't save none of their money. But now they're out there struggling, barely making ends meet. Nobody cares about them because they're wheelchair bound. They have nothing to offer in return. So they've just left them to flounder around in life. And it's awful. It's awful to see it. It's awful to hear about it. But it's going on right now. So I'm telling you, you better be vigilant and your decision making better be spot on because if that day comes and you weren't prepared, you'll be left like a dog out in the rain with no food. And you know, a lot of people, me sitting down with them and helping them and guiding them into, you know, the savings and the understanding that, yeah, it's great, man. Oh man, my paycheck was $3,000 this week. That's nice. How much of that $3,000 though are you actually going to be able? Are you actually going to be able to keep in your household, right? That's what I want to hear you brag about. I don't want to hear you bragging about the fancy car you bought. I don't want to hear you bragging about that $1 million home you're about to buy or you bought.
What
I want to hear
investments do
about,
you have?
huh?
What investments do you have?
Well, what investment in you? Not these tangible little, you know,
Material objects.
material objects. I want to hear about what did you invest in you, right? I don't care if you're out here and you're making a $1,200 a month car payment because you felt like you worked hard and you deserved that fancy car. Well, when the man comes and gets that fancy car because you got it under a loan and something happens to you and you're back down to uh, them tennis shoes you got on your feet, it's going to be that, well, I had. Nobody wants to hear about what you had. Nobody cares about what you had. Nobody's going to hang around you. You ain't going to be cool anymore because of what you had. You're going to be cool because of what you have, right? But then you got to be careful about what you have because people who want to hang around you because of what you have most likely have an agenda to get something out of you.
Right, and here's the key point, and I'm a firm believer of this. If you can't accept me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
Absolutely.
At all.
Absolutely.
You know?
And I'm not here to impress you with my things, right? And you can walk by me on the street and look, I'm just casual dresser. I'm not suit and tie. I'm not all fluffed up. You can see I'm sitting here right now. I'm just in my t-shirt, long hair, gray, almost bald on the top. You'd walk by me on the street and never know I was worth over $1 million. I mean, I don't put on that. I don't have fancy rings on. I don't have jewelry, all that bullshit.
I respect that. I mean, if I was, the way I look at it is, if I was rich, I'd live the same way that I live right now, just comfortably.
Yes, I'm very comfortable. I mean, the condo that I live in is 1,100 square foot, 2 bedroom, 2 bath. Nothing over the top fancy, except for, my little comforts that I enjoy. But it's not overly extravagant. It's not, 10 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. I don't want to clean that shit. I don't want to maintenance that shit. I don't want to air condition all that. I don't need it, right? And I'm not buying a 10 bedroom, 5 bathroom house for the occasional one every maybe 5 years somebody comes to visit me. No.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't have a big house to please other people. You got to be comfortable and happy with your own.
But that's what I'm saying. Some of these people They would work themselves in the ground to pay for something they never got to hardly see. But oh, you should see my house. You should, I live in this neighborhood. Yeah, okay, that's great. But you're spending every waking moment in here just to pay for that house. You're not putting anything away. All you're doing is making payments. You own nothing right now. The bank owns it. You're making payments on it. You're not putting anything away for a rainy day. If you had 2 months where you were ill and couldn't come to work, they'd be taking repossession of your shit.
Right.
They took your down payment. They took your equity that you supposedly have. I mean, and you're starting over again. But you had this. Here we go back to what I said before. You had. So if you was trying to attract attention and friends based off what you had or have, it's not going to work out well for you. Because if they're flocking around you because of what you have, they're fake. The real friends are the ones who don't judge.
Ones that got your back no matter what.
Well, they're just good, solid people. You know? I mean, care about having my back, but they're just quality people.
I meant that as in like the ride or die people. You know, they're there for you, not there for anything else.
Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, they're just there because they enjoy hanging out with you, right?
Right.
But it's not about looking for what they can maybe get out of the deal.
Correct.
You know? So, yeah, it's I tell you what, man, my 61 years of existence, I've learned a lot.
I believe it.
Then that's basically just off of watching and paying attention.
My father used to always tell me, watch and learn.
You said what?
Watch and learn.
That's it.
And he also said that when you're talking, you're not listening. And when you're not listening, you're not learning.
Mm-hmm. And I did a lot of listening. That's why I'm able to talk as much as I'm even talking right now. Because I did a whole lot of listening in my time. And now I think because I'm coming to the end of, my lifespan, I enjoy sharing it. I enjoy sharing the experience. I enjoy sharing how I did what I did. And maybe it can help someone. And everyone's different. I get it.
If you can help one person, it was worth it.
Absolutely.
Because then that person may go on to pass that knowledge on to help someone else. Now you've helped two people.
Yes. I mean, it has that ripple effect possibly where more people will benefit from it. There's always the ones that's going to chart their own path and, you're full of shit. And my way's a better way. And I wish you the best. And I hope it is a better way. And I hope it serves you well. But if not,
my uncle used to say there's more than one way to skin a cat, and it all breaks down and boils down to what's best for that person.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I say, you may only take bits and pieces of my theory on how to make it, through life. It may be only one small tiny bit, but if it benefits you, right, then I'm happy with that. I'm not saying everybody should follow my exact blueprint. Not everybody
but if
can.
people pay attention, it may not benefit them right now, but sometime in life they'll remember that conversation, and it'll come in from the toolbox.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me add this, because I heard that this worked for a certain individual. Let me kind of put that over here in the toolbox and see if that can't benefit me
Later
somewhere
on
down
down
the
the
road.
road, or someone else.
Hmm. Yep. Well, like I said, it's a tough world. It's tough to make it in the first place. Um, if anybody is willing to give you any advice, not saying you have to take it, but consider it, right? You
Keep it
should
on the
at
back
least,
burner. You may need it.
right. You should at least think about it and maybe incorporate some of your own ideas in there and mix it up and put it in a blender and, you know, make it work for you.
You may just find the right recipe to do things more efficiently.
Hmm. Or just discipline, self-discipline. People, um, I used to have fun with them, right? And to try to give them a visual of how it works. A lot of people don't believe nothing unless they see it, right? I mean, I could sit here and talk to you all day long, and you're probably like, because you're not seeing it, right? Well, I used to,
Actions speak louder than words.
right. So, you might be, well, kind of, a little bit in the back of your mind saying, this guy's full of shit, he's, whatever, right?
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Well, no, I mean, look, I'm sure there's a part of you that questions, whether, because we experience it every day, with the bullshitters, right? So I'm sure there's a part of you, and you should actually question whether everything that I'm saying would be factual and true, right? It'd be a shame on you
I'm
if you
very
didn't.
open-minded, if you know that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because that's what I encourage is people to be their own individuals. I don't want you to take everything I say as a gospel.
No.
But
Let's blindly follow it.
Right. So what I did is I don't know, I was just having kind of some fun with myself, right? And I would find myself going to, I was into the electronics and stuff like that, even though I didn't really have the time to use any of it. But I would go to Best Buy, right? And I would see all those gadgets and things, and they look cool, and it's nice flashy boxes and things that they did and all that. I'd read on them and say, "Oh man, that sounds cool. Um, I could use that, but I don't really have time to use it. But I could go ahead and get it, and then when I have a little bit of time, I can use it." I'm thinking, well, let me, because I give myself an allowance every week. I said, this is going to be my allowance for the week. And I started challenging myself when I would go out and think I wanted to buy something, that impulsive, you want something, right? You worked hard, you want to buy something. So I actually, with that allowance, I would go to the Best Buy, let's say, and I'd see all the cool stuff. And I'd say, well, I'd like to get that. I got the money to get it. And I'd say, you know what? If I don't buy it, then I still got that money, right? And I said, how many hours does it take me working to purchase this item? I'm like, damn, that's 4 hours worth of work, right? Like, Jesus Christ.
But
No, man.
Take an hour worth of pay out of each day, and there you go.
Well, so what I did was, instead of buying the items, I would tell myself, well, if I really want it, I will come back tomorrow or the next day and I'll get it. Well, all the time, things happen, right? Next day comes, you don't have time, you got something else came up. So you can't do it because you don't have the time, or you would decide that I really don't need it that bad, or I'm just too lazy to take my ass back over there and get it, right? So the money that I wouldn't spend, I would put into the cookie jar, right? So I had this pretty good size, basically a dog treat ceramic jar. And so I would put just whatever was left, change, dollars, tens, 20s, whatever it was, I'd throw in that cookie jar. And after a month, I would go in and see what was in that cookie jar. And I would count it. And if there was enough to make $100 bill at all that change, or 200, I would take that 20s, 10s, 5s, 1s, pennies, whatever. I would take it over to the bank and I'd get me a nice crisp $100 bill. And I would bring it back and I would put it in that cookie jar. And I don't know about you, but I know it's hard to break one of them pretty crisp, brand new $100 bills. You just don't want to do it, right? So that was another deterrent for me to not spend the cookie jar. So I kept doing that. I did that for quite some time. And finally, it got to the point where I had $50,000 in $100 bills in the cookie jar.
That's
So
not bad.
that taught me self-discipline, right? That was another way to teach me to not be drawn in by unnecessary things that was going to cost me hours of work, things that was going to take away from my savings, emergency funds, my ability to contribute to my 401k and maxing it out every year. So it was like an exercise, right? That you're self-training and using tools like that, coming up with those kind of ideas to basically put yourself in a better position in life. And then what I did was I took that $50,000 before I retired, and by using cash money, I was able to do the remodel on the condo, and my place was all basically brand new for when I retired, so I wouldn't have a bunch of expenses, and I could reduce costs because I could pay cash, right? So once again, I invested in my investment, right? So now when I retire, when I retired, I didn't have to worry about, remodeling things. Was already done.
I bet you that takes a little bit of strain off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to walk away, no house payment, no car payment, no, remodeling that had to be done. Everything was brand new, all appliances, debt free. I mean, I had 150 credit cards that I could utilize whenever I wanted to. I mean, just it was a snowball effect But the snowball, instead of being in a detrimental cycle, a downward spiral, it was an upward spiral. And my money basically started doing the work, and I didn't have to do the work any longer. So it's called, a passive income versus a earned income. So my money makes me the money to afford me retirement and the things that I want. Somebody else is paying for it. I'm not. So you see how that works? You reverse the cycle of the indebtedness and paying somebody else. Now they're paying you.
The way I look at it is, if you can do something yourself, why pay somebody else to do it?
Well, remember, you know, I was working 16-hour days. My wife was a career woman. She worked. She took care of my mother-in-law. She was here for 15 years, maybe going on, 15 to 17 years she was here. It was a long time. So she took care of her. She did her own. She is in a professional career. Um,
I'm gonna be listening just on my phone. I gotta go to the washroom real quick.
oh, hey, I'll go have a smoke, man.
Okay.
All right, I'll
I'll
be
be
right
right
back.
back.
All right, man, no problem. Yeah, I'm back, buddy.
Yeah, I lost my fucking lighter.
Oh no.
I know I got a torch around here somewhere. Oh, I bet you any money I forgot it in there.
Probably did.
What the hell's going on here? It's not on this little end table. So where the hell did it go?
Damn thing got up, grow some legs.
I grab my drink. I bring my drink. My drink's right here. Son of a gun. I'll be right back.
All right, man.
I left it on the hutch.
Nah, at least you found it.
Yeah, that's where I made my drink. That's why. What a dummy I am sometimes.
Yeah, but just things like that, man. Self-discipline, figuring out ways to train yourself, to make sure that you're taking care of yourself first and foremost in your future. That's always been what I try to teach people is you have to count on something happening. And if it don't happen, then hey, you're just that much further ahead of the game, right? But if it does happen, you don't lose it all. Like, I think now I've been retired, 61, 3 years and 3 years and a little over a month.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. 3 years and a little over a month I've been retired and I've not worked a day since then, and I have more money than I had when I retired. So figure that one out, right? I'm not even utilizing my retirement funds in 3 years. My wife's been retired for four or 5 years. So, we don't have to want for anything and we don't struggle. And she earned her way and obviously, is capable of retiring. She went through a battle with cancer and, tough times. And for her, have to go through that, but it didn't devastate us, even going through that situation. And, a lot of times medical expenses like that would devastate, people.
Got to plan ahead, right?
Yeah, it's all about the plan, man. Set goals, make plans, have targets, target dates that you expect to accomplish um, that particular goal. Check it off the box, once you reach that goal, and then start on the next one. And that's how it works.
The motions of it, get a list of goals that you want to accomplish and start with one.
Check the box, right?
I mean, it works.
Well, I mean, it may not work for everybody, but you never know until you try, right? That's the way I always looked at it. If you don't at least try, you'll never know. And, I get it. People say, oh, well, I only make minimum wage. Well, that's tough. I'll give you that. It's a tough environment with just the natural but, you don't have to stay in minimum wage necessarily. You can do things to maybe change that, or once again, figure out a way to live within your means and still, put money into something that will start making you money. When I first started participating in the 401k, I was later in life, I mean, hell, I had bills, shit like everybody else did. And it was, later in life when I was able to put two and two together. I didn't have a mentor to tell me how to do it. I had to do it on my own, figure it out on my own. And once I figured it out, I'm like, let me get involved in this. Let me at least attempt to give it a shot and see if I can make it work. And lo and behold, when I first put my first little bit into the 401k and I saw that, hey, man, I made, I think, when I first looked at it, I made like $20. Like, damn, I made $20 and I didn't have to work. It's like, I like this. Next thing you know, I mean, with compounding interest over time, it was, $40, $50. Next thing I know, I mean, I'm making, some days I make $500. And this is in a day. And then it got to the point where there was days I'd be making $5,000. Now, that was tough to do, man. $5,000 in that amount of time. That was big boy league stuff there. But
Who wouldn't want to make that in a day?
absolutely. I mean, I'm not talking a month or in 2 months. I'm talking a fucking day. Right?
That's insane.
I know. That's what the big boys do. That's how you flip the script and you get, into that game. Instead of you being the slave to the money's now your slave. And you make it work. And trust me, it's a whole lot easier work than punching that clock. and being told what to do, when to do it, how to do it, where to do it.
That's what I like about working with my father. It's like a family repair carpentry business. I got two people that work under me, but I don't look at them as if they work under me. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
we all work together. Um, but it's you don't have to worry about as long as you're respectful, everything's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that you know, if you treat people right, make it enjoyable, not miserable. Um, they'll want to come up to work. They'll enjoy it. They'll um, feel like they're being treated fair. They'll hopefully reciprocate, with their personalities, and there won't be confrontations, headbutting, arguing. I don't know about you, buddy, but that kind of stuff takes a lot out of me. That
I'm
fussing
not
and
one for
fighting.
all of that hostility. I don't like it.
No, it takes a lot of energy, man, and blood pressure going up. And people say if it wasn't for my receding hair, I mean, a lot of people still say you don't look 61 years old. Well, that's because I keep stress and the bullshit, out of my life. I don't.
The only way to do it, though.
What's that?
It's the only way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't. I don't get involved in it. I don't start it. I don't throw myself in it. I go a different direction when it starts happening around me. I just remove myself from it and go in a direction that's more pleasant. I mean, if you're going to sit around and just beat me up, whether it be verbally or
Physically.
in text, I'm just, I'll just move along, man. I don't need that shit. I'm not going to try to argue and to defend myself. I'm just going to let you have whatever it is narrative you want to have, and you run with it, and good luck on it. But I'm not going to be put in a position where you or anyone else makes me have to defend myself. I'm not doing it.
And you shouldn't have to. I think is a good way of looking at it.
No.
If you're in a situation that you don't wish to be in, just exit stage left.
That's it. Because I don't really have, even though I have the time, I always tell myself I don't have the time to spend on all of that negativity and not going forward. It's just going backwards, right? In that environment. And I just don't want to allow myself to utilize my time in all that negative shit.
You don't prosper if you go backwards.
No.
You don't get nowhere. You're just going backwards. You're not going ahead. You're not going forward. You're not being all that you can be.
Yeah, you're just languishing in a bunch of cesspool bullshit that's meaningless and not beneficial. Therefore, I don't really feel like being involved in it. So there's no purpose for me.
anybody,
feel.
even if someone thinks that it serves some purpose, it doesn't. It just creates more hostility.
Well, you know how we have these internet Gestapo style uh, researchers who go around and try to find shit on somebody, right? Or find a reason to degrade them, bring them into the gutter, so to speak.
Or tear them down.
Put them on the defensive, question their integrity. You got like who is it? Navin Johnson. He'll go and he'll put together these fancy spreadsheets about the numbers of somebody who supposedly is running a scam and digging up information. And supposedly this is a professional, educated, individual. Who in their right mind?
Well, you gotta understand where Navin comes from. I mean, there's A Balance, Shiva. They all came from a different community. It was the community of scam baiting, where they would those telemarketer calls that scam little old ladies. They went after people like that. The people doing
Oh,
harmful things to people, right? It's in their.
yeah.
I think it's in their blood to expose cons.
Well, that's admirable, right? But on the other hand, I look at it as if what, it's unfortunate that these people are doing this kind of shit. They should not be reliant upon others to protect them from being scammed. You ought to be smart enough to figure out that, hey,
Well,
this,
here's a good way you could put it. To maybe look at it from a different point of view or perspective. Um, Not everybody knows their rights when it comes to law enforcement.
Mhm.
So, what if the people that they're trying to protect against scammers don't know?
I mean, that's a good point. But it once again falls back on me looking into a situation and seeing that this kind of filth is out there and making myself aware, right? It's being proactive, making myself aware that there is this entity that wants to try to fake me into believing that they're in it to help me, right? These scammers. They're going to do something for me. They're going to give me money, uh, or they're going to, help me with my computer. And all the while they're logging into my computer and stealing my information. You know, uh, there are some people who just fall for that stuff, and that's unfortunate. But I mean, has David ever done anything like stopped a scam, or is he just looking at the after effects of the scam?
I know that that little group of people have prevented future people from being scammed by bringing that awareness.
Yeah, I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that because if you're helping people in that way, um, and I kind of like that's a noble thing to do. But there again, I've also seen them go after people to just literally tear them apart, you know, rip them to shreds with very skeptical uh, thoughts about how things may have went down.
I think it would boil down to the intentions, right? If their
Right,
intentions are to harm, then yeah, that would be a problem, and I wouldn't agree with that.
right,
Um, and I mean, how do you know a person's intentions?
exactly. we don't know that whether their intentions were good or the other person's intentions were good, but yet they're being put in a bad light by this group of people who assume that some scam's going on. Because I had told people very early on in some of my very first streams that if you are willing to hand over your money to anyone for any reason and expect that money to come back to you, then you're going to be disappointed. Now, if you're handing over the money because you're, heart wrenched about a situation that somebody's going on, you have compassion, you want to help, and something goes down, the money goes in an area, was unintended, right? Then it's unfortunate, but it can and it will happen, right? So if you expect that money to come back and it doesn't, and you get mad, it's more of a shame on you. Because I'm telling you right now, stop giving your money out to people, period. And then get mad when things don't go the way you intended them, or the expectations that you had doesn't work out the way you wanted them to.
I think another key thing to remember is that people shouldn't use money as a persuader, right? So they help someone and then expect something back. If
Yes.
you expect something, then that should have been prearranged in the original agreement. If you just give somebody something, though, you shouldn't expect something without having that first priorly be discussed.
Or using that as a carrot, to dangle over someone's head when they're already in bad shape.
So why aren't you doing this?
Right.
That's wrong.
That's strings attached.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't think that should take place either. But I think there are a few people who do. They either want to buy the friendships, and then when that person doesn't stand up and protect them, then they get mad. They want to expose what they have done for this person as if it was nefarious on their end, and they scammed them, right? So you see how people will even twist what they did because now they're upset. And I've said it before that you and I could be sitting here having a cordial conversation like we've had all night, but I don't have any expectations that tomorrow wouldn't be totally different, and you could come at me with, fangs out, claws out, and
But why would I do
rip
that?
it. Well, I'm just saying. I'm not saying you would, but I have no expectations that it couldn't happen, right? And I've seen how these people turn on each other, and it could happen in a blink of an eye. I could say something that you don't like, and we've had hours of conversation, great conversation, and within a snap of a finger, now you hate my guts and kick me off the panel, and never want to talk to me again.
Here's a good way to explain it. You were talking about Navin a minute ago. I like Navin. Yeah. Navin's cool in my eyes. You had an opinion, based on your perception of it, and I tried to give you, this is what I think. We didn't sit there and call each other names and rip each other's throats off and be like, oh, well, you're dead to me.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then I saw your side of it.
Right.
I understand that there's two sides to, maybe what's going on. And I have witnessed that there's some good side of the things that he may have done. But then I've also seen that there was some things that was questionable, and going, so deep into a situation that really didn't concern him without hearing, both sides of the story. But just taking the information that one side gives you, then putting out a narrative and a timeline and a spreadsheet. And then it's like, oh, really? You put this much time into that when this is between two parties that may have had other agreements that you heard from just one side, but now you're absolutely trying to destroy somebody else, right?
I think he puts it together that even the simpleton can read into it,
Yeah, yeah. But once again, it comes back to anyone who expects that once they give out money, it could be utilized in a way that they did not intend for it to be utilized in, then you know what? Learn your lesson, and shame on me. Shouldn't have done it when I had expectations that
I know what you're
it would
saying.
result
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Or
right.
fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
There you go. Absolutely. And that's the way I look at it. Because like I say, people, I know I've told them, don't do it. Don't mix money in this environment, period. Look, I feel bad about people that struggle. I literally, Tank, I could spend every dime and be in the same gutter they're in trying to help them. But then I have to now worry about someone helping me because I've totally destroyed my financial situation helping other people. I know it tugs on people's heartstrings when they see somebody that's down and out. But, at the end of the day, it's none of our responsibilities to financially take care of their problems. And it's a short term fix. You take somebody like a Rick Crude. The whole time I've known Rick Crude, he's never, to me, shown an effort that he's willing to get out there and beat the streets and get a job.
Well,
Yeah,
what
he
he
goes,
does is scrap. He goes out to the garbage piles and collects the cans and
I
scrap
get it.
metal, and that's
I
his
get
hustle.
it. Well, that's okay. That's fine. But if that isn't working out for you, it's not paying the bills.
I don't know if it's working out for him. I just know that that's what he does.
No,
But
it's
probably
not
not working
obvious.
out. Probably not
No, it's
working
not.
out. But
Because he's asking for money a lot, right? So instead of
okay, yeah,
spending your time on YouTube, get out there and put in some applications. Um, because obviously this isn't working out for you, collecting cans and stripping copper. So get out there and get a job. Um, it's not our fault. You train wrecked your whole life and are in the position you're in. It's not my problem to financially take care of you. That's on you. I can offer you advice. I've even offered to help people get a job. Um, but they seem like, well, when somebody tells you, like, well, that's a sign. They don't want to go out and work for it. They want that easy, candy money, right? They don't have to put in the time for. And that's unfortunate. So that should tell you right there. You would have to continue to donate and help this person out until they literally destroy you financially. And when they're destroying you financially, and you trying to keep up with taking care of 2 or 3 or 4 households, and they still are not going to be able to turn around the corner and get ahead of the game, do you think they're going to help you? There's nothing there to help you with. They'll turn on you and go to the next. So like I said, stop giving your money unless you obviously have the money and are not going to be upset if the money goes for reasons that you did not intend on them going for. And all of that would stop. And Naven or Shiva or none of them would really have to worry about scam baiting any longer. Just don't give it, or give it and forget it. Don't cry over spilt milk, right? You ever been told that one?
Yeah. My grandmother used to say that when she was alive.
Yep. My grandparents did too. But then you go and you want to, after something doesn't go your way, and you want to go and cry on the internet, and then you get somebody like, Shiva and Naven that pick up on it, and you spin your narrative of how you got scammed and how you got ripped off, and then they go putting together spreadsheets and timelines and receipts and this and that and the other thing. At the end of the day, I mean, you're still out the money, period. So just either stop it or continue to do it. And I don't care which, but if you continue to do it, don't be mad when you don't get it back.
Seems like a good enough point.
But that's what I say, Tank. Keep it simple, right? Simple, stupid. It's so simple. Even stupid should be able to figure it out.
And articulate your terms specifically.
And don't be upset if your terms aren't met. My terms are I'm giving you this money to go buy you a pack of cigarettes. Whereas your intentions are to take that money and buy a bag of chips. Well, God dog it, you bought a bag of chips and I told you it was for cigarettes. Well, I was hungry and the cigarettes wasn't filling like the potato chips was. Well, by God, you told me he was getting cigarettes with it. I think you should have got the cigarettes. It's like, really? That's a crazy little analogy, but that's the kind of.
It's the ones that give it and don't have any articulation of any terms in the beginning, and then bring it up in pocket later and be like, well, I gave you this, so, or they just expect something from it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, should all be articulated in the terms in the original.
And it shouldn't be this verbal thing in the first place. It should be a clear and concise agreement, and it should be done in legal documents. I loaned a friend of mine $50,000 once.
Jesus.
To buy a boat. Now, do you think I just handed him $50,000 without a contract?
Probably not.
Absolutely not. Even though he's my closest, one of my best friends I've ever had, still to this day. But there were, language that basically, if he made a mistake, that I loaned him $50,000, he was to repay me at $58,000. So I was going to profit $8,000 off of my $50,000, which was basically in the timeline that we had set up, which was 12 months, that I was averaging out for that amount of money being in the stock market. That money had the potential to make 8,000 at least on a conservative note. So there was the criteria that I had used him or told him that I was basing what he would repay me at, because here's what I can make off of that money. Why would I just loan you $50,000 and not get something in return, right? And there was also a stipulation in there that if he missed a payment on paying that money back, that what's that?
Late fees.
Oh, the late fee was I come and take that boat. It wasn't really a late fee. I was about to take a $500,000 boat. So that gave him the incentive to be on time and make sure those payments were made as stated in that contract, or there was going to be a consequence. I mean, you either pay me back my $50,000 or I'm taking a $500,000 boat. Choice is yours.
Seems easy enough.
Yeah, you wanted it that bad, right? You wanted it bad enough that you needed that money quick and in a hurry. Actually, that boat was almost $1 million boat, but he was getting such a good deal that there was, a lot of equity already built into the boat, but the guy wanted his money and he wanted it now. Well, the only way he could get,
Impatient.
Well, no, he was ready to buy. I guess he had already ordered a new boat, and it got completed before he had gotten rid of this boat. So he wanted to go pick up his new boat. So the only way he could go pick up his new boat if he sold this boat. But he said, "Look, I want this boat sold like now because I want to get my new boat." And so anyway, he had already, because the guy had offered this boat at such a great deal, that he already had several buyers. So if he didn't have that money together by the next day, there was already somebody there to buy it. So he had to have the money quick and in a hurry, or else he would lose the deal. So, he only had me to fall back on for that kind of money. But there was, stipulations made in that contract that held his feet to the fire. Now, that's how I do business. I mean, it wasn't a loan or I'm going to just, give you money. This is the contract for a loan. And like I said, I mean, I made my money back plus the $8,000, and he got his boat. Everybody's happy.
Well, then you can't go wrong with that.
Right.
Everybody
wins. Everybody won. Even with paying me back the $8,000, he still came out with the purchase of the boat. He still came out over $250,000 in savings by being able to get this boat at that price. I mean, any boat in comparison, like that particular one, there was no way he could have got any other boat for that amount of money. So he saved himself over $250,000 and had to pay an extra $8,000 to repay me my $50,000. So even though he paid an extra $8,000, which benefited me, he got the benefit of just over $250,000 in savings. So you see how that works?
So he took on a good benefit anyway.
He got a great benefit out of making that decision. I got a benefit out of making that decision. And I stood to lose nothing because I would have taken that boat, which already from the day it was purchased had over $250,000 in equity. So I stood to gain no matter what. He had the risk of losing by not making the payments. That put the pressure on him to make sure that he was doing the right thing, because he knew that his loss of over $250,000 in profit or equity that was in that boat would get taken away from him. So that's incentive for him to do the right thing. But when you just hand somebody money, I'm telling you, man, it just doesn't never work out well.
No, they may expect it again.
Yeah, right. And they'll turn around and do it again.
Mistaking kindness for weakness.
Uh-huh. I mean, it's stupid. You did it once, you got burned, and you turn around and do it again, expecting a different result. It's like, really? It happened to you once before. What makes you think that it won't happen again? And when it comes to money, we all know anyone out there that finds $100 bill in the ground. What do you think they're going to do?
Most would keep it.
Yeah, you think they're going to go and find the closest place, where they found it and say, hey, look, I found this $100 bill out here. I was wondering if you know who belonged to it.
I mean, you would think.
I wouldn't.
I mean, there are some really honest people out there,
Well, but I'm saying on the curb, lots of people walking around, maybe, all these different businesses and everything. Let's just say you say, I found this $100 bill. Who's going to be able to identify it because they know the serial numbers? Maybe you walk into the store and say, hey, look, I found this $100 bill. Oh, I think I know somebody was just in here and had a stack of hundreds. It might be them. Just leave it with me. Do you really think that it's going back to that person that was just in here with a roll of $100 bills? They're going to stick it in their pocket. Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing, though. I mean, when people find or get money, it's gone. My thing is once it leaves your pocket, it's gone. If you look at it that way, you'll never be upset. If you look at it with an expectation, without putting in a contract between two people, then
I say expect the worst, hope for the best.
There you go.
You're never disappointed that way.
No. But I mean, you talk about like Lady Di, with the emo situation. I put my business out there because I didn't want it to sound like I was bragging. So I was very hesitant about putting out my business, right? The fact that I have money, I have rental properties, I was very hesitant about doing it because of its perception. So, but when I wanted to explain people to maybe help them with their lives, I kind of sort of was pressed to, put up or shut up, right? To show them that it can be done uh, from starting with nothing. So I had to kind of put, my financials out there, right? But I told everybody up front, I don't want you to come off. I don't want this to come off as I'm bragging because I'm not. I don't think I'm better than any one of you. And I've never, ever degraded anyone, period, no matter what their financial status was, where they lived, whatever, what their employment is. It's none of my concern. Now, if I can help you out with some advice, I'd be more than happy to do so. But, when I did that, Emo, he apparently either was in the stream, lurking, whatever. Then he found apparently my email address, and I think it's in my about page. I don't know, whatever. But he actually emailed me and started a conversation, right, over email. And, that was back before his big blow up on his panel and all. So I was, wondering, what's all this? So he was acting like he wanted just information on how to make things better in his life. So I tried to, explain to him, what to do, how to maybe go about it. And the next thing you know, though, I guess he thought that we were close enough at that point to where he could ask me, because he knew about me owning rental properties, that he could ask me if I was interested in purchasing a home up in his area so he could rent off of me. And, trying to sell it as, sending me the actual listing of the home, the neighborhood, and the price, and how much he could afford to pay for rent. And I'm like, look, man, first and foremost, I'm retired. I don't want to take on any more responsibilities than I already have. Second of all, that is way too far away from me to be able to properly manage. I can't just go and fix and repair things. Hey, Blue Eyes. I can't just go and fix and repair
Hey,
things
Blue Eyes.
at the drop of a hat. I actually would have to hire people. There goes profit. Just a whole slew of things, right? And knowing and looking at his streams and the way he, took care of his house that he lived in, I just didn't want to deal with that, right? And so I
Probably
respectfully,
would have became a burden.
well, it would have been nothing but a train wreck, right?
More
And that would
hassle
have,
than solutions.
yeah, that had been a very expensive headache for me. So I respectfully declined. I said, I'm not interested. That's not the type of thing I really need to get into at my age. I want to wind things down and have a calm, relaxing retirement. And he got mad. So he gets mad about it, and he starts to throw my business out there, as if, I'm just a bad person, right? Um, and he knew that, because I made it very clear that, hey, back in my younger days, man, I was all about, making money. And I had the means to, um, invest in certain things that was party enjoyable for a lot of people. And in the 80s, the rich enjoyed their cocaine. And I started into that where I did supply for very wealthy individuals, right, who wanted to have big parties at their mansions, and so I supplied a lot for some very exclusive clientele, and I made a lot of money doing it. So anyway, he's like, "Oh, um, uncontrollable. Um, he's a millionaire drug dealer. Like that. That was going. That was going to, somehow defame me.
You damn
And
drug lord, you.
right, right. And I've been very open about, all of that too. And there's a difference between a street, some street peddler, um, and me. I was not a street peddler. I
Specific
dealt
clientele.
very large quantities and very, very um, exclusive clientele, not some street trash, right? These people had businesses, attorneys, there was doctors involved. Not saying they were doing it, but they provided it for their get-togethers, their parties, right? Um, but by doing that, um, I didn't care what they did with this. Was none of my business, It's like, you call me up, you tell me what you need, you make the arrangements, and uh, I had the policy that, you got one shot per week, get what you need, do not come back for more, don't call me again. Uh, Whatever it is that you need and you feel you need, you better add to that just in case. Because
Less
this is
traffic,
not,
better.
well, there was never any traffic at my home because I didn't allow that.
No, I meant as in general.
Yeah, well, I always delivered. Uh, I didn't have that in and out effect, and I carried a full time job the whole time, right? Um, so there was the suspicion, was minimal because of that, and it wasn't a high frequency of people that I was interacting with. So I wasn't running around in nightclubs um, selling it,
So
shit like yeah, no dumb shit like that. So anyway, he thought that because he was mad that I wouldn't uh, work with him, that he would shame me somehow by doing a stream saying, uncontrollable is a millionaire drug deal, you know. And
I can see his wheels turning inside his head. What can I say about him that would just destroy him? Oh, he's a fucking drug lord.
yeah. And remember, I mean, this has happened maybe a year now has gone by since he did that. And I've never been arrested for anything. I've never got caught with anything. That's because I'm not an idiot, first and foremost. Um, I was very calculated, very high connections. Um, and
The word organized and organized crime is not just a saying.
well, it was, look, I mean, once again, I understood consequences, and I was very careful in what I did and how I handled it, right? So I did that from 1983 to 1988. And I got out of the business. Yeah, I mean, that's 5 years and no, not even a interaction with any law enforcement. But statute of limitations is over.
Wouldn't that be 6 years? '83 to '89.
Well, you don't count basically 83, I guess. 84, you go from 83, you go 84, 85, 86, 87, 88. So yeah, I mean, it was around there, maybe a little over the 5 years, whatever, but a solid five from 83 when I got really involved in the game. And then it went to 88. And I think it was around in 88, I think it was around little after mid-year that I walked away from it. So yeah, we're going to call it, even though it was there, maybe started mid-year 83, left mid-year a little after in 88. Grand total, 5 total, little more, maybe,
Still a good
not
run.
less. This is a pretty good run, right? And especially when you're dealing with those kind of quantities. At those times, an 8 ball was going for $300 an 8 ball, and I was, paying $100, so it's $200 profit for every 8 ball. It was 2.5 grams, right? So, look, I made a lot of money. There's no doubt about it. I wasn't selling in 8 ball quantities, trust me. It's a whole lot more than that. But that being said,
it all adds up, at the end.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like I say, we're dealing with some pretty big hitters. People had a lot of money. Even there were times when they throw me, $1,000 tip on top of
that's treat your clients good. Your clients will treat you good.
Right. I mean, they had money, and back in those 80s, that was it was just a party drug, right? It wasn't nothing so heavy like this crack and heroin.
No, people used it for recreational back then. Then it became a massive addicted fucking. Once they started cutting it with like fentanyl and fucking.
Yes.
Like,
and they were melting it down, crack cocaine in it.
Cooking it up.
Yeah. They were shooting it and all smoking it. And, I just like,
you can always tell the one that's never done both, because they say that there's no difference between the two of them. There's a massive difference. You will kill your own mother for your next hit of the rock, but I mean, you do a line and you're good to go.
Yeah, you just get some energy, and that heart's pumping, and you're just happy, and that's all it is. But there again, those were the days, right? And I'm not saying that I would recommend anyone doing that, especially nowadays. With the dogs and all.
we live in surveillance.
Yeah. But back then, there wasn't, these cops riding around with fucking dogs in their cars and sniffing your shit.
Your phone wasn't a personal GPS system.
Right, yeah. So it was a lot different environment back then. And look, I'm sure that it could have been that wrong situation and I'd have been fucked, right? But I did everything possible to make sure I avoided that. But anyway, the moral of the story is when someone gets angry because you don't do something they want you to do, if they have information that they think because they're upset that you didn't do what they wanted you to do, they'll spew their guts and then turn around to try to shame you. Even though there was no real gain for him to do that, it wasn't going to change my decision. Obviously, after you do something like that, what in your right mind would make you think that I would change my mind now so you don't tell on me? Really? You don't scare me.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be funny.
I mean, I've been around dudes that if you even move the wrong way,
You're gonna get hemmed up.
they'd slit your fucking throat and you'd never be seen again. So scaring me, it's gonna be a stretch. I mean, it just it baffles my mind how somebody could think that you're going to scare me into
Submission.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm at the end of the rope anyway in my life, so I've had a good run, man. I'm okay. If I had to go out tomorrow, I'm okay with that. So yeah, threatens, you know, whatever. But that's just, that's some of the things that you get involved with, right? When you're dealing with some devious, underhanded people. They'll do whatever it takes to either shame you or try to utilize any information that they may get to do harm, what they feel they could do harm to you with that information. That's scary stuff, man, for some people. Because you just don't know who's lurking, who's restreaming, who's watching the stream, who's taking that information and trying to figure out a way to, turn you into the bad guy. It's crazy, man.
Bend and twist shit to create a narrative.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm sure that, someone might be monitoring your stream now and figuring out a way to twist some narrative or something or take something that I've said because I've been
It
very
ain't the first
talkative.
time.
Yeah.
I
But do
just
I
don't care
care?
what people say. I just don't. It doesn't. Whatever people say, it doesn't make it a fact.
No. Blue Eyes is still here.
Oh shit!
But
She's gonna fuck us both up.
I know Blue Eyes. She has no ill intent. But you know what? I've said it before
No, Blue
that,
Eyes is pretty straightforward.
yeah, she's cool.
I like it.
I don't care. I don't care what these people say, what they try to do. It's going to have no bearing. It's going to have no bearing on my real life. I mean, what are you going to do? Oh, Blue Eyes, I'm working 12 hours. Yuck.
Jesus Christ.
Me and Tank's been hanging out here for almost 8 hours.
Yeah. Gary was here in the beginning.
Gary was here in the beginning, yeah. Gary and Raccoon, man.
Yeah. He didn't want to play no more. He left.
Yeah. I probably bored him to death. That's why I tell everybody, don't come to my stream if you're looking for a lot of action. If you want to be put to sleep, come to my stream.
I
That's
just
about
don't
the
like
only
the
reason.
drama, you know?
I don't either.
It just takes everything out of you.
Well, that's why I said I created a fight channel. They want to come over to my stream if I'm doing one, and they want to bring that bullshit from other streams, continue fighting. I've got a specific channel
That's good,
now.
Blue.
She's an easy client. Awesome, Blue. Yeah, I've got a place for you guys to go fight. You can go over there and fight it out. It's unlisted, so it won't be broadcast to the world. You guys can go over there and either keyboard each other to death, or I'll put you on a
Support each
panel.
other. I like
Yeah,
that. That's good.
Yeah, I'll put you on a panel and you can lip each other to death. Either way. But you're not going to do it on my channel. And I got accused of starting a drama channel. Really? No, you're not listening. Once again, you're not paying attention. This is strictly designed for my channel to keep it off of my channel. I'm not going to go over there and fight. I'm not going to go over there and inject myself into your fights. That's for you and whomever else that you want to fight with. And you can even bring your posses with you. I don't care. But you're going to keep it on that channel. You're not getting my channel taken down. You can take that one down because I don't want you even subscribing to that channel. Because it probably won't last long, considering what you guys do to each other. So then when you get that one taken down, I'll just put another one up for you to go fight in. And on and on and on. But understand, if you don't move the bullshit over onto that channel, and you come in here and you attack someone, and they don't want to accept the challenge to go over there and fight, either you remove yourself,
or, you know.
Yeah, let it go, leave them alone, remove yourself from this stream, or I'll do it for you. It's that simple.
It's
Don't
like
be mad at me.
fighting someone that doesn't want to fight you.
Right.
It's absolutely pointless. Nobody wins in that situation.
Well, you've seen how they do.
Yeah, very much so.
They stream
I stopped
hop.
watching a lot of channels.
Yeah, they stream hop, right? And if they catch somebody, they say somebody doesn't like Blue Eyes. Well, they see her type something in chat. Boom. They jump over and they start the attack, right? And then they're either texting or discording their buddies. Oh, we found Blue Eyes. She's in an uncontrollable stream. And here they come.
To the occult mentality.
Yeah. And they just start hammering Blue Eyes, right? Blue Eyes don't want any part of it. Blue Eyes just wants to be over in Tank Boy's stream, chilling out while she's working 12 hours and relax a little bit, right? She don't want that. She's not asking for it. She didn't invite it. So stop coming in and attacking her. Leave. Blue Eyes remembers when I first started. Yeah, they got me good, Blue Eyes. I mean, I didn't know what I was getting into. I really didn't. And
I'm not entirely sure if I remember that, but was it two girls that were going at each other?
When?
I remember a stream a long time ago of yours where there was two girls that went at each other.
Well, I've had D-Ban and going at somebody, and then I've had Rick Crude, who initiated my stream. basically at the very beginning, that turned it into an absolute train wreck. And I didn't know how to act, man. I'd never been around people like that. It was very uncomfortable. I didn't know what to do.
Rick
How to
Cruz is
even,
the shit that makes you feel incredibly uncomfortable.
yeah,
You know, he beaks off with the most racist, hardcore as fucking shit, and then you're just like, whoa. You know, catches you
yeah,
off guard.
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what he does. He tries and attempts to destroy you and your channel by bringing over that foul mouth, loud, obnoxious, filthy, um, just sickening
Rhetoric.
bullshit. Yeah, that look, I get it. You know, you're the shock factor. I'm okay with that on your channel. Don't bring it into mine.
No.
But I didn't,
respect other people's shit, you know?
yeah, just because that's what you like doesn't mean what I like. And you kind of get a tone for how a panel's going by the conversation, right? But I don't think I'd ever given anybody uh, a thought that I wanted a fight club, right? Or I enjoyed all that foul, nasty kind of talk. And, but anyway, I mean, I guess I was the virgin in that particular incident. And he damn sure popped my cherry on uh, the bad side of YouTube and running panels. And then it happened quite a few other times. And, you know, it just different times. You never know what you were going to get. And that was what made me step back. And I didn't stream for what, 2.5 months. Because it just wasn't worth it to me for the risk of having to deal with it, right? There was just not enough willpower for
I was going to
me
say
to
that, but I
push.
wasn't sure if that was the right word. I didn't want to be rude.
Yeah, it was the willpower that it took to push that button and say go live, right? It started to get to where I would hover my mouse over that go live button.
Am I ready for this?
Yeah, because I knew the potential for it to just get really bad was so prevalent and at any moment could happen. And it got, you know, depressing. And I said, well, I pulled my hand off the mouse and I get up, I would walk out, have a smoke, you know, sit out there and just enjoy the quiet, peaceful evening. Whatever time it was just, you know, peaceful. And I would say to myself, do you really want to subject yourself to where this could go? And then I would come back in and I would maybe sit down and I'd just, you know, go to another YouTube and watch a video or something, but the StreamYard would still be up and ready to just hit the go live button. And it got to a point where I just couldn't do it anymore. And I just forced myself to say, nope, not doing it. And then once I kind of figured out in my head how I could maybe still somewhat communicate with good people, and have just an enjoyable chit chat, right?
Yep.
I could do it by maybe putting this channel up, making sure everybody understood that this is how it's going to be. It's no more free for all. You don't get to come in here and just make the decision that you're going to wreck my fun. I'm going to take the control back, and I'll put you in your little corner where you can go fight. I'm not depriving you of that, so you can't say that I'm not giving you your First Amendment opportunity to say what you want to say, because I'm going to give you that, just not on my platform. And that's when once I did that, I decided I would do a live stream. And I'll be damned, as I was explaining what the intention was behind it, and the reason for me even coming back was to put people over into that fight channel. They twisted it into I'm starting up a drama channel.
And that
Then
probably
I
earned you a little bit of hate, because then people that had the drama channels thought you were trying to compete with them and take all their, you know.
Well, that's a possibility, but I had to nip it in the bud because I got a text message that said, "Hey, you might want to get online and go over to this panel because they're talking over there about you starting a drama channel." I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" So they've done, but then
I wouldn't give them the satisfaction.
no, I did, because I wanted to make very clear my intention. I said, obviously, you're trying to spin a narrative that isn't true. I want to make this very clear to you right now. This is not a quote drama channel. This channel is specifically to keep the drama off of my channel. That's all it's for. I don't want you to subscribe to it. All I want you to do is understand that it is there. That when you come to my channel, this is an area where
You know where their frustration came from? If you're
Yeah.
doing it, I said, you know where their frustration came from? And this is just the mentality of some people. The reason why someone would get frustrated with that is because you're doing it in a non-public way where they could just go off, and the equivalence of having some buddies in your house, and a couple guys have a problem, so you take them, you send them to the spare bedroom, you're like, listen, whatever the fuck happens, just deal with it, then come back to the party. Well,
Yeah.
some of the people, they want that shit in the party. They want it to complete, they want
Yeah.
to profit or
An audience.
benefit from it, you know?
They want an audience.
Right. It gives them the extra fucking wiggle room to obtain more, I don't know,
Clout.
clout. I wanted to say clout, but you get what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I'm the tough guy. I'm the big bad wolf
Right.
on the block, right?
If they're doing it in private, they're not doing it on their channels.
Well, you could go and start your own panel and call them over there and fight it out. That's
Right.
fine. I don't have a problem with that. What I'm telling them is the buck stops here and the bullshit stops here. It's my channel. I don't want it. I don't care what your problem is with somebody from another channel or from a situation. I don't want to hear about it. If
I
it's
like
nothing
people that just
positive.
leave their bullshit at the door. You know,
Well, pretty much.
I like this to be like a neutral zone. You know, you may hate each other on a different channel, but come here and at least be civil.
Yeah, or don't come here at all.
Correct.
I said, I don't care. I said, this is what y'all don't understand. It's very uncomfortable, first and foremost, for me to have, 6, 8 people, 10 people on a panel because of the over talking each other, yada, yada, yada. Gives me a headache. It's like in real life. Do you really think that if you had, 8, 10 people in a room, you could have a genuine conversation with all 8 at the same time? Well, if you can't do it in real life, what the hell makes you think you could do it here, right? And you know how that gets. It gets louder and louder, and one's over talking the other one. You have 10 conversations going about 10 different subjects. It's a clusterfuck, right? They won't stay on topic. They get bored. They want to make jokes when you're trying to be serious. I mean, it just gets out of control. So I said,
It undermines the program.
yeah, I'm not looking for subscribers. I'm not looking for money. I have that. I don't care if one person shows up, or if only one person shows up in my stream,
You're here
and I can have conversation with them. That's all I'm here for. My wife's sleeping. I'm up, can't sleep. I worked third shift for 35 years, so it's difficult for me to sleep at night. So I don't want to disturb her. So I sit up and I hang out with you folks, right?
Right.
So, I mean, I just soon sit around and do something positive versus all that negativity. I'm not saying that I'm telling you you can't do it. By all means, if that's what floats your boat, go fight.
Just
Not here. That's right. Just not here. I don't want it here. If you don't want to respect me enough to keep it out of here, then I prefer that you go somewhere else and never come back. Because I don't need you. If you want to be here and you're okay with it, nobody's forcing you, then by all means, you're welcome. But don't act like I'm forcing you to be here, or then go stomping off all mad because I asked you to leave. You're
I'm
not.
not your friend no more.
What's that?
I said, well, I'm not your friend no more.
Well, that's okay. I mean, it's just like there's nothing that any of these people can do for me that I can't do for myself. Um, so I'm not worried about numbers. Not worried about clicks and views. I'm not damn sure worried about who can I get money from. So, what are you going to accuse me of? There's nothing left for you to accuse me of wanting clicks and views to invite drama because it attracts more people. And that's what they do.
Quality over quantity is the way I look at it.
Yeah. And it becomes too much. I mean, you see these channels with, even when our little world, right? We're pretty much the same people, just revolving around. If you look, people with maybe just over 1,000 subscribers, that's kind of our community. I mean, I think I was at 700 or 699 subscribers, some shit like that.
I've had very large channels and very small channels, and the only difference among it is the demographic of people.
Right. Yeah. Well, I was at 702 subscribers, so obviously I've lost 3. I'm at 699 now. Maybe the reason I've lost 3 is because they, are mad that I'm not going to put up with the bullshit anymore. But that's okay. I don't care if it goes down to 1 subscriber and that 1 subscriber is a good person that, comes and hangs out.
That's a perfect way of looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer that you leave before I have to force you to leave. Because if that's your intention, is to be disruptive and mean, then you're not going to be happy here. And you can keep making your sock accounts and, till the cows come home, and we'll just play that, you make a sock, I delete you. You make a sock, I delete you. And, we can play that game. No problem. I mean,
I get a kick out of soft accounts, man. Some of the names are just fucking out there.
oh yeah. I mean, look, I get a kick out of them when they're funny names. Don't get me wrong. I got a sense of humor,
Right?
but it's when you go past the sock account name and you take it into, filthy, nasty, vulgar language and directing it at an individual or individuals. That's when I draw the line.
I don't mind witty trolls or,
Oh, I know.
funny trolls. It's these
Yeah.
hateful trolls that have no business,
Well, I mean, they figured out because how my name is done. They can take out the UN and they can put the CUN and the T together.
Come on,
Or
that's funny.
they could do the uncunt or cunt or just troll. And that's funny stuff.
You cunt
I mean,
troll.
yeah, you see what I mean? So, I mean, look, they're witty, they're clever, um, and I don't mind that kind of stuff. And as a panel host, I mean, I expect take some shit. You know what I mean? But when you go after the guests and the people who come here and don't want that, right? That's when, yeah, okay, come after me, leave them alone, or go away.
I get it.
But that's the deal, and I'm not going to be doing these live streams every other day or every day, and like I used to do 10-hour streams or some of them even longer. No, no more. I usually, if nobody is on and having a stream, I may put one up just because I know, there's some people out there that like to, hang out. But it'll be rather infrequent compared to what it used to be.
I barely have time to do anything anymore.
Yeah.
I think it's ridiculous.
Work.
That, and I mean, I got back from the hunting camp. I was out there finishing some jobs that I had to do out there. I mean, I don't mind it. I just keeps my mind occupied anyway.
Yeah. Well, and that was like with building my little media room. That kept me being creative, um, kept me busy. It was something that I had kind of thought about for many, many years. Now I could actually uh, make it happen. And, I enjoyed that. It wasn't this
Isn't that
dreadful.
all that matters then?
Yeah. Well, that's what I say. My God, if this environment um, causes you to be miserable and want to get angry, you should probably think about getting away from it and doing something else, which is what I've done. I'm not addicted to it. It's nobody's got a gun to my head forcing me to do it. So why do it? I mean,
Definitely makes sense.
I could go in and just close my eyes and go to sleep. I could sleep for as long as I want now. I mean, whereas before, like I said, I may get 2 hours sleep a day. Now I can only be up 2 hours in the day if that's what I want to do.
Good old retired life.
That's right. That's right.
It's funny.
So, and it is difficult, man, once you get to that position to, say, oh, gee, I'm going to go out, I'm going to run 10 miles today. Damn that. I'll get in the car and maybe drive 10 miles, but, I'm not running no 10 miles.
Not to die.
No. That's why I bought electric bikes. I didn't even buy bikes that, you had to, well, you got pedal assist, which as long as you're, without really any effort moving your pedals around,
Hey, Scott.
then the electric, moves you forward, or you've got the full, push the little lever and it's full electric power. And if, the power, well, they go 50 miles on a charge.
How many
I mean, that's
horsepower?
watts?
Not the right word.
Watts.
Watts.
Yeah.
How much power do they have?
750. And it will go at 40 miles per hour.
Jesus.
For 15 miles. Now, that's at full throttle only. Now, if you use the pedal assist and, you're kind of pedal a little bit and then, coast a little bit, you probably could stretch it out to more like, 60 miles on a charge. So I can go out and have leisure bike rides and not really break a sweat.
Better if you had a backpack, a nice sized backpack with battery packs in it.
You mean for the bike itself?
Yeah, and then just plug the backpack battery packs into the bike.
Well, I could do that. And if I'm just taking one of the bikes out because they both use the same battery, I can fully charge another battery or take it off the other bike and put it on mine if I'm going by myself. And I could go for over 100 miles before I have to charge the batteries.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. And I've got my JBL Bluetooth speaker, right? And I hook it up to my Bluetooth, and I have a battery pack too. I could actually charge whatever electronics from the battery itself, but I don't usually do that because it takes away from my distance. But I have another battery pack. I plug my phone, I plug my Bluetooth in, and I go down the road and be jamming out and just having a good old time. Being in Florida, it's all flat down here. We're not up and down hills. So, yeah, man. I'd be in my own little world a lot of time during the cooler months. I do that. when it's 95 degrees out. Nah, no thanks.
Yeah, the heat lately has been pretty unique.
Yeah, been pretty brutal out.
I did a few roofs the last couple of weeks. Fuck my back, my arms, I'm all burnt.
Yeah, you get
Like
fried, huh?
burnt. Skin's gonna
Yeah,
start peeling in the next week or so.
yeah. Better watch out for that skin cancer, man. Those UV rays are nasty anymore. I told people, years ago when I first moved here, it was 1980, and when I first got here, I basically started working on third shift, and shortly after I got here, and I lived right on the beach, and I would come home from work instead of going. Well, I'd go home, change into my shorts, get my mixture of tanning lotion, which was iodine and baby oil.
Yeah.
I would put that on, and I literally would lay on the beach as long as I had, uh, rolling over like flipping an egg, with baby oil and iodine on, and just get as tan as could be. Never burn. Now, if you were to put that same concoction on, baby oil and iodine, I would guarantee you that within 30 minutes, you would be fried and probably have to go to the hospital for burns. It's that bad. And I get it. I don't believe in that global warming. Whatever. Watch those videos, the Siberian fires, how hot it's getting over there. The place, had permafrost that was, a feet, I don't know how many feet deep. It's now thawed out and releasing methane gas. 100+ degree temperatures, up in the Northwest even. It's getting ridiculous. I mean, you can even look at your cars, even to clear cut if your car sits out in the sun. It'll literally bake that paint off in a short period of time. So yeah, I'm a believer. I'm surprised that after all these years that
Blue
I've
Eyes
come
got a
up
question for
skin
you.
skin cancer. Unkind, are you dealing with red tide? Um, it is in some parts, but not right here where I'm at the moment. Not that I know of. I'm about uh 5 minutes from Siesta Key, I would say, and around the beach there. I don't really notice it, but I don't go down there during the summer months anyway. And I know there's been reports of a bunch of dead fish all over the place. But fortunately, I'm far enough back away that I don't have to smell the dead fish or see them. I don't know, Blue Eyes. I just don't get out that much during the summertime, really. But yeah, I know they haven't fits with that red tide. And that's also, the temperatures of the water getting hotter, the algae bloom has become more intense, the runoff of the fertilizers, It's a combination of things that's going on that is causing that. I mean, we used to get them years ago, but they're not as frequent and not as bad. And they didn't cover such a large area like they are now. They're covering, quite a substantial amount of water, whereas they weren't as big years and years ago. Like I say, that water is hotter and hotter, and on the Gulf side, it's a very gradual slope for deep water. So basically, here where I'm at, you have to go out like 60 miles offshore just to get into 100 foot of water. Now, if you did that on the East Coast, you'd probably be in 1,000 foot of water, right? But here, to get in 100 foot of water, you have to go like 60 miles out. So it's such a gradual slope that the water it's like a toilet bowl. If you look on the Gulf side, but you got keys that run down, you got Cuba down there, and you got a whole cut around to Mississippi and Alabama, no, Mississippi and in Texas, I think, and then you go down into Mexico. So that whole bowl of water right there can, potentially get, really, really hot. That's why the hurricanes are super intense as they get up in there into that Gulf. I mean, it's not even worth going in the water, to be honest with you. At these kinds of temperatures, if you're looking to get cooled off, it almost is scalding hot at times. I mean, obviously, when you first get in, but once you get out to maybe a couple of foot of the water, it's not as bad, but still, it's not that refreshing. And then you throw salt and sand in the mix. Ugh, it's a miserable combination. That salt dries off on you, and then that sand gets on you.
Yeah,
That's for
salty
that's
sand.
for them. Yeah, that's for them youngins. Oh, we got this real fine, it's a really white powder sand, and I mean, you just can't get that crap off of you. It just sticks to you like glue. And I mean, when you come off the beach, it's all in your car. You can't bring it in the house. It's miserable. But I think I'll go to row, buddy. I
Yeah,
hit the
bro.
restroom anyway.
I'm not used to being up this late.
I'm sorry, man.
No,
But I
that's
appreciated
on
the
me.
chat.
That's on me. I haven't been live in a while. I figured screw it. And I don't
Well, I
gotta work
appreciate
tomorrow,
it.
so why not?
Cool. Well, I appreciate the chat, man, and let me hang out with you.
Yeah, man. Same here.
Well, all right, buddy. You have a great day, man. Hopefully
You as
I'll
well.
see
You're
you
welcome
soon.
anytime.
Appreciate you, buddy.
I enjoyed the conversation.
Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah, it's nice to have some good, solid people to hang out with. No fighting.
For sure.
Blue Eyes, Scott, have a great evening, everyone, or night, or morning, whatever it is in your part of the world. I'll see you soon.
That kind of sounded like emo.
Did it?
Good afternoon, good evening.
Whatever it is. Maybe you rubbed off on me a little bit.
Oh God.
Oh, I know, right?
That's a horrible thought.
I know. Well, all right, buddy.
All right,
Take care.
I appreciate you, bro. Have a good night.
Absolutely, man. Take care. See you soon.
You as well. Alrighty. With that being said, I'm fucking burnt. I appreciate everybody that's come and chilled and come up on panel and whatnot. And I hope to see you on the next one. Bye for now.